stories unfold, and the chat's got soul. From the gavel to the gas, we're watching it all. Covering the courtroom, big case or small. Laugh when we can, cry when we must, but it's all real talk, you can count on us. We're not the pros, just fans who care, with popcorn in hand and a comfy chair. And every twist, we're right there, together like we're all in the witness chair. This is the Broken Baker, where the trials come alive, where the chat is wild and the vibes survive. We're watching the worst of what people do, but we keep it light, yeah, that's our truth. It's the only place for crime, and it feels just right. We bring the justice talk into your night, so hit that stream, don't miss the call. At the Broken Baker, we cover it all. Oh yeah. We're just flaming with the view, but we ask the things the world wants to. Digging through the facts, side by side. Even when it's dark, we bring the light. No clickbait, no fake feels, just truth and the highs and the reels. With the chat that roasts and rise, we're just here for the case and the vibes. This is the Broken Baker, where the stories unfold, with a smile in the heart, even when it's cold. Yeah, we cover the bad with a wink and a grin, where the real talk starts, come on, jump in. It's the only place to be, can't you see? For trials and truth, it's BBTV. The Broken Baker, where the trials come alive. Yeah, we'll be here, trial after trial. Yeah.
Hey everyone, I forgot that I promised we were starting earlier today. So, it happens. Sometimes you're early, most times you're late. And 9 months later, you have 18 years of expenses. But I also promised that we were going to look at the Cosati's opening statement from the defense, because apparently there were quite some things. So I hope Brian Stockton didn't oversell it.
My honor to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, my client, Nick Casotis, is not just an accomplished attorney and decorated JAG officer who served his country in Iraq and in the Pentagon. He is also a man who lived in fear. Relentless, all-consuming fear. His wife, Mindy, also lived in fear. Mr. Casotis is accused of the unthinkable, the absolutely unthinkable, murdering his wife. But the truth, what really
We're not going to cover this. We're just watching the opening statement, Danny.
happened is far more complex. Mr. and Mrs. Casotis were told that they were targets. You will hear testimony that a man calling himself Jim McIntyre, who knows if that is his real name, claiming to be with the FBI, told them that their lives were in danger, that they had to disappear, follow orders without question.
Oh, it's kind of boring. I watched parts of it. It's not that good.
And trust no one. Not their family, not their friends, not their loved ones. Every move they made, every lie that they both told.
Yes.
Every strange decision, and there were quite a few that you will hear about in testimony, were driven by that fear. Mr. Casotis lied to his friends. He lied to his family. He lied to Mindy's loved ones. He lied for years. Not because he wanted to deceive them, but because he believed that their lives depended on it. You're not going to hear testimony that Mr. Casotis killed Mindy. You will hear testimony that he tried to protect her, but he was manipulated, controlled, terrified. And that fear, real and overwhelming, shaped everything that he did for years. Who's Nicholas Casotis? Mr. Casotis grew up in New Hampshire, in rural New Hampshire, in an area where there were quite a bit of hunting down a road. He graduated college from Boston University. He has 2 law degrees. He has a JD degree, which is the basic law degree, like I have, a JD degree from Northeastern University up in Boston, and he has an LLM from Georgetown. In Georgetown, he specialized in national security law and in cybersecurity. You will hear that Mr. Casotis is a decorated military veteran, as I've already alluded to. He served in the JAG Corps for a decade. He served in Iraq. He was in the Pentagon. When he separated from service, he left as a lieutenant commander. He achieved numerous commendations within the Navy. He got the Navy and Marine Corps Achievement Medal, the Joint Service Commendation Medal. And during Nick's time in the Navy, in the JAG Corps, he would sit at this very table that the prosecutors are at now, because he, during his time, at least in Italy, he was a prosecutor. You will hear testimony, I expect. I don't know everyone that the state is going to put forward, but you're going to hear testimony, I imagine, from Mr. Casotis' first wife, Heather. They were divorced in 2015 when Mr. Casotis learned that Heather was being unfaithful. He marries his second wife, Mindy Casotis, the woman that was tragically murdered, and that you're here to hear evidence upon, in the fall of 2016. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Casotis separates from the Navy. He serves for a brief time as a civilian in the Navy, but then he leaves that. And why does he leave that? He leaves because, frankly, a lot of very strange and unusual things begin to happen, and you will hear testimony on that. And he eventually contacts authorities, and a man calling himself Jim McIntyre appears. Now, Jim McIntyre claims to be with the FBI, and Jim McIntyre tells Mr. Casotis, tells Mindy, that they're in danger. They're in danger, their life is in danger, and they have to go essentially on the run. You'll also hear that following Mr. Casotis' divorce from his first wife, Heather, she gets a $1.5 million judgment as part of the divorce against Mr. Casotis. In the course of providing that award, Mr. Casotis was under the belief that he was the recipient of a sizable sum of money. But you will hear he never gets that money. That money was illusory. That money was allegedly being held by Jim McIntyre.
Is this man a raving idiot? He is a highly decorated dude like everyone else from Massachusetts. He's a lawyer. He's a lawyer with specialty in electronic crimes. And he fell for the oldest scam in the book. This is the Nigerian prince scam, just with an FBI agent.
Sounds like it.
So this man is too stupid to tie his own shoes. This is just stupid. No, there is no Mr. McIntyre. They claim there's someone else out there, but yeah. Hey, Jen. But how can Jamie? What is it I always say about the stupidest, smartest people?
What?
They always want you to believe that Karen Reed was the stupidest, smartest person in the world. She's smart enough to do all the crime, but dumb enough that she leaves all the evidence and drives away in the murder vehicle and doesn't make up an excuse to hide the injuries to the car. Because it would be really easy. Oh, it's slippery. I hit the mailbox and busted my tail light. Now she's this master criminal who killed John and hid it in front of 14 people leaving a house. It's this smartest, stupidest person in the world fallacy that I just can't understand why they will always, either the prosecution or the defense always tries to claim, I have the smartest, bestest client or defendant, but they're really dumb. This is the opening statement in the Cassotis case. Him and his wife, Mindy, had been on the run because Jim McIntyre had told them their life was in danger. His ex-wife, who had a $1.5 million settlement, ends up in pieces. You know how it is. You women, you go around frolicking. Sometimes you fall into a timber mill and get sawed into a few pieces. And then the dastardly police claims that Mr. Cassotis was the man who unalived his wife. She just had a bad frolicking accident. And apparently he was being led by a secret FBI agent. He also said he contacted the authorities, and then Jim McIntyre contacted him. So he called FBI and said, hey, guys, this and that. And just some random Jim McIntyre called him back, who's an FBI agent, and he believed that. A man who used to work in the military as a JAG officer didn't do any due diligence. So it's just, oh, Jim McIntyre. Yeah, sounds believable.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah, I should have known. Well, this isn't the Commonwealth. This is Florida. But you should hate the Commonwealth any day. I didn't watch the openings. I was just told that this was the greatest opening in human history or something like that. I didn't. I just watched the start of it, and I didn't know he was going to be this stupid.
No.
But
Not the greatest.
I just hate that they want you to believe they are these decorated, super smart dudes who worked in the military and had really a lot of experience. But at the same time, they are as dumb as my grandma that believed anyone who called her and said, well, you have changed your electric company. I have. Yeah, you have to pay this bill now. Okay. And then we will have to fight 6 months to get her out of all these stupid agreements she went into. It's the same thing.
That's sad. The trickery.
Well, this case is in Georgia, but it's in Eastern Standard Time. The other case we're covering is in Florida, but it's in not Eastern. Americans do, like China, have one time zone. Figure it out.
I wish we did. And it was all Eastern.
Well, then do a middle timeline. The Eastern people have to sleep an hour later every morning, and the Western people get up an hour earlier. One time zone. Fix the problem. I can't count with all of these time zones. Well, there's actually 4. Shut it, Jemima. I'm not in the mood.
Or Mr. Cassotis. So he believed he was getting that money. He never got that money. I imagine that the state is going to
Wait
tell
for some
you
diamond mines.
that Mr. Cassotis and Mrs. Cassotis, Mindy, moving around the country is because of this $1.5 million judgment. But the reality is it was because of fear. So there's a lot going on with Jim McIntyre. There are a host of lies that are told by my client over the next few years while they are on the run. As I said, you're going to hear about the lies that they told to their friends. You're going to hear about the lies that they told to their family. and specifically that Mr. Casotis told. But this isn't a case about that. I would like you to focus on the tragic murder of Mindy Casotis. You're going to see horrific, awful images of Mindy Casotis' body. Unfortunately, I imagine that they are going to stay with you long after this trial is over. You're going to see her torso. You're going to see her legs. You're going to see her head. And it will be difficult for you to see that. I'm sorry that any of us have to see that. You're going to see a Milwaukee knife that was found near the scene of her body. What aren't you going to hear? You're not going to hear evidence that that knife was used on Mindy Casotis. You're not going to hear evidence from the state's own tool mark expert that that knife was used on Mindy Casotis. You're going to hear about a tub that was found near her body that was likely used to transport Mindy Casotis. You're not going to hear evidence of Mr. Casotis' DNA on that tub. You're not going to hear evidence of Mr. Casotis' blood on that tub. Just like in the knife, you're not going to hear evidence tying Mr. Casotis to that specific knife. Now, you will hear evidence that Mr. Casotis purchased the same brand and style of knife.
Probably just some kind of like a Bowie knife, something, or is it Bowie knife? Something that looks special.
At Home Depot. But you will not see evidence again that ties Mr. Casotis to that specific knife found at the scene.
Because I just don't believe people can be this retarded. I know it's a problem I have that I should think, nope, extra chromosomes is a problem in a lot of people. But I tend to believe people are not that dumb. Oh, and by the way, thank you, Danny T, for the Headless Chicken t-shirt. Today's wardrobe is sponsored by Danny T.
Let me see.
Because she didn't send me any pants, I
You're also
am
going to hear
naked. I am
of a
Donald
knife
Ducking
set
it.
Donald
Mr.
Duck.
Casotis purchased at Bass Pro Shops around the time of Mindy's death. But again, the state's own
Hey,
tool
Jules.
mark expert is not going to be able to tell you that those knives were used on Ms. Casotis. There's a lot that the state will not be able to show you. The state will not even be able to tell you how Mindy died. They do not know how Mrs. Casotis died. She was murdered, but how is unknown. You're not going to hear evidence telling you where Mindy was killed. They don't know where Mrs. Casotis was killed, and you won't hear evidence about that. At the time of Mindy Casotis' murder, Mr. and Mrs. Casotis were living in Savannah. You'll hear evidence about the state's searching of the Airbnb that they were renting in Savannah. You will hear evidence of her blood being found on the futon at that residence, along with another individual's blood. You won't hear evidence about whose blood that second individual's is. The state's case is going to be very circumstantial, which is why they will tell you it takes 2 weeks to put it on. You're going to hear evidence that might.
I have to this isn't true. Sue and I have not had the same shirts on. Sue and I might have had t-shirts that looked like each other on, but me and Sue did not spend a long, sweaty night of passion, and I'm wearing her shirt today. Sue is
Sweaty
not
night of
sitting
passion.
in my couch right now saying those 13 seconds was probably the best 13 seconds I ever had.
Oh my Lord.
And if you want to see it, it just says the Headless Chicken. Doesn't work well. I don't know.
I love it.
Vehicle was at
It's
the scene
cute.
because they track the GPS in the vehicle. And when I say the scene where her body was found. But you're not going to hear any eyewitnesses placing my client at the scene, you're just not going to see any of that. So while you're going to hear witness after witness after witness testify about the lies that my client told when he was on the run from the individual or individuals that were trying to harm him and his wife. You'll hear lots of that. You're not going to hear a lot of evidence tying my client to this murder. So what I ask you to do is focus on what's really at issue here. As you watch this evidence, focus on what evidence does the state have that ties Mr. Casotis to the death of Mrs. Casotis. They're going to want to distract you. They're going to want to get into all these other lies. They're going to want to get into his third wife. He marries another woman shortly after Mindy's death, a woman that he had been inappropriately flirting with during the last months of Mindy's life. And after Mindy's tragic death, he goes to Pennsylvania and he marries her. But none of those are issues that are the primary issue. So I would just like you to listen to all of the evidence, hear what their witnesses say, look at their exhibits, and see if, once you review all of that, the state is going to meet their burden. Thank you very much. And I appreciate your attention this morning.
I hate the smartest, dumbest people in the world. Well, I shouldn't say that because they got me to 18,700 subs. So thank you for that, stupid people. But still.
That's not nice.
And of course, we are going back to the case we were following yesterday. Jamie, did you follow along at home? No, I don't.
When I was in chat, I was watching for probably, I don't know, I saw a handful of witnesses, but I missed the end of the day, like towards
Well, the state rested, so.
Oh, all right. Well.
And you need to put your headset, what is called, reconnected. It makes weird noises.
All right, I'll be back.
Bye. When I wear my female body inspector, I sometimes get dirty looks. Well, no, it wasn't you people. What do you mean, you people? I'm talking about the stupid criminals that we laugh at together. Those are the ones who gave me. Well, Jamie, this is why you have to stop me from saying stuff, because I get into trouble a lot. Yes, this was one of the YSL lawyers. Apparently, he's doing pretty well. I saw Katnat Williams while I was in the shower. Well, I didn't in the shower, but I was listening to her, and he's pretty good at cross-examining people. So, but I'm not going to pick up the case 2 days into it. There's a lot of other people covering it. So we're just going to keep trucking with this one. Let's see what's been going on. Spoiler, she will take the stand.
But can I ask?
Yes.
What are you thinking? I didn't really see that towards the end of the day. So what came up? Anything?
When she texted him, "This is the address, and you better kill her or you're a bitch," I think she kind of maybe got in trouble.
I mean, it's a crappy thing to do, obviously, but he's still.
She gave him the address so he could go and kill this woman. Are you going to say she wasn't? She sent him the address from where she was. No, Jamie. No follow-up. She sent him the address. She told him exactly where she was going to be that day. And told him, "I'm not going to call the cops, but you better do it, and you're going to go to prison."
To the time of when he needs to be here. Have y'all talked to him?
We have.
Witness.
One more time.
Yeah, and they work on different stores every day. So without her, No mas.
Keith Agee.
Oh, okay.
Witnesses.
And since hearsay line, we took their depositions. We'll
Probably do is just wait until right before she testifies to go through the inquiry with her and make sure it's a freely knowing and voluntary decision to testify.
Yeah, it's an inventory counting company.
Your Honor, I brought it up yesterday evening. Two of the witnesses, the defendant's mother and her other son, we took their depositions. We'll have some objections based on the deposition, since mostly going to be along the lines of hearsay. What the defendant told them or what Keith told them obviously is hearsay. Also, as to any opinions as to what her intent could be or what the meaning of the messages were, I don't think they're in a position to testify to that. So just so the court's aware.
Okay.
Judge,
So,
to the contrary, we believe that their testimony is extremely relevant material to the essence of what this case is all about. But I'll let you rule on an individual basis. I'm sure that's what you're thinking.
yes, sir. I mean, it sounds like they believe maybe some of the testimony would be speculative, and, I'll certainly, they can make the objections they feel are appropriate and I'll rule on them. And so I'll just ask that if there is something, Mr. Marsh, you believe is objectionable, if you will just make a concise legal basis for your objection. If I need more information, I'll just ask counsel to approach the bench so it's not in front of the jury.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you know the two witnesses are in the courtroom right now, Judge?
No, I didn't know that.
Oh, okay, just so you know, I'm sorry.
Okay, so that is Jack and Thelma are here. in
Yeah,
the
Jack,
courtroom.
Shane, and Thelma.
Okay.
Okay. And they're prepared to go outside,
I'll
once we
just-
start.
Well, they
Anything
probably
else
should leave
from the
before you
defense?
start.
Right now, you know,
Okay.
what I can think of.
Were they instructed on the rule?
They were.
I mean, I certainly can bring them up and just confirm with them that they understand. And
Yeah,
because
want
I
them
don't
up?
recall seeing them yesterday, so I think I will go ahead and bring them up and just explain to them. If the two of you will please come up for me. State your name for me, sir. Okay, you spell your last name?
SCHAFFEO.
And your name, ma'am? Rivers? Okay, Rivers. Okay, so yesterday the rule of sequestration has been invoked, and what that means is that you'll be excluded from the courtroom except during the time where you're giving your testimony. You may not discuss the case or your testimony among yourselves or with anyone else. You may, however, discuss your testimony with counsel for either party, one witness at a time. Okay, and a violation of this direction could subject you to contempt of court, or also may disqualify you from testifying as a witness in this case. Do you understand that instruction? Okay, I'm going to now ask that you step outside until you're called to testify. Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, we're not gonna talk about that today.
And I instructed our court deputy to have lunch again here around noon, and we'll see where we are.
I will, Your Honor, but I think we need the paper copies of the,
And your assistant's still on his way with them?
yes.
Okay.
Well, I would like to call Mr. Martinez first.
Okay. Do you have an approximate time of when he may have those messages here?
Any minute.
Okay.
Might be
No
back.
problem.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we have the jurors here? And they're in the jury room?
Did you see that defense lawyer? I don't like him.
Oh, no.
I don't feel he's prepared at all. He didn't understand Cellbrite. Cellbrite has been stable for 10 years in courtrooms. You probably understand more of it than he does.
What didn't he understand about it?
How to open it.
How to open it?
He had found some text messages that
Sure you can hear me.
he gave to the state yesterday that he wanted to talk about with a witness that he hasn't talked to about it. And that witness probably going to say, yeah, I don't know.
Oh, boy.
That's
Just
Mr.
one
Martinez,
three,
the one he's
Identify
calling.
specific exhibits that if they want to see, to let us know to come back into the courtroom.
There are no.
There isn't? Okay.
And it has a lock on it, so here's comfortable.
Okay.
Yeah, 90% of you yesterday believed that she was guilty. So let's see how it goes today. Maybe the defense is going to surprise us.
Looks like, there's no assigned seats. You can sit wherever you'd like, though. There's not really any empty seats. So make sure you're seated somewhere where you are able to see and hear everything. Well, thank you all for being on time. We've been just working on a few things, so we're ready to get started this morning. Is everyone feeling okay and able to sit for the case? Affected by anything? Okay.
First, get this line on Martinez.
And there's no subtitles. Helen. I haven't seen Helen today. Jamie, when
Oh,
you're here,
yes.
Helen's
Well,
not here. Are you
Investigator
really
Martinez
Helen
is
from
coming in.
Holland?
Our court deputy's going to pass
That's
out your
me.
pads.
Got
Should have
me.
your first name on that front page. And then we're just giving the jurors a moment to get their notepads and pencils. So you state your name again for the
Martinez, L.I. Good morning, sir.
Thanks for coming. You'll recall yesterday you testified regarding text messages that you were in possession of between Keith and Sheila Agee from the.
Well, Jules, I don't know how much you watched yesterday, but the state's case is this lady is complicit in her son's unaliving of his baby mama. She was working with said baby mama on the day off. The son had gotten well, depending on how you see it, a positive gonorrhea test. And as you all know, the way to fix gonorrhea is to go with your wireless hole puncher and sow some freedom seeds in the woman who have given you the clap. This is a true and tested method of getting rid of gonorrhea, not legal or medical advice. So this guy texted his mom and said, "Hey, this hoe got me the clap." And the mom said, "Well, you're an idiot." And he said, "I'm gonna unalive her." And the mom said, "Yeah, well, we're gonna be working in Florida today in this store. You better come unalive her or you are a bitch, MFer." And then she keeps taunting him, and I think she kind of realizes how stupid it was, and then starts saying, "Hey, think about your kid. Your kid's going to lose both you and the mom because you're going to prison. I don't care. I'm 18 years old and I'm too stupid to wear a condom." He then proceeds to go into aisle 52 of a Home Depot, plant 7 freedom seeds in this woman, instantly unaliving her, run, toss his gun, stop, called a popo, he claims, but he didn't, get hauled to prison, and is sent away for life. So we are here today to find out if his mom is an accomplice, because she was egging him on. She was sending him the address. She didn't warn the victim. She didn't call the police and say, "Hey, my son is an idiot and he's bringing a pew-pew." And as the little twist on the tail of the piglet, the victim, of course, was examined in the autopsy, and she had a UTI. She didn't have the clap. So this dum-dum banged some other woman who gave him the clap and unalived this woman because of it. Yeah, well, you know how it is.
I just think first degree is a lot. I think that's what I'm having trouble
No,
with.
because either she's an accomplice to her son's murder or she's not. If she's an accomplice, she's an accomplice to what he did, and he did first-degree murder. You can't go and say, "Well, she was an accomplice to burglary," because that's not the crime he's convicted of. So that's what it is. Yes, this is a little bit behind live. And aisle 52 was lightning. It was not the murder aisle. If you go to the better equipped Walmarts, they will have a murder aisle. Well, her first trial was ended in a hung jury because apparently in the jury room, one of the jurors kept making crossword puzzles and it got heated. Maybe some racial slurs was given. So, yeah. It's like a Hollywood rom-com, yeah, but written by the same people who just wrote the new Ice Cube War of the Worlds. Do not watch that movie. Yeah, Jamie is just, well.
Well, the
think-
son did it, and he's in jail, and
Yeah,
I'm
but
just
she gave
having
him
a hard
the
time with
address.
her. I know, but
I
the
just
kid
gave a
did-
short background, Tim Swoop. So if you go back 3 minutes, you'll get the entire background.
he
Sounds
made the
a,
decision.
sounds like they used a crossword puzzle last as a scapegoat. I don't think it went well in that jury room.
No, that's kind of. I mean, a mistrial over a crossword puzzle is kind of funny.
Yeah.
August 11th, 2023 date.
There's only first degree or innocent because either she's an accomplice to what her son did and he's convicted of first degree malicious homicide, or she's not. This is what the jury has to figure out. She can't be she can't be guilty of manslaughter because there was no manslaughter no manslaughter done. It was a first degree malicious unaliving. So she can't be only guilty of manslaughter. Either she's in for a penny, in for a pound, or she's not in.
We'll see. if
Yes,
we
sir.
can-
And we then discussed other texts that might be available, and you testified to the effect that, you know, you were aware they were there, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes, sir.
And I have
May
to
I-
boost this idiot
You may.
again.
Okay.
Why can't he use a microphone?
This is a compilation of text containing very few, but I think
Yeah, but then she shouldn't have been charged in the first place. If she's going to be charged, she's going to be charged with the same crime her son committed. You can't say your son committed a murder that you helped him with. We're going to charge you with a WVI, driving while intoxicated. You can't make up a charge. It has to be 1-to-1. That also raises the bar for the jury to say, well, was she knowingly helping her son commit first degree unaliving? That could be where the jury says, no, she didn't believe he was going to go through with it. And then she's off the hook. Could be, potentially.
Yeah.
But you can't say, hey, I only think she should be in prison for manslaughter because he is in prison for first degree malicious murder.
July, then there's a quick one, but this is from
They
2023.
did ask for an
And they
alternate.
go in, well, the state and I have
So
already
it
gone over
seems
these,
really
and
weird.
we
I
have
think you're
no
right,
objection
Sue.
to you reading
right,
these into
Sue.
the record.
Mr. Rackman, let's just identify the exhibit. This is Defense Composite Exhibit 1.
Yeah, what I've handed you is Defense's composite exhibit number 1, sir. And please take your time and review it. And we're going to present them on the screen. So you'll have it on your screen. So if there's any questions you have while we're doing this, please bring it to our attention.
Your Honor, we have no objection to Mr. Ackerman's exhibit.
Okay, so at this time, you move Defense
this time I
Composite
move-
Exhibit 1 into evidence?
Yes,
It'll be so admitted, state has no objection, and when he's ready, you have permission to publish the exhibit.
and we will.
Tim, if you go back 5 minutes, I gave the backstory. Oh, more text messages.
Mr. Ackerman, for the court reporter, it looks like there's messages, one block or bubbles in green, one's in blue. Can we have Investigator Martinez identify who the message is sent from? So the record's clear?
Yes.
This is what the state claims. She encouraged him, she helped him, facilitated, and then she must be facing the same charge he was facing if they want to charge her. They can't charge her with a lesser crime than the crime he is convicted of. And he is convicted of first-degree malicious unaliving of Brooklyn Sims.
The green is Sheila.
In the blue?
Is Kate.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Sorry.
You may proceed, sir.
Sheila, are you on your way? If so, I'll keep her. If not, I'm about to take her home. Keith, I'm coming up 48 now. Keith, about to be in Movico in a min. Sheila, okay, we go into Lori's right quick. I'll meet you at the house. Marco is there. I'm getting her some fries. Keith, okay. Sheila, are you keeping her tonight? Keith, yes. Sheila, she's shit. You can come get her now so I can clean up. Keith, yeah, I'm coming. I just got out the shower. Sheila, okay, come on. She won't let me do nothing.
Yes, sir. Sir, we'll have to just get that information from the witness, okay? Jurors have not been permitted to ask questions, but I assume now that the attorneys know that's an issue that somebody will ask that question, okay, sir?
Could you hear what he said?
Was that a
That's-
juror?
It sounded like a juror. I'm gonna up the enhancer, so it's gonna be very, but maybe we can catch what the question was.
The shower. Sheila, okay, come on. She won't let me do nothing.
Yes, sir.
What was the date? Is what I hear him ask, which is a pretty good question to have. But I know not everyone has seen a Cellbrite or Grey Key before, but you could look right here because it's on the big screen. Delivered 7/4/2023, 12:21:01 p.m. UTC -5. So this is 21 minutes past 12 Eastern Standard Time. I don't know if they do numbers the right way or the American way. So either it's the 7th of April or the 4th of July.
It's July 4th.
Yeah, you Americans should learn how to put dates the right way. You can see it in the room. It's but you need to know how to read these. You can also, if you are really into it, you can look here and here where the date is also written, and you can see when it's deleted here, and you can see who sends it here. This is Sheila, and who received it, son. So you have to learn how to read these Cellbrite reports. But when you do it, it's really easy to get all the info, and we see them in a different format in most cases where we see them. We will see the full, so we get if there's something above and something below, so the prosecutor can't just take out one or two, but the defense can say, oh, read the one before that as well. So sometimes you're sitting there and you're getting some hot, steamy messages sometimes. I have had one case where someone was sending intimate pictures. Sadly, it was the boyfriend. Let's just say that was not as titillating as if it had been but that was the woman who, remember the one I said who digged her nails and ate the nail.
Ew.
Yeah, I've told you about her, Jamie.
Yes, and now I'm reliving it and I don't like it.
Well, that's how I read it as well, because we are normal people. Unintelligent people don't get sarcasm. What do you mean about unintelligent?
Sir, we'll have to just get that information from the witness, okay? Jurors have not been permitted to ask questions, but I assume now that the attorneys know that's an issue that somebody will ask that question, okay, sir?
Yeah, I speak, Jim.
If you'd like to ask Investigator Martinez a question, you may.
On these text messages, they're on the bottom of each one.
Yes, sir.
Maybe we better keep also read the.
Okay. May I ask what was my last message that I read, please?
I think we're on this one in green.
Okay. Sheila, July the 4th, 2013 at 12:20 p.m.
What,
Oh, 23, sorry. Okay, come on. She won't let me do nothing. Keith, Casey coming? That's July 8th, 2023 at 3:59 p.m. Sheila, July 8th, 2023 at 4:02 p.m. No, because she's too frisky, wearing a damn mini dress, sucking a fucking bottle. Sheila, she need a whipping.
Do we know how old this daughter was who was too damn frisky wearing a mini dress sucking a bottle? I think she must be talking about the daughter having a bottle of milk.
Mhm.
Why should she get a whipping over that?
I
What's
don't know. I'm starting to not like this lady now.
you starting?
I didn't get to see any of this stuff yesterday, so if they showed anything.
This is the baby, the grandma who's talking about the baby this way. Oh, she's 2 years old. She shouldn't be sucking a bottle. She should having a sippy cup, but still too frisky. Maybe
Well,
I
the message before, was she talking about the Brooklyn girl, about taking her up this place or something and waiting and stuff? Like, okay, I'm starting to changing my mind.
Casey coming. No, cause she's too frisky wearing a damn mini dress, sucking a fucking. Oh, so it's her daughter, her other daughter that she's talking about who needs a whipping.
Hmm.
And it seems like there's a picture attached to it, but I can't see the picture. I really don't understand people like this.
July 8th, 2023 at 4:02 p.m. No, because she's too frisky, wearing a damn mini dress, sucking a fucking bottle. Sheila, she need a whipping. Keith, July 8th, 2023 at 4:05 p.m. Don't worry, her daddy got her his t-shirts to give her. Keith, July 8th, 2023.
It is his daughter. Don't worry, her daddy got her his t-shirts to give her. So it's not Casey. It's his daughter. Or is
So
Casey
why?
the baby? Yeah, because
Maybe.
see the next one.
Shirts to give her. Keith, July 8th, 2023 at 4:05. Touch my baby. We're going to put your ass in a old home. Sheila, July 8th, 2023, 4:05, LOL. Sheila. There's no response, but it's July 8th, 2023. July 8th, 2023, Sheila, I just woke up. Let me get up and I'll call and see if they home. Keith, July 8th, 2023. Okay. Keith, July 8th, 2023 at 5:23 p.m. 2 question marks. Sheila, July 8th, 2023 at 5:25 p.m. No answer. Marco going in my car right now. Got to wait till he gets back. July 8th, 2023 at 5:26. Keith, fuck it, then forget it. Sheila, July 8th, 2023 at 5:26 p.m. Okay. Sheila, July 8th, 2023, 5:26 p.m. I can't make her answer the phone, but whatever. Keith, July 8th, 2023, 5:27 p.m. But you let her hold my baby, and I barely get to see her. T.S. Cool though. Keith, July 8th, 2023, 5:27. Make excuses and all for her. Sheila, July 8th, 2023 at 5:32 p.m. I let her hold your baby. How you figure I let her do anything? I'm not Brooklyn's mama, and I ain't made a excuse for her. Y'all are her parents. Y'all need to communicate with each other about your child. I'm not a hostage negotiator. And I can't, no, I'm not going to get her and take her home every time I have things I have to do. You can be mad or whatever, but y'all need to grow up. It's not about y'all, it's about Casey. I'm done. A lot for Casey before you decide to be daddy, and I'm done. It cost you were her daddy. You're my child, my baby, but you're her daddy. And don't know where all this disrespect from you is coming from, but regardless, if what kind of mother you think I was, I'm still your mama. And I had enough of it. Keith, July 8th, 2023 at 5:34 p.m. MF have MFs round my baby that talk about killing me, then text me, tell Casey, be safe, SB. Can only take so much. And that ain't nothing. I pose to be a mama gambling and street running and following behind a nigga ain't stuff to do. Keith, July
Sir,
7th or July 8th, 2023 at 5:35 p.m. Then you send MF money to smoke, and yes, you did. I literally told you that she was at Chuckle Cheese. I saw her myself. Sheila, July 8th, 2023 at 5:35 p.m. There's nothing in that message. Keith, response, July 8th, 2023 at 5:35. Also, there's no response there. Sheila, July 8th, 2023 at 5:36 p.m. I send her money for Casey. How do you think she gets diapers, food, and clothes? But I'm grown, and I'm not trying to explain to another grown person nothing about his child. Keith, July 8th, 2023 at 5:36 p.m. When you respect me, you will get respect. Keith, July 8th, 2023, 5:36 p.m. Her mama TF. Sheila, July 8th, 2023 at 5:37 p.m. You ain't got to respect me. That's fine. Keith, July 8th, 2023, 5:37 p.m. Sorry asses, I blame you just as much as her because you let the shite go, but say something about what you have a problem with. Or if you want, Casey, you will.
I think he wants to say that they were always talking to each other this way, and that's why she was just doing what she always was maybe doing.
That's what I think too. 'Cause he's trying to show like they're back and forth, but it's weird.
It's just weird.
Yeah.
It's can we get coherent sentences? English is my
No.
third language, so it's hard for me. It's not painting a picture of well, it's just something we say that we're going to unalive her, and then we're going to unalive her. I thought that was yeah. If you want to see the most uncomfortable person in the world ever reading text messages from other people, go and watch the Sergeant Dumb case, where the most dapper black detective has to read two middle-aged white people's sexual fantasies while the lady is also talking about how she is being absolutely mistreated by her husband, which is pure BS. But and you'll hear a 50-something-year-old man try to be a dom, but doesn't understand what it's about. That guy, he had the constant look on his face of, what's wrong with white people?
Well, he had to read the man part and the prosecutor read the girl part. It was just really awkward.
Yeah. So the other day, he gave me away to 7 of his bodies for my birthday. And I died when I was giving mouth hugs in the spa. And they took me out and revived me. I really want you to dominate me. Okay.
She had all
And
these
I'm
crazy
taking online
experiences.
classes in being a dom because,
Exactly. These online courses. I'm official. I'm certified.
yeah.
Do a lot to get her. So yeah, you do that, Shaq, for yourself. Sheila, July 8th, 2023, 5:39 p.m. Just don't disrespect me, and I won't disrespect you, and we good. I can't act I can't act like you don't exist, and you can do the same. No harm, no foul. And yes, I do shit for myself. And yes, when I want her, I go and get her. Keith, July 8th, 2023, 5:39 p.m. When she put that restraining order up, you picked your side. Sheila, July 8th, 2023, 5:39 p.m. I'm done with it, and have a nice day. Keith, July 8th, 2023, 5:39 p.m. But swear, we just need to grow up. It was never me, it was always her. But like I said, I promise it's good night. Keith, July 8th, 2023, 5:40 p.m. You too. Sheila, July 8th, 2023, 5:40 p.m. Thank you. Keith, July 8th, 2023, 6:42 p.m. Give me her number. I'ma call. Sheila, July 8th, 2023, 6:43 p.m. 251-22-5622. Sheila, July 28th, 2023 at 4:34 p.m. Brooklyn said, what time you getting badass tomorrow? Her phone is off.
Badass.
Keith, July 28th, 2023 at 4:34 p.m. She told me to call her mama number. We already talked. Sheila, July 28th, 2023 at 4:34 p.m. Okay. Sheila, July 28th, 2023, 6:21 p.m. She called me back and asked me to ask you what time you were coming. Said you didn't tell her. Keith, July 28th, 2023, 6:21 p.m. around 11. Sheila, July 28th, 2023, 6:21 p.m. Okay. Sheila, July 29th, 2023 at 10:58 a.m. On your way to get Casey, will you stop and get this phone? Keith, July 29th, 2023, 11:04 a.m. I'm already 15-20 from Citro. Brooklyn said she a ride back with me and we a stop grab it. Sheila, July 30th, 2023 at 3:33 p.m. Tell Brooklyn I will pick her up at 7 in the morning to be ready because we can't be late. Keith, July 30th, 2023 at 4:04 p.m. Okay. Keith, August 3rd, 2023 at 2:08 p.m. I tried to call Brooklyn. She ain't answered and she ain't been texting me. I think she gave me some. Can you tell her call me? Keith, August 3rd, 2023, 2:09 p.m. I just want to talk. I ain't mad. She just been dodging me since I dropped her off, and I want to know, is that the reason why? Sheila, August 3rd, 2023, 2:41 p.m. Okay, baby. She's in the car, and I'm closing out the store. I'll call you before I go to the car. Keith, August 3rd, 2023, at 2:41 p.m. Okay. Keith, August 3rd, 2023 at 3:37 p.m. Send me $11 on Cash App, RQ. Sheila, August 3rd, 2023 at 3:40 p.m. Send me your Cash App. Keith, August 3rd, 2023, 3:40 p.m. $FFG_CEO.
Yeah, if this is to prove they were always smack talking, yeah, but it still doesn't take away that she sent the address and told him you are an MF B word if you don't come down here and pew this lady.
Keith, August 3rd at 3:40 p.m. NVM, I got.
This is in the Florida Panhandle. It's I believe they live in Georgia, and the incident was in Florida. The mom and the victim worked for a stock counting company where they go around and count inventory in Home Depots and stuff like that.
Got it. Sheila, August 3rd, 2023 at 3:41 p.m. Okay,
Because we read in the text yesterday that both of them said, remember to delete this conversation.
I'm about to call you. Keith, August 3rd, 2023 at 3:41. Okay. Keith, August 3rd, 2023 at 4:01 p.m. You know what? It ain't even worth it. If she do me like that after I've been nice to her, it's cool. I'm not gonna hold no grudge. I just don't want to deal with her no more. I'll just text her mama when I go pick Casey up. That's just messed up though. Sheila, 8/3/2023, 4:14 p.m. She's trying to call you. Keith, August 3rd, 2023 at 4:17 p.m. It ain't even worth it. Ain't this point, I don't even know what to say. I had to go through you to speak to her about some like I just expect better. But I
Miss
see
Pensacola.
even when you treat people nice, they will still fuck you over. Oh well, lesson learned. Keith, August 3rd, 2023, 4:18 p.m. Thank you. At 4:18 p.m. Ain't even worth it. Ain't no point. I don't even know what to say. I had to go through you to speak to her about something like that. I just expected better. But I see even when you treat people nice, they will still fuck you over. Oh well, lesson learned. Keith, August 3rd, 2023, 4:18 p.m. Like I said, I ain't mad. That shot just hurt me, but I'll get over it. Sheila, August 3rd, 2023 at 4:19 p.m. She said she hasn't got any calls from you, and I didn't even tell her to call you. I swear, when I walked out, she said, call Keith for me. I said, he's been trying to call you. Keith, August 3rd, 2023 at 4:20 p.m. And there's an image attached. Keith, August 3rd, 2023 at 4:20 p.m. She hung it up. I thought she was still at work. It was 6:30 in the waving. Keith, August 3rd, 2023, 4:21 p.m. evening. Keith, August 3rd, 2023 at 4:22 p.m. I was waiting on her to call me Monday. She said she would then, never did, so I waited because I wanted to ask her because I was burning a little. Keith, August 3rd, 2023 at 4:23 p.m. Another
Ooh.
attachment.
So
Keith, August 3rd, 2023 at 4:23 p.m.
The plot twist is she didn't have it.
yeah, she didn't. Because yeah, in his trial, that's what came out.
Yeah. I love that Jedi just can translate this into English. Hey, Kim, how are you doing? How are the emus treating you? Oh, she had a UTI infection, but no clap.
That was the only thing she texted. Keith, August 3rd, 2023 at 4:55 p.m. I thought it might have been a UTI, but they said I got symptoms from gonorrhea and LK or IK. I only mess with Brooklyn in the last month and some days, and this started happening the next day after I dropped her off. I ain't trying to accuse her. I'm just waiting till my tests come back. I just know she the only one I've messed with. Keith, August 3rd, 2023, 4:55 p.m. I thought it might have been a UTI, but they say I got symptoms for gonorrhea. And I only messed with Brooklyn in the last month and some days. And this started happening the next day after I dropped her off. I ain't trying to accuse her. I'm just waiting until my tests come back. I just know she the only one I've messed with. Sheila, August 3rd, 2023 at 4:56 p.m. Okay.
Sure about that?
Sheila, August 3rd, 2023 at 4:56 p.m. When your test comes back, I ain't saying nothing. I'm going to let you tell her when you find out. Keith, August 3rd, 2023, 4:58 p.m. IDK, if I can honestly even speak to her, if it come back that I got some, I'm on a better path right now, trying to handle situations better, but I wouldn't even know how to handle that one. August 3rd, 2023, 5:37 p.m. Sheila, you on a good path with a good job and a good future, a beautiful daughter, and the best Mimi in the world. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 5:29 p.m. I forgot I got some stuff to handle this weekend. I'll pick her up next Friday, or you can. Sheila, August 4th, 2023, 5:29 p.m. Okay. Keith, August 4th, 2023 at 6:46 p.m. Somebody owe me $150 for having to leave work, and best believe I'm gonna get me by any means. RN, you can pass the word along or whatever. TS don't make no sense. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 6:47 p.m. I done played nice with that bitch to still talk shit to me and then say she mad at me, even though I'm mad. I still kept my cool and I didn't go there with her, but she still wanted to keep up, so that's all I'm saying. Sheila, August 4th, 2023, 6:48 p.m. Okay. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 6:51 p.m. Make sure you tell her, because I'm tired of you getting on my AHS. Then treat her like she your child and don't do nothing wrong. You can at least do that. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 6:55 p.m. I do still get done wrong when it's poised to be okay, but when I do wrong, it's all hell. August 4th, 2023, 6:55 p.m. Sheila, I'm going to tell her, but I get on your ass because you're muy calm and I love you and I don't want nothing to happen to you. I don't have to care about what she does. You will always be no baby, no matter what. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 6:56 p.m. You don't treat me like it. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 6:56 p.m. Hell, you cut me off cuss me out and say, fuck my feelings. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 6:56 p.m. You care about other people. If I care for SB and they get done wrong, best believe the person that done went wrong, getting fucked up or getting none from at all. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 6:58 p.m. I'm saying, Mama, it seemed like you put EVB before me at this point, and then you play cool with me as long as I don't say nothing or do some, but SB, that do some to me, that shit ain't fair. August 4th, 2023, 7 p.m. Keith, you don't say nothing to her, then give her money, hell, and a ride to work. I really wish to switch roles if possible, because she reap all the benefits with no repercussions. Sheila, August 4th, 2023, 7:14 p.m. Yes, I do. But you want to try to buck me and me grown. You will never be grown to me as long as you live. You was really the only child I had. that I kept with me no matter what I've done. You was by my side. Keith, August 4th, 2023 at 7:17 p.m. Then why you ain't with me now? I stuck with you through it all. It was poised to be us against the world, and you changed that. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 7:19 p.m. You do more for Brooklyn or won your BFS than me. Sheila, August 4th, 2023, 7:19 p.m. Keith, I like Brooklyn, but I love you. I can think about something you like Val as a person, but you love Kaya. If Val goes off and gets drunk and ducks, then meet, you know it's wrong, but you can still love.
What? Goes off and duck? What? I'm waiting for Jemima's translation of that one. You go off and duck? Is it?
Well, what's the rest of it? Is duck autocorrect for another word?
Maybe he's feeding the ducks.
Their
Val and
conversation
talk with
is
Val.
over my head.
Yeah, how they think this is going to help him, I don't understand.
Because you like her, but don't love her. Let Kai do it and see what you do. Sheila, August 4th, 2023, 7:20 p.m. You a damn lie. I give you anything, MF thing you asked me for and always have. Sheila, August 4th, 2023, 7:21 p.m. That I could. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 7:22 p.m. How can I say you love? How
Hey, before I go, how are you doing?
can you say you love me if YK, she gave me some and can still talk and laugh with her? Ain't no way in hell to this day when Bo Hale was playing with you at Popo house. I was fitting kill. I was literally backing the car up out the window to shoot him. Only thing save him was you, because you TOL me not to. If I can go so hard to that extent, we can't. You at least not FW with FW the MFS. I don't, out of respect. Sheila, August 4th, 2023, 7:23 p.m. I don't know. She gave you nothing. You told me yesterday you was at the doctor getting tested, and I hadn't talked to you since then. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 7:24 p.m. Mama, I ain't never in my life on Casey, my soul, and the good Lord above had none. It scared TS out of me when I saw yellow stuff coming out me. Sheila, August 4th, 2023, 7:24 p.m.
God.
What?
That
What's wrong?
is so gross.
No, I'm sorry, Double O, but the camera guy needs to pan it up just a smidge.
Yeah.
What's wrong with the? I thought that was so nice.
This yellow stuff coming
Scared
out.
TS out of me when I saw yellow. Had
Don't
none. It
replay.
scared TS out of me when I saw yellow stuff coming out me.
Come
Sheila,
on.
August 4th, 2023, 7:24 p.m. And as far as give her a ride, I have to. That's my job. She's not the only person I give a ride.
Well, I know I call my subs cream pies. It's not that kind of yellow stuff.
Stop it. No.
And thank you for supporting the channel.
To. I pick up 5 people every week. Sheila, August 4th, 2023, 7:24 p.m.
Laugh.
What did DR say? Keith, August 4th, 2023, 7:24 p.m. I had to literally call Emmanuel because I couldn't talk to anybody else. That don't make no sense. Keith, August 4th, 2023, at 7:25 p.m. They hoping it come back a UTI, but it's looking like gonorrhea. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 7:25
Stop being a
p.m.
little hoe.
2 images.
Goodness.
Keith, August 4th, 2023 p.m. Keith, August 4th, 2023 at 7:26 p.m. They prescribed me antibiotics and gave me a shot in the butt and said, if it is that, then it will handle it. And I tell you to come back if it's something else. Sheila, August 4th, 2023 at 7:28 p.m. I'm not trying to take up for her baby, but symptoms of gonorrhea don't show up that fast, baby. It's got to be a UTI unless it's bullhead clap and your dick will swell up really big. Okay.
He's telling this to his mother. Like,
No.
this is,
That was his mother telling him.
oh, well, the fact that they're even having this conversation is weirding me out.
I'm not trying to take up for her, baby, but symptoms of clap doesn't show up that fast, baby. It's got to be a UTI unless it's bullhead clap, and your dick will swell up really big.
Thank you for rereading.
Oh, this is better than the
Oh.
guy who believed that someone was calling him from the FBI.
Oh, God.
Ooh, how
Ugh.
does mommy know? Oh. Yeah, don't stick your pickle in spoiled vinegar. Truer facts has never been. What's bullhead clap?
The fancy clap. It's the fancy kind. I mean, helping your son out, cool, but this is just a lot of like, keep
Yeah,
your
but
business to yourself.
he got a shot, so it's gonna be fixed. The clap is just penicillin. It's over. Why didn't she say that when he said, "I got the results. I'm gonna unalive her"? Why didn't she say, "You had the penicillin. It's gonna hurt like hell for a week when you pee, and then it's gonna be gone."
Yeah,
Oh.
you're taking an antibiotic, you're fine. And then just wrap it up or tell her and be like, hey, listen, did you do this? Okay, you didn't? Okay, well, then clearly I'm the problem. God. You just go like,
Will swell up really big. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 7:28 p.m. They said 3 things. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 7:28 p.m. They tested 4. Sheila, August 4th, 2023, 7:29 p.m. Give me 1 min. My boss just called. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 7:30 p.m. I hope it come back a UTI. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 7:30 p.m. I really do, because I ain't never had none, and I ain't trying to start none. Sheila, August 4th, 2023, 7:31 p.m. LOL, I think it is a UTI, but we will see. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 7:32 p.m. I'm praying it is.
okay, it's not that serious. You can just take an antibiotic, calm down.
Jamie, what's the treatment for a UTI?
Antibiotics.
So it's exactly the same treatment,
Yes.
but this idiot chose, well, I'm gonna unalive a bitch because I'm just gonna get another shot in the ass.
Yeah.
How the hell can you be this stupid? I really don't understand why.
I remember knowing when his case was going on, watching him on the stand. I can't really remember him all that much, but he really did think he wasn't the problem, and he was real justified in what he did. So he's got issues.
Why did you look it up, Helen from Holland?
What'd she look up?
Bullhead crap. Clap.
Bullhead clap.
A 3-day mid-roll dose pack and you're golden. Sandy, of course, doesn't talk from experience. She is a trained clapriologist.
Well, in all of this, if this is really just he's over exaggerating, it's just a UTI. Like people get UTIs all the time for various reasons. It's not an STD. So
Yeah,
calm down.
that's the how can you knock on wood? I never got bad ink on the pencil.
Hmm.
But if I had gotten bad ink on the pencil, I would go to my doctor and said, "Doctor, it feels like my behind after eating Taco Bell when I pee. Can you fix me?" And he says, "Yeah, I'll give you a shot in the ass and you have to take these pills for a week. Hasta la taco. See you later."
Yeah.
Why the hell do he think that spreading some freedom seeds is going to fix his UTI?
Well, if you're that angry, like it's just crazy.
Well, Brandon, this guy unalived his baby mama because he had the clap and thought he got it from her. And well, she didn't have the clap. So either his
Yeah.
doctor misdiagnosed him and he just had a UTI like she did, or he's just an idiot and dipped his pen in some dirty ink. I'm sure Brandon can find something for you to chat to look at it. Not the clap, maybe pink of your one eye. Well, he said that yellow pus was coming out of it.
Ugh. Stop it.
I was in the Navy. How was that possible? Well, it wasn't until I joined the Army I started forgetting my hat cover, and then I had a baby. Well, that's we'll wait to see that. But you missed a great day yesterday. This is a Brandon kind of case. You would have had so many Tuesdays we do this because of that.
Sheila, August 5th, 2023 at 2:59 a.m. It's a UTI, baby, an attachment. Keith, August 5th,
Exactly,
2023 at
Find it weird.
5:52 a.m. Okay, I'm thinking that because it's only been 2 days and it ain't nothing going on. You can tell Brooklyn, I'm sorry, like I tried to tell you and her. I didn't want to believe it was her. I just know I ain't messed with nobody. I felt she still didn't have to act that way with me. If I kept my cool with her and asked her, can she keep it to a calm level? Sheila, August 5th, 2023, 6:31 p.m. a.m. You aren't right. You are right. That's only fair. Keith, August 6th, 2023, 6:47 p.m. I'm fixing to stop trying to pick her. I'm fixing to stop trying to pick her up. If they're going to do a lot, then I try to get her and drop her off. Keith, August 6, 2023, 7:16 p.m. I had to blow they phone up just to get into contact, and they see me calling, they just decline it. Sheila, August 6, 2023 at 9:10 p.m. I'll talk to Brooklyn about that. That's bullshit. Keith, August the 6th, 2023 at 9:13 p.m. Please, because I had to get Kai to call and they still wouldn't answer. Then wanted to look mad when I dropped her off. I'm cool that she mad, but we still need to do better for Casey. Sheila, August the 6th, 2023 at 9:15 p.m. Okay. Keith, August the 8th, 2023, 6:07 p.m. Why? WYD. Sheila, August the 8th, 2023 at 7:26 p.m. Heading to the house. Keith, August the 8th, 2023 at 8 p.m. Text Brooklyn and tell her unblock me. I want to talk to her. I want to just ask her, can we put that past us and I'll apologize or some, because I don't want to mess up trying to see Casey more and stuff. Keith, August the 8th, 2023 at 8:00.
As I said, I never had the feeling that I had dipped my pen in some dirty ink, so I don't know what they do. This is what it looks like when you lie and put "I speak jive" on your resume. Yeah. Can you imagine the constant passive aggressive and stupid behavior? Yeah, that household must have been a hell to be in. Oh, and Dodo, she's up early. We were on Ricada stream this morning.
Hi, Dodo.
1 p.m.
Well, we were.
I realize it's
the other
stupid
way.
compared to how it was going, spending time with Casey, and I try and mess it up. Sheila, August the 8th, 2023 at 8:04 p.m. Okay, I'll try to call her. Keith, August the 8th, 2023 at 8:04 p.m. Okay. Sheila, August the 8th, 2023, 8:07 p.m. I called, she didn't answer, so I texted her and told her to call me. Keith, August the 8th, 2023, 8:07 p.m. Okay. Keith, August the 9th, 7:52 a.m. She ain't never text you back, question mark. Sheila, August the 9th, 2023 at 8:08 a.m. No, I'll text her again in a minute. Keith, August the 9th, 2023, 8:08 a.m. Okay. Keith, August the 11th, 2023, 10:36 a.m. It's an image. Keith, August the 11th, 2023, 10:37 a.m. She gave me gonorrhea.
I think that's where we stop. Run over the others.
You're done with your questions for Investigator Martinez? Okay.
That's-
Okay. Is he free to go now? Would you like him to remain available?
We need to move on.
Okay, just remain available.
Yes.
Again, don't discuss your testimony. All
Thank
right,
you.
thank you.
I had to call my dad and say, "Hey, Dad, I got a girlfriend." "Oh, how nice, son." "Yeah, you're having a granddaughter." Well, I didn't know what it was going to be at that time. And he said, "You're an idiot." I never called my dad and said, "Hey, Dad, I'm pissing fire."
No, I never even remotely told anybody anything. Like, I barely tell people when I just have a cold, let alone what's going on with my lady parts.
So many soundboard possibilities, most of them not good for monetization. Oh, I can't.
But
do
like,
this.
no, like I seen somebody say he thought she was cheating on him, but I didn't think they were together. Like, I thought she had like a restraining order on him and everything, but they were
Yeah.
like,
It sounded like she had a restraining order on him.
yeah.
What did you miss? You have to go back and see the text messages they just read. A lot of talk about peeing fire.
I wanted to make sure the jurors remember, yesterday I instructed that anything that's submitted as an exhibit, you will get to take back with you. So the only, when it's published, that's not the only time you'll see the exhibit. I just want to make sure you remembered that. Everybody still doing okay? Ready to continue? Okay, Mr. Ackerman, call your next witness. Okay. And while they're getting him, if I could just see counsel briefly at the bench.
That would have been perfect. Imagine seeing the sad elephant trunk with pus
Ugh.
coming out of it.
No, stop it. God.
Oh, I like stupid people.
Ugh.
Oh, her son is there.
The other one?
If you could raise your
No.
right hand for me. Do you
Oh.
swear to the testimony you're about to give us the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
You'll have a seat.
There he is.
Mr. Agee. And
We
if you
have
will,
the best
Make
cases.
sure you speak
Jamie.
into the microphone. If you'll state your full name and spell your last name for the court reporter.
Keith Eric AG, AGEE.
There he is. There's the man.
You know, just stated your name. We know where you are.
Yes, sir.
You've been convicted of murder.
Yes, sir.
Do you know why you're here?
Yes, sir. You came and talked to me, Mr. Myers, Ms. Jensen. All y'all came and talked to me. Got me here from a testimony.
Because you've known your mother all your life, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had a chance in your trial to view the context of the text between you and your mother on August the 11th.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've had a chance to think about things.
Of course. Yes, sir.
In the context of those texts and any time in your life, has your mother ever said anything to you, motivated you, enticed you, wanted you, manipulated you to, or anything else to take Brooklyn Sims' life?
No, sir. I fully believe with 100% that my mother loved Brooklyn and she would never want that.
Sustain.
Would your mother ever do anything to hurt Brooklyn?
Sustain.
This is so stupid.
Did you ever think for 1 minute that your mother wanted you to hurt Brooklyn?
No, sir. Not in a million years.
Is there anything your mother could have done to convince you not to do what you wanted to do when it comes down to, well, just that?
No, sir. I have my own mind. And once I have something set on my mind, I'm kind of stuck to it. So the only thing that, the way that they played out was the only way that they could have played out. She could have not stopped me. No physical words, form, any type of way she could have prevented this. She did the best of her abilities. I feel that she did as a mother, knowing me, try to deter me and stop me.
I know you planned that this is what you're going to say, but it doesn't sound right because we know the text messages.
Well, you also just sound like a
I have no further.
ridiculous. Like,
yeah.
Well, I was just going to do what I wanted to do because once I'm mindset on something, even if it's murdering somebody, I'm going to do it. Like, guy, I don't know. Ugh.
This may have some cross-exam, sir.
Mr. Agee, we've met several times, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were convicted of first-degree murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're a convicted felon now.
Yes, sir.
I prosecuted you as well as Miss Jensen, correct?
Yes, sir.
That day of the homicide, when you came to Pensacola to kill Brooklyn, you didn't know where she was until your mother told you, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's all I have.
You can step down, sir.
Have you had any UTIs after going to prison?
Yeah. Ugh. Oh my God. I mean,
I don't know what this
that
guy's
wasn't all
doing.
that helpful.
You're about to give us the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I did.
Snazzy outfit, though.
Just make sure you speak.
Yeah, she also said, "Don't hit me. Let me get out of the car," which shows she really didn't try and stop him. She just didn't want to get
No.
blasted.
Yeah, like now hearing stuff like that, like that's a little much. Come on.
Well, Brandon, hopefully Friday you will be back to your snazzy little Charlie Chaplin mustache and your very combed over side cut. And you will just be sitting there saying, well, that's the last time I raw dog it in Thailand with the ladies.
up into the microphone so we can hear you, and if you will state your full name and spell your last name for the court reporter.
Thelma Izona Rivers, Rivers.
Oh, it's her mother.
Good morning, Ms. Rivers.
Come on.
How old are you, ma'am? What's your date of birth?
October 14th, 1946. I'll be 79 this October.
And where do you live?
Fairfield, Alabama,
How long you lived there, ma'am?
my whole life.
And the dwelling you live in now is where you lived for how long?
I've been there about 38 years.
I guess generally, what is your relationship to Sheila's children? And let's start with first child.
Wallace.
Yeah.
I'm his grandmother.
Okay. See him every day casually?
Oh, just casually, Wallace. He lives Mobile.
Okay. And he's 35 years?
Be 35 in August.
Okay. And then your next child?
Jack Daniel,
Jack
And,
Daniel?
relationship to him?
he's my grandson.
Okay. Where does he live?
He lives behind me in a trailer,
Okay. Same property?
same property.
Okay.
Of course, he lives in the
And-
trailer behind her.
Basically,
Aw.
just a brief history. Did you raise him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did Sheila raise him?
She was in his life, his whole life, you know.
And when was he born? How old is he?
Jack is November the 22nd, 1992. So he'll be 33, right?
Okay.
33 is birthday.
And
Next to
there's next will be Keith, but let's get back in there.
Yeah.
We've got another child.
Keith Eric Agee and Kaya Cheyenne Agee, a girl.
Okay. And how old is she?
She's 16.
Okay. That's Sheila's youngest.
That's her youngest.
And she lived with you.
She lived with me up until this happened, and her daddy come got her. He
Okay.
brought the law and come got her away from me. But she stayed with me 15 years.
Relationship with
Listen
her
to
and her
that
mother?
accent.
It was good.
Okay. Relationship Jack and his mother?
Oh, great.
Relationship Keith and his mother?
Off and on. They loved each other, but they had their ups and downs now.
Okay. And as far as
Yeah,
Keith,
she didn't raise him.
living arrangement, did he live with you?
Yes, most of the time.
Okay. And where else would he be, especially in his later years?
In his earlier years,
Well, especially his earlier years, he lived with you.
yeah, until he got about 12, 14, he moved in with his dad and stayed there about 2 years. But Sheila and his dad were separated, and he stayed there about 2 years. And then when he come back to live with me, he was a little bit out of control. And I would have to call Jack. Jack was in service. That's his other brother. I'd have to call him sometimes and let him chastise him, you know.
Well, would you chastise him yourself?
Oh, yeah, I would. Yeah.
What would happen? How would that?
Well,
work?
he might leave and stay gone 3 or 4 days. And then he'd come back and tell me he was sorry. And everything be all right. So something happened again
He'd tell you he's sorry a lot of time?
a lot of times.
I actually have harder time understanding her accent than the hood speak.
Really?
Yeah. Sue, can you translate?
I just enjoy it. I
Yeah.
like a good Southern accent.
Yeah, she had to call Jim Beam to straighten him out.
Jim Beam and Jack Daniel, yeah. Somebody's named
What
Jim
kind of
Beam
general
out.
personality did he have?
Keith was a well-spoken, well-mannered kid, you know, but he had quick temper. And he'd get angry real easy. And when he got angry, he was hard to
Clearly.
handle. That was him and his mom's a lot of problems. His anger. And he was just hard to handle when he'd get angry.
Would he threaten people?
Well, he would in a matter of ways, you know. He wasn't violent, but he's the type, if he got angry, I guess he could be dangerous. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. I don't know. He just had,
Did you ever hear him threaten to kill people?
yeah, he'd say that all the time. And you didn't never know when he was serious or not. Him and his little friends would talk about just put his lights out or something other, you know, I'm sorry. And I would hear him talking, but I hardly paid him any attention half the time. They were just young boys to me, you know.
He threatened to kick people's doors down, windows in, or whatever.
Well, he did all that. Not only threatened, he done that.
Sure, just make sure you speak up, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
What was Sheila's relationship to Brooklyn?
Oh, like mother and daughter. Sheila took care of Brooklyn after she got pregnant. And Sheila took care of Brooklyn and the baby after the baby come home. Because look, Keith never did live with Brooklyn now. It wasn't like he stayed with her, he didn't. I kept the baby
Big
every
surprise.
weekend. Sheila would go get the baby and bring her to me, and I kept her every weekend until this happened. I had her the weekend before this happened that Friday. She had just went home at last Sunday. She ain't been back since. Well, her mother come, mother, Brooklyn's mother come a time or two, after money, and after I gave her $1,200, and after I didn't give her no more money, she didn't come back. She promised to let me see the baby, but she didn't.
Sustain.
Slow
I'm
down.
sorry,
Ms.
ma'am.
Rivers, just take a deep breath. So wait until he finishes asking a question before you answer, so you're not talking over each other, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Sheila would pick up the baby every weekend. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Be with the baby every weekend,
Yes, sir.
with you at the house.
At my house, yes, sir.
And at her house sometimes also?
Yes, sir. Her house too.
Okay. So
Yeah.
basically, the schedule was just about every weekend, Sheila and you had Casey.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sheila's relationship with everybody else in that family was what?
I thought it was real good, you know,
That's good.
you know,
Yeah.
good.
Okay. You remember any of the things that Sheila did for Brooklyn?
Yes, sir.
Would you tell us?
Yes, sir. She gave Brooklyn money each week. And when if she didn't have it, I would give it to her to give to her, because I know she gave it to her.
Mm-hmm.
She sent Brooklyn to school. And when Brooklyn got 18, she gave Brooklyn a job. She went and picked Brooklyn up every week and carried her to work, brought her home every
Let me
weekend.
stop you for a second. My understanding is that Brooklyn basically, her last job was working under Sheila.
Yes,
with this
sir.
company that does, okay. Before that, did Brooklyn have jobs?
She had a little job out there in Citronelle, because Sheila would pick her up at night and have to carry her sometimes and pick her up from a job. She didn't have no car.
Okay. And that was your daughter Sheila who was doing all that.
Yes, sir.
You ever hear Sheila say one negative, nasty word about Brooklyn?
No, sir.
I'm not,
Okay. I just have counsel approach her.
She was a saint of a mother who didn't live with her kids and gave Brooklyn a job and money. But yeah,
did you ever see while you were involved? How often, again, and I know the jury's heard this, how often were you and Sheila and Brooklyn together?
I wasn't really never with them. Sheila and Brooklyn was together all the time, but I wasn't with them.
Okay. So mostly it's you and Sheila and Casey.
Right. On the weekend, Brooklyn didn't come up, just the baby.
Okay. And how did you find out about Brooklyn's death?
Sheila called, told me.
Sustain.
That's hearsay.
Nay.
Last time you and I talked, do you remember that?
On the phone?
On the phone? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Just a couple of questions. In that, you told me you hadn't seen Brooklyn in maybe 3 years, except for the weekend before she was killed. Is that right?
Well, it would have been 2 weekends before she was killed now.
Okay, but 3 years before that?
Probably.
And you knew Keith had a gun, did you not?
Sustain.
You raised Keith from the time he was a baby, correct?
On and off,
Yes, ma'am. And you raised all her children.
on and off.
In fact, Jack still lives on your property, correct?
Yeah, she do too, though.
Just answer his question, ma'am.
Let me ask you this. Have you been watching court TV yesterday?
I don't know how to get that.
You haven't been watching the trial?
watching Broken Picker.
Yeah. You watch the Danish guy?
That's that little man in the
Brooklyn
corner.
Ever stay at your house besides 2 weeks before?
If she did, I don't remember.
And you said Keith had a temper. Is that what you said? Quick temper?
Quick temper, yeah.
And he would anger easy? Was that well known through the family? Oh, I'm sorry. Quick to anger?
Yeah, he was quick to anger. Mhm.
And you said he threatened people, but he wasn't violent.
He really wouldn't walk up to nobody and just threaten them. You know what I'm saying? He would just talk all the time. If you've got teenagers, you probably know what I'm talking about, how they just go on and on all the time. But you're a lot younger than me, so it don't probably approach you like it did me. Me, 79 years old, 16, 17, and 18s, I ain't got that much in common with you, you know?
Defense counsel asked about breaking windows and kicking doors in, and you said he did all that?
Miss Sims, Brooklyn's mother, he broke her window, her TV or something. He couldn't even go to Brooklyn's house. He was had a restraining order to keep him from going there.
Why did you
He had a
call
restraining
the
order to keep him from going to his dad's and his stepmama's because he said he was going to kill them, so they said. And they put a restraining order in Mobile. You can check the records now for this if you want to. Citronelle Records, Mobile Courthouse. It's on record there.
Just
And,
give
he
them all the
threatened them and his
information.
stepmama, which
defense guy? Do you think this was a really, really, really good witness to call? Brooklyn's mama had a restraining order. Brooklyn had a restraining order. His own father had a restraining order. His stepmom had a restraining order on him. But he's just a good old kid who got in some bad company. He never done nothing. Well, yeah, he kicked in windows and he threatened to unalive people. It's kind of like Lefty.
Hi, Lefty.
Yeah, when he said he was going to unalive someone, he believed that that was what he was going to do. He never lied. No, Helen, this is rural talk. Sue will translate it for you because I have a hard time understanding it as well.
That was just funny because she's just like, you can check the records. I mean, there's let me tell you the county and let me tell you the case number. Give you all
When
the information.
when we wanted to talk to him, we didn't call his mama. We called the sheriff's office because he was always down there. Oh, that kid getting into all kind of trouble. Oh.
Good.
Yeah, they prepped the prison guy, but didn't prep 79-year-old grandma who had to raise all of her children, but she was a mom of the year material.
She sure was.
I love it when a plan doesn't come together. Pedorowski, what TV series is that from? Slightly altered.
she put a restraining order on him. But I never thought he would really kill nobody. Now, I didn't think that.
Now, what about the shooting when he was 14? I'm sorry. The shooting when he was 14?
When he was a juvenile,
Yes, ma'am.
after juvenile, he had records, ain't it?
Ma'am?
I said that record, him a juvenile, that's supposed to be brought out here.
Well, I'm just asking.
I don't see the
I heard.
record.
Let me roll,
Okay.
okay? I'm gonna overrule the objection.
Yes, ma'am. About he had a firearm and there was a shooting, right?
Yes,
When he was a juvenile.
yes.
All right,
Are you
thank you.
supposed to be
That's all
talking
I have.
about that?
Can you redirect, Mr. Ackerman?
Well, they could bring it up if she testifies to it.
I know, but it's just so funny she was on top of it. Like,
Bellicose, whatever the words are, threaten people, but that he wouldn't follow through.
Right.
And that you've never dreamed in a million years.
No. I never thought he would hurt a fly in my mind. No.
But he did, right?
All right, ma'am, you can step down.
Thank you. I'm sorry for
No,
overtalking.
no, ma'am, you're fine.
I love that she waved to the judge.
Mr.
Hi.
Ackerman, your next witness.
Hey, Burkhardt, how are you doing?
Everybody still doing okay on the jury? We'll probably do this last.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, they don't want to break. They just want to get out
Jack
of here.
Schaefer, SCHAFFER.
You may inquire.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. You have your name. What's your date of birth, Jack?
November 22nd.
So then it looks better to show him worse than Sheila showing his mom didn't have to direct him. Well, she still sent him the address. That's the biggest problem. Yeah.
It's a toughie because he's a psycho. He was
He's a
telling his mom like all this
maniac,
stuff.
maniac.
And
Back in
she's like,
1990.
yeah,
Old.
come get her.
And
So
you married?
crazy.
Yep.
How long?
Coming up on 3 years now.
Okay. Child?
Yes, sir.
How many?
One.
Residence?
1012 Fairford Road.
And where is that?
That is right behind Thelma's house.
Okay. And is that on Thelma's property?
It is, yes, sir.
Okay. Family property?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your relationship to Thelma?
She's my grandmother.
Okay. And to Sheila?
She's my mother.
And while you were growing up, where did you live for the most part?
I live with Thelma.
Okay. And do you know the history of that? How that?
From the way it was explained to me, this is way back before I could remember, but when my parents separated, I lived with my grandmother
Okay.
after their split. And when I got older and was asked where I wanted to live, I chose to live with my grandmother.
Comfortable?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have contact with your mother during that growing up stage?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you grew up, you went to, is that Citronelle?
I went to Chatham, actually. I went to Chatham High School.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Is that in Citronelle where you grew up?
No, sir.
Whatever area, it's close by?
Right, it is.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Went to high school?
Yes, sir.
Got out of high school and did what?
I went to the Army.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And how long were you in the Army?
I was,
Sustained.
Yeah, it's not relevant for anything.
May we approach that?
You may.
It's not relevant how long he served in the army. Oh, they're gonna chuck him out.
Nope.
Put the audio on. It's a voir dire. Put the audio on. Camera guy, come on. You have one job, well, two jobs.
An inquiry you just did to testify as an expert, so I'm going to prohibit him from giving that kind of testimony.
I am going to ask him so we avoid how he was treated as a child and how he was disciplined.
Again, how is that relevant?
The jury has to observe and make decisions based on their observations of the text that we've seen, the testimony, and the idea is, this is not extraordinary. This is the way we would discipline. I mean, I think that's the way this judge.
Okay. I disagree, Mr. Ackerman, and that line of questioning is not going to be permitted.
Well, then maybe we should go ahead and get that done right now too.
That's fine.
So he wanted to qualify him as an expert in child raising, but yeah.
Guess.
We don't know what was asked, but with what the judge said, he said you can't qualify him as an expert in that. And why do you want it to talk about how it was a normal way of talking in their house? So we're going to figure it out now, because now he's going to ask new questions, because the judge said you can't ask him that.
You testified earlier that you were raised by grandma's house.
yes, sir.
And were you raised by, as far as raised by, disciplined by, spoken to, loved, etc., by your mother and your grandmother?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have everyday contact with your mother to the extent that her dealing with you was on a regular basis?
Yes, sir. I saw my mother pretty well every day, if not every other day. Yeah.
Okay. And did you, during the course of your youth, do things that needed discipline?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And who would do the disciplining?
It would depend. If my mom was there, she'd do it. If she wasn't, my grandma would do it.
Okay. Did mother strike you physically?
Nothing beyond a spanking.
Okay. So how did mother discipline you?
Typically, crime fits the punishment, I would say. So, or punishment fits the crime. So if it was something small, I may get a talking to. If something big, I might get a spanking. So.
Okay. But now, as far as her telling you, don't do this, whatever, how would she do that? What was the form she used?
Well, for us, it was always less formal, I guess you'd say. An example I like to always bring up, and my mom would bring it up to me as well to tell in front of friends, was one time when I said I was going to run away from home. She'd be like, "Okay, well, make sure you go out the door. Stop trying to climb out of my window." Things like that. She was real smart with her attitude and had a certain way to speak to you to make you realize what you're doing is stupid.
Okay. And did you see that in the videos that in the text that you had a chance to observe?
Yes, sir.
That was the August 11th video.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever seen any of the other videos, texts of the video?
I saw what was put out by the media and whatever, and I seen what was read at the last court case in November.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I have no further questions. State has no questions.
Okay. His testimony, I don't believe, has any correlation to the text messages that have been admitted into evidence. I don't think his testimony is relevant. It's not analogous, in my opinion, at all to testimony that civilian witnesses may give in a DUI case where they're testifying about observations, the bloodshot, watery eyes, slurred speech, somebody being unsteady on their feet. Those are physical observations that they testify to on occasion in DUI cases. And I don't think there's a similarity in this testimony as it is often in DUI prosecution. So again, do not find it's relevant and or admissible. So I'm not going to allow that line of questioning in front of the jury, but it's proffered for the record.
And that includes his personal discipline.
Yes, sir. I don't think that's relevant in any way. Now, those text messages don't address discipline at all. So,
All right. I guess we're ready for the break.
I think it'd be a good time to go ahead and give court staff and counsel a break. And then when we come back, are you going to have any further questions at all for him?
I have to look it over, Judge.
Okay. Well, before we bring the jury back, I'll probably go ahead and do an inquiry of Ms. Agee, as you indicated earlier, she intends to
Yes.
testify. So I'll
Yeah.
do that before we bring the jury back. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
But let's go ahead and take a break for all court staff to about 10:45.
So we are getting ready to get to. I can turn this off now, so it doesn't hiss as much. We're getting ready to get her on El Stando, and I can't imagine how she cannot be the perfect witness. Yeah, I always told him if you have the bullhead clap,
God.
you're a little bitch if you don't go and unalive someone, but he never did it before. Back in 5th grade, I gave him a Capri Sun, and he could take that to school, and then someone stole the little straw, and I said, hey, why don't you go stomp his head in? But it was just a matter of speaking. It's not, I, of course, do not endorse violent behavior. It was just to make him realize that it would be stupid to stomp someone's head in. Yeah, that's,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, my mom had to take care of all my 5 kids because I was working really hard winning that Mother of the Year. Crystal Sorry up in New Hampshire, she's getting close to stealing it from me. And I told my son, can you go to New Hampshire and just give her the good old fentanyl sleep? But it was just a joke. I didn't want to win it that bad. Oh.
Hmm.
Valhalla, he didn't know anywhere they would be because it was every day they were counting in different stores. So she told him, she sent him a text message of the address and said, we're going to be here. And he then said, okay, I'm going to come and unload in her face, but not the fun way. And the mom said, just make sure I'm out of the car so I don't get hit. So the address is quite important because that's the whole thing where she helps him unalive another person.
It's
Pensacola. Yeah, he drove 2 hours to get to that Pensacola Home Depot. So it's not like he was sitting at home thinking, I think it's that store. And then he went down there. It was premeditated because, again, he had 2 hours to get there. And his mom was the one telling him exactly where they were. Yeah, Granny was good. She was like, yeah, he got a juvie record. You don't have it out here?
Yeah. You can't pull juvenile records, right? Come on.
No, he said, she got me the clap. I'm going to give her the cap. And his mom said, well, if you're coming down here, you better do it or you are an MFB word. And he said, where are you today? And she sent him a screenshot of the 2 addresses they were working that day and the next day, or the day before and this day. But she sent him a screenshot of the address and told her where they would be. And he asked, do I have to go into the back? No, she's out on the floor.
Oh,
Yeah.
goodness.
It's not like he was, hey guys, I'm working here today. Oh, by the way, I'm gonna swing by and pew my baby mama in the face. Oh, don't do that. No, it was the other way around. He said, I got the drippy drip from the pee. So I think I'm gonna need to spread some seed, but not the fun kind. And his mom said, well, honey, we're here. Come blast. Not come blast, but come and
Oh my
blast.
God. I can't.
Jamie, why do we? I was supposed to be covering that Cassia Totes, and he's an idiot who believed Tim Curry or whatever his name was gonna give him money. But I'm pretty sure it didn't have bullhead gonorrhea and your dick is gonna get big in any of the testimony.
No. Telling
They
you
should have
it's
given her
wrong.
the address to the police station. She should have called the popo and said, hey, my son is 2 hours away driving down here to try and unalive his girlfriend. Could you stop him? Because I would rather that he's going to spend a little time in prison because he's an idiot than I want him to blast away my granddaughter's mom. Nope, she didn't do that either.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the tough part. I don't like, the only reason I say what I say without seeing too much was because I don't like the fact of like other people unaliving someone and then someone else. But now hearing stuff like this is like, it's really different. So, and the fact that it bothers me that, yeah, she gave the address, but she wasn't taking it seriously. He's coming and you're telling him about offing her and you're not even concerned. Like, come on now.
Yeah. But he's not violent. Got it. Well, except that 4 people at least have restraining orders against him. Other than that, oh, and that incident back in juvie with the gun. Other than that,
Yeah.
he's the guy who gets up every Sunday at 8 to make sure his grandmother gets to church. Because he's then going to go kick in some windows at the dean's house. The funny thing is he was hoping for a UTI and then he got the clap. The treatment is the same. You'll just get some antibiotics. It's not a big deal anymore. It's not like back in the day when Valhalla was in the Navy and they thought, oh, you need to have some mercury shots to fix this. No. You just get some broad spectrum penicillin and off you go.
Yeah.
Jamie has it like once a month. Come on now.
Yeah, all the time. It's the same treatment for like.
If you catch the bullhead clap from your baby mama, your peen better be effing swole. On Wednesdays, we do groin because if you catch the bullhead clap from your baby mama, your peen better be effing swole. This is for Brandon. How do you... It must be hip thrusters or something. I'd have to read more of the text. I could see it as being read as, okay, bish, rather than intention. No. He said, I'm going to come on alive her. And she said, yeah, this is the address. Come on alive her. And then later she was kind of like, oh, you know you're going to prison, right? Miss Christmas. Thank you for finally making it. Noel is Christmas in French, Jamie.
Oh, how cute.
There's nothing there but a steel mill. That's it.
Yeah, redhead. Yeah, when you get up here, yeah.
Yeah,
Jamie gave you the clap once. Yeah.
I clapped for you. Remember, Lefty had a clap on, clap off on his streams. It was always fun. So he had the clap
I would
all by himself.
clap
He
him.
clapped himself. He clapped himself.
It's convenient.
Yeah, imagine that everyone who, all those messages you got, your mod is really out of line and who's that Brandon guy? And now people are sitting here saying, on Wednesdays we do groin because if you want to hang with a hood mom, you better be effing swole so you don't get the bullhead gonorrhea.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that's super nice.
Ugh,
Especially down
gross.
here.
You're just like describing your burning yellow mucus from your ding dong.
It's not mucus, Jamie. It's discharge.
Well, I'm trying to say it in a less gross way.
Well, there's no non-gross way to talk about secretion of yellow pus from the peen. Or as Lefty calls it,
Back on the record, State of
8 o'clock in the morning.
Sheila Agee,
Oh my God.
State's present defendant, is also present with counsel. We finished the proffer of Mr. Schaefer. So when the jury comes in, if you have any further questions, you'll proceed with those, and then if the state has any cross.
I'm sorry, Judge.
So we'll finish
Well,
any
she
questioning
didn't
you
say
may
it
have
that
of this
way.
witness. State can do their cross. But while the jury's out, I'm going to go ahead and inquire
Can I
with Ms.
change my
Agee
lighting?
about whether
Okay.
she wishes to
I can now
testify,
Put my
unless there's
more or less
any
lighting.
objection to
back.
doing that now.
Not from the state.
All right, Ms. Agee, I don't think I placed you under oath today, and you can stay seated, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth? Okay, I'm just going to ask you some questions about whether or not you wish to testify. You understand that you have an absolute right to remain silent in a criminal case, and you understand that it is entirely the state's burden to prove the charge against you, and you're not required to prove anything. You understand it is your decision alone whether or not you will testify, although you may consult with your attorney and take the advice of your attorney. Have you spoken to your attorney about this decision? Are you satisfied with the amount of time you've had to discuss it with him? Are you satisfied with his advice? Okay. And do you wish to continue to invoke your right to remain silent and not testify, or do you wish to waive your right to remain silent and testify today? And testify today. Okay. Has anybody forced or threatened you in any way to make this decision? I think we discussed yesterday, there's no impeachable convictions. And you understand that just as Mr. Ackerman has cross-examined the state's witnesses, the state attorney, assistant state attorney will have an opportunity to cross-examine you if you choose to testify. Okay. Do you have any questions about this decision? Okay. I do find that the defendant has freely, knowingly, and voluntarily waived her right to remain silent. She's consulted with her attorney. She has considered his advice, and she has made this decision on her own and has decided to testify in her own defense. Anything else we need to address before we bring the jury back, Ms. Jensen? Mr. Ackerman? Okay, do we have the jury back?
Oh,
Okay.
interesting.
So what I hope we can do is, once
My
we
cat name is
finish
Terrence.
with Ms.
Yes, this is the
Agee's testimony, I
Agee
think that's
case.
your last witness, correct? Then we can, depending on if the state's going to call any rebuttal witnesses, then we can talk about the jury instructions, and then be getting close to lunch. Everybody have lunch break, and then we can go into closings after lunch. Okay?
I didn't
can bring
think
the
we
jury
had
back.
to sit here till after lunch today.
Oh, well, it looks like they're gonna close it out today.
I think we'll have a verdict today. Well, maybe.
Maybe.
Sure.
Come on.
No.
Yeah, just a shot and then you're out again. That's the same way you get the clap. One shot and you're out again. Thank you so much. She's like Texas. She's like Texas.
20
And,
memberships.
Jamie, let's welcome 20 new Broken Baker members who will then get access to all the nice member content that I have. well, I have the super and I release videos earlier for some of them. The 20 new people are not sure now. Susie Cutie. I bet you. It's just Liza. Tracy Fagan. You have to read that one right. Nicola Piccola Doo Da. Mama Bug. Little Darker. The Catastrophe. And Bubba too. Swip. Side Eye Sentry. Beautiful Messy Ball. Gen X PhD. Sunshine Girl. Cookie Karolian, our friend from Finland. Yestia Dex. Karen Barrows. Jen Hell Mixacket, maybe? Donna's Crafty Creations. Thank you so much for 20 gifted memberships. And I don't do much special for my members. I do my morning videos early release, and I absolutely do not on my giveaways have a special member giveaway because that would be pay to play, and I don't think that's according to YouTube TOS. Sadly, Jamie has a way to fumble with the buttons, so it goes to members only chat when we put up the last giveaways. Giveaway will be coming up September 6th for my 3-year, I think, channel anniversary, but absolutely no special members giveaway. And Jamie, this time you don't put chat into members only for the final giveaway. I've told you so many times, Jamie.
Well, you have to do something nice, even if
Well,
you don't want to.
Yeah, well, and I don't do the thing you have to pay me to be on the Discord, but I like if you want to join the Discord. You can hang out with Jamie every Sunday when she watches movies. Some of them are really good. Most of them are Jamie movies, which is Leprechauns Back in the Hood, her favorite movie. But thank you so much. Again, I'm not the best to be a member of, but at least we have fun. And Not Sure said, hey, I'm also going to drop 5 new members into the pod. So at 1CVB417, I can't remember your real name, but that's annoying. Ross
No.
Padjam, Senjan, Law Nerd Amber, and Gary Gladden get to join the 20 members from She's Like Texas. And again, you get access to absolutely the same things. And again, maybe I should try and do more for my members, Jamie. Get some more members. I don't know, but I just like everyone, and I know not everyone has the ability, but that's why it's so amazing that people are generous, like Not Like Texas and no, She's Like Texas and Not Sure Now. So more people can come hang out and get notified when we go live. Also, follow my Twitter and Discord if you want to get notifications.
Discord is fun, guys. Come hang out.
Well, that's not that hard. Thank you. Yeah, and again, I could understand it if I charged $25 a month, but I appreciate every single person watching or subscribing. Hey, Biff Littleton. Members need special attention. Crispy, you always have my attention. I'm sorry, Double O. Yeah, I think it's 3 years now, on the 7th of September. But we're going to do the giveaway on the 6th because that's a Saturday. And it's probably going to be in the afternoon, so I don't have to be up all night. I'll find some Lego and stuff to give away.
Everybody's continued to abide by the rule during our recess this morning, correct? Okay. And we will proceed, Mr. Ackerman.
Thank you. Just a couple of more questions, Jack. You what? I'm sitting as you live. Excuse me, let me
That's okay.
adjust my testimony is in fact so that you live behind grandma?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would you be a frequent visitor at her house?
Every day.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to see your mother there with Casey?
Yes, sir. Every weekend. My grandmother,
Yep.
My mom would keep her every weekend. She'd come up to my grandmother's house and, I'd always see them together. Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have a chance to see them interact?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. It was like any loving grandmother, grandchild relationship,
Okay. And that's your mother. What about your grandma?
She loved her the same.
Okay. Are you aware of things your mother did for Brooklyn as far as their relationship?
Yes, sir. From what I know, my mom and Brooklyn were very close. She helped her get jobs. She picked her up, take her to work, pick her up, take her home. She really cared about Brooklyn. They were very close, talk on the phone,
I have no further questions.
Okay. Mr. Myers may have some questions for you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Schaefer,
Yes, sir.
isn't it true you've never seen Brooklyn and your mom interact?
I haven't seen them interact in person maybe once or twice.
Thank you.
Okay. You can step down, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Your next witness, Mr. Ackerman.
Thanks, called Sheila Agee.
No.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead. Have a seat, Ms. Agee. If you would, do your best to speak loudly and clearly into the microphone and state your name, spell your last name for the court reporter.
Sheila Agee, Agee.
Sheila Agee, would you ever do anything to hurt, harm, or see harm come to Brooklyn Sims?
No, sir.
By the way, thank you, Marissa, for the Mio. It's done now.
Is it delicious?
Yeah, I like it. I thought it would be horrible, but it's actually good.
What was your relationship with Brooklyn Sims?
Brooklyn was my baby.
Okay.
What?
When did you first meet her?
She was, I think she was 15 when I first met her.
You told your son not to tell his grandma that he was going to go down there and unalive her because she would stop him. But you wouldn't do anything. You told your son, just make sure you don't hit me. But hey, you loved her. You told your son where he could come and do it, but you loved her. Yeah, you sound like a perfect mother-in-law.
Son brought her home one day, something like that? Okay.
Yeah.
They started seeing each other.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Take it from there.
For the first couple of times I met Brooke, I asked Keith about the third time I met her. I said, can she talk? Because she was real quiet. I remember when they come to the house and told me Brooke was pregnant. Then
Okay, I'm going to sustain that, and you just need to ask her a question and give her an opportunity to respond.
Okay. Okay. So you met Brooklyn. She was quiet. Did Keith bring her by the house again?
yes, he brought her by, and they and told me she was pregnant, and then they would come stay at the house on the weekends sometimes.
and then they moved in with Brooklyn's mom.
Okay, keep going with the history of their relationship.
Okay, and then when Casey was born, I think that maybe he stayed there a month or so later, and then they broke up. I don't exactly know why they broke up, but when they broke up, all of a sudden she wasn't his. So, sorry to say, he was being a deadbeat dad, but he claimed she wasn't his, but I knew she was.
Okay.
So,
He
at
did.
that point, me and Keith stopped talking because he would deny Casey. And at that time, me and Brooklyn became closer. I would go to her mom's and TT's house. Go to her mom's house. I just say TT, Brooklyn's sister. And pick up Casey on the weekends and talk with Aiden. And I became friends with the family.
Okay, let's slow down.
Okay.
Take a breath.
I became friends with the
Okay.
family.
Take a breath.
And we planned Casey's first birthday party together.
Okay, let me stop you.
Okay.
Okay, let's back up.
Okay.
Okay, they started dating. Brooklyn became pregnant.
Mhm.
Okay. Did they remain together during the whole course of her pregnancy?
During the course of her pregnancy, yes, but
Okay.
Yeah.
So then she's pregnant, then she has the child.
I think TT is the grandmother.
yes,
Are they still together?
for a little period. And
Okay.
then I don't know why they broke up.
Well, does there come a time when he thinks he's not the father?
Yes, at that point in time, it's for, I would say, probably a year or a little over a year, that he would do stuff like, if I took Casey to my mom's for my mom to watch her for an hour or so, he would do something like take her diaper bag because he claimed he bought the diaper bag. And or take, I remember he took her it's a carrier cover that goes over the baby carrier, that little cover seat. And it was so embarrassing that I had to go to Walmart and buy one before I took her back home.
Okay. Would you and Keith have discussions during the course of this period of time regarding his maturity and accepting responsibility for his child?
No, not really, because of the fact that he said I took Brooklyn's side and I was a piece of shit to him. And that as long as I would pick, but as long as I would pick that fucking baby over him, that he didn't have anything for me. So,
Okay, let me stop you. Okay. So, and I know this. So the baby comes, he basically goes, he's not thinking the baby is his. Okay. So does eventually he sort of come around a little bit, and why?
I don't know exactly why, but eventually he has a blood test, a DNA test, and it's determined. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, at that point in time, Casey was maybe 16 or 17 months old.
Okay. So during that period of time, who substituted as the father from your side of the family?
Oh, me,
Okay.
from my side of the family.
Okay. And would you buy diapers? Would you buy things
Yeah.
like that?
Yeah.
Okay. We heard testimony earlier that you put her through school. What does that mean?
I mean, to say I literally put Brooklyn through school, that's not accurate. Brooklyn decided to remain in school.
Okay. You kept her in school when she wanted to drop out? Is that?
But we had a discussion, and I told her that do not drop out of school between me, her mama, and TT.
Oh,
That
my internet dropped. Oh, back. Hello. I think I'm back.
she really didn't want to drop out of school.
Did your, and I say, did your relationship, did your feelings towards her grow as the days and months went by?
Of course, my feelings towards her grew. My feelings towards her family grew. I mean, I was there every weekend.
Okay,
Her mom's a great person.
okay. So you and she became very close?
Yes.
Okay. We watched today, we watched the text from one from July 8th, one from a bunch from July 8th, July 28th, and then we went, okay. Did those texts accurately describe your relationship with Keith when taken as a whole? I mean, that typical?
You had to catch Keith on a certain day.
I'm sorry?
You'd have to catch Keith on a certain day. His mood depended on the day. If he was in a bad mood that day, it was what it was. If he got a thought in his head that day, it was what it was. If he was in a loving mood that day, it was what it was. And you had to pick and choose to figure out what day that day was.
How to react?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's back up a little bit. Where do you live?
I live at 4370 Fairford Road, about a few miles from my mom.
Okay. How long you live there?
It's a property that my mom bought, and I moved there some years back, and we had to remodel, so I moved in with my mom. So altogether, 7-8 years,
Okay.
maybe.
Okay. And close enough that you frequently visited mom?
Oh, every day.
Every day, especially weekends?
Yeah, if I was at home, yes.
Okay. Talk about this right now. Your mom basically raised Keith.
Yes.
Were you an active participant in that?
Yes, I was there.
Okay.
Probably not as much as I should have been, but yes, I was there.
Okay.
All the time.
And let's go back to Jack. Jack's a Schaefer.
Yes, he had a different father.
You and Mr. Schaefer married, had Jack.
Yes.
And then what happened there?
We
Just divorced?
just divorced, just young.
Okay. And where did Jack go?
He went to my mom's. He
Okay.
stayed with my mom.
Okay.
Nothing?
And then there came a time when you got all things squared away in life and you just, and were you close all that time? I mean, you're
Yes.
right there.
Yes.
Were you there to help raise Jack?
Yes, I was going to, I got an apartment and got Jack and Wallace and I took him there. And the weekend was fine. And then Sunday, I remember it was Sunday, he looked at me, he said, "Mom," I said, "What?" He said, "I'm ready to go home." And I was like, "What do you mean you're ready to go home?" He was like, "I'm ready to go back to Nanny's."
This was how old?
He was 5 or 6.
Okay.
And so I called my mom. I said, they want to come home.
Objection here, sir.
Sustained.
Judge is not offered to the truth of the
I
matter.
made my ruling, Mr. Ackerman.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I made my ruling.
Okay.
I
And-
sustained the objection.
Okay, thank you. So he ended up, you decided to let him go home.
Yeah, he wanted to go
Home
back.
to
So I
mom.
let him go back.
Okay. You continue to see him constantly?
Yes,
Okay. All right, so Wallace is already,
yes.
he's really not in the picture these days.
Well,
See him holiday?
yeah, we see him. He stays in Mobile and he comes up on holidays.
Okay. The videos we watched, I keep saying videos, excuse me, texts we watched, basically, they're from July to August,
Yes, sir.
a couple of a month, 2 months.
Yes, sir.
We see conversations between you and Keith that go on back and forth, forever, it seems. Is that typical when he's in a certain mood?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is your key?
Nope.
What are you trying to do when you talk to him? Or when you text with him?
Didn't watch that.
Like I say, you have to hit a certain button with Keith. So you have to try different tactics with Keith. You have to agree with him or disagree with him, threaten him, beg him, and just kind of see what'll work.
Okay. Keith said a lot of things, negative and positive, about Brooklyn in that second set of texts we saw. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ever know which way he was going to go?
No, because it changed by the day.
Okay. I mean, we heard him say, apologize for it to me. And this was after he came back positive.
Yes.
And then he's hating her and this, that, and the other, and saying all the things that everybody's heard, and they'll have a chance to go over that if they care to. Okay. This typical.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Back to August the 11th.
Yes, sir.
Did you take what he said literally?
No, sir.
He said he was coming.
Yes, sir.
Did you think he was coming?
No, no one who is testifying in court will be on any kind of drugs unless they are that they are in some kind of medical treatment, because if they are, you will have a potential appeal coming up that, well, I wasn't corpus mentis when I was testifying. So no one is on drugs. I know a lot of people think that everyone testifying in their own cases are on downers or something. There is no drugs because they are asked about it by the judge. If anyone has done anything, no drugs.
No, sir. Keith has said a lot of things that he did not follow. He was the type of person that if he told you he was going to do it, typically he didn't do it. But if he would do something, he would sneak and do it. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No.
Ma'am. Okay. In these months before August, what was his relationship to Casey? Getting better, getting worse?
It was definitely getting better on his terms. You understand what I'm saying?
On his terms?
Yes. As long as it was on his terms. If he called there and Brooklyn didn't answer, or he couldn't get Miss Sims to answer, they were sorry low down bitches and this and that and the other. But if they answered, well, Brooklyn's gonna ride with me and I'm gonna do this and we're gonna do that. But as long as it kind of played his way, it wasn't no problems. But if it didn't, there was a problem. And if I didn't jump on the bandwagon, I loved her. I didn't love him. I always put her before him, in which Brooklyn never asked me to put her before him. Brooklyn never got into our relationship.
But you were cognizant of his, I don't know if jealousy is the word, but
Yeah.
of his being put out by you always taking her side.
Yes. And I didn't always take her side because it wasn't a side because she didn't do nothing wrong.
Were you cognizant of this during your text between you and him?
I'm sorry.
Were you cognizant? Were you aware of his, whatever that word is, irritation from it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I knew. I mean, it's even in text that he's like, you always take her side.
when you dealt with him, like we're seeing and hearing on these texts, were you taking that into consideration, into account?
Yes, and probably not as much as I should have. And that's why I would steer everything away from, every time he would text me something, I would try to steer it away from Brooklyn. And I'd say, well, you're doing this to Casey. You're doing this to Casey, because I kept trying to keep Brooklyn's name out of it, you know. And then when I didn't feel that was working, that's when I kind of tried to steer it towards me.
Okay, we're gonna get there, so hold that thought. I have my notes here. Was Keith an easy child as a young kid?
Up until he was about 13, 14, it was
Okay.
extremely easy.
We talked about Keith's history a little bit, but you were there, were you there all the time he was growing up, except not as
She's in
as
jail,
maybe
yeah.
Thelma was, but almost.
Well, he stayed with his dad, so,
Okay.
you know, but
Yeah, tell the jury a little bit about that.
when me and his dad split, he kind of figured, I had called his dad a couple of times and asked him to talk to Keith about certain things, like maybe he was misbehaved or something. And his dad would tell me that he was going to, and then I would think that he did. But then Keith would tell me, Daddy said, you're fucking crazy. Not, you know, that, and I was like, okay, really? And he would kind of try to play us against, me and his dad against each other. And so I guess he felt like he couldn't stay and do what he wanted to with me or my mom, so he went and stayed with his dad for a little while. I'm sorry.
So you're back in early August, you're hearing back and forth from both of them regarding her UTI, her infection, or gonorrhea. You reach a point where you tell them, look, stop it, you guys got to grow up.
Okay, when he started the gonorrhea thing, and there's more texts, I guess, that didn't come out, because this we got texts from 1 to 2 days. This with Keith goes back years, but whenever he texts me about the gonorrhea thing, I text Brooklyn. Brooklyn went to the doctor, and I mean they don't show that, but she did.
Mhm.
And it come back as a vaginal bacteria. She did not have gonorrhea. Even, I mean, I'm not going to lie on my baby. She did not have that. And I texted that to him. And he's like, oh, my mom, I'm so sorry. Tell her I'm sorry. And I was like, you tell her you're sorry. You know, you're the one. And he was like, I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm not going to do this anymore. I'm gonna grow up now. I'm not going to do this. I'm going to be a better person for Casey. And, you know, the bottom line in all aspects was Brooklyn was doing good.
I'm sorry?
Brooklyn was doing good. She was being a mom. It's the best little mom I've ever seen. And this may make me look bad since I'm convicted. I mean, not convicted, but charged with this. But she was a good girl. She didn't bother nobody. She
Oh,
stayed
she
at home.
gave him
She
a
helped her
clap.
mom. She helped her sister raise Aiden, which is her nephew. And she helped Casey. And outside me, her mom, or her sister, she didn't leave that baby with nobody unless it was daycare. She had a job or something. She didn't leave that baby with nobody.
And you eventually gave her the job she had. Is
Yeah.
that correct?
Yes.
Tell us what you do for a living.
Inventory. We were doing inventory.
Okay. And you've been in that field for how many years on and off?
On and off since 2015, I think.
Give or take 10 years.
Yeah.
And you had risen to the.
Well, I had stopped for a while. When I worked before, it was called RGIS, which they do the same thing. It was just another company. And I had the same job Brooklyn had. I was counting. And then when I reapplied for the job, I reapplied for supervisor. And at that time, WIS had, from my understanding, bought out RGIS. And they were, and that's who we went to work for. Brooklyn had worked at a few jobs. I think she worked at McDonald's for a little while.
Did you get her that job?
No.
Did you carry her back?
I took her to work and picked her up a couple times. I think she got her almost at that job, if I'm not mistaken. And she worked at Jack's for a little while, and I think her mother got her that job because her mother managed there. If I'm not mistaken, she was a manager or either the main manager. I'm not sure.
So an opening came up and you,
Well, she went to work at I think it's called Subway in Citronelle. And she called me. Oh, actually, she texted me. That text also in the phone somewhere. And said that her manager was having a problem with her taking off or something. And she said that I had done told her that I needed that time off because I didn't have a babysitter. And she said it. She told me, she said, text me and said the manager said that she should have took that into consideration when she hired on because she couldn't make schedules around children. And I texted her back and told her to tell her to shove her damn schedule up her ass, that we did not need her money, that me and Miss Cornelia would make, at that time, Miss Cornelia was still working. I said, me and Miss Cornelia would take care of you and Casey until we figure something else out. And then
Sustain, again, just do your best to answer the question that he asked you.
yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
okay.
Um,
So the bottom line is she ended up going to work. with
Yes,
you.
and I told her to put in the application online because that's where we had to do it, and that's what she done.
And you supervise how many people?
20 or 25.
Okay. So on the day, well, we have the text from when we started this morning till the 8th. And then there's nothing until the 11th. When we,
Yeah, keep your schedules out of your hoo-ha or your back passage. This is how STIs happen. People have been touching those schedules. They'll get all the bacteria and not recommended. Brendan with the good health advice. I don't know if it's a yellow discharge that comes out of her nose.
Ew. Stop saying yellow discharge.
That's the medical term, Jamie. I'm trying to be
Mhm.
professional here.
Of course you are.
you have the gonorrhea.
Yeah.
Okay. So is this in your mind? I mean, are you thinking about it? Or is it over? What's,
Okay, at that point in time, after he's apologized, as stated in the text, yeah, he's apologized for it. So at that point in time, okay, well, at first he was started on it. Then he was like, after she sent me the picture and I sent it to him, and like, it's a UTI, you know. Then he stopped on it. And then he was like, kind of hit on it a little bit again. And then I was like, Keith, here's the picture.
Did she say he sent her a picture of it? Of it?
She sent him a picture or something. That's what what it sounded like to me, is that like she had some kind of proof that it was just a UTI and sent it to her, and then she sent it to him.
At that point in time, after he's apologized, as stated in the text, yeah, he's apologized for it. So at that point in time, okay, well, at first he was started on it. Then he was like, after she sent me the picture and I sent it to him, and like, it's a UTI, you know.
He sent him. She sent her a picture and he sent it to her.
First of all, this is too much.
What's
Like,
going on?
why does your mother have to go to the girl you're banging and be like, hey,
The text result. Oh,
yes.
I thought it was well, it's not allowed on YouTube to show your heels and your face in the same picture, but I was gonna reenact what I thought she was doing.
No, she didn't just take a picture of it. Say all clean. Oh my goodness, Baker.
You have to join my OnlyFans for the wiener shots.
Then he
Wiener
stopped on it.
shot.
And then he was like, kind of hit on it a little bit again. And then I was like, Keith, here's the picture. It's not. And he's like, okay, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna do this anymore. And then that day is when
that was the end?
Yes.
Did you put it out of your mind?
yes, until that day, yeah.
Was it just another one of their?
Just another one of his rants.
So then, August 11th, 10:30, give or take, the text.
Come on.
And before we get into the actual test, to your knowledge, was Brooklyn seeing anybody?
Not to my knowledge.
And
Not at all.
we heard it in the text, to your knowledge, he was seeing other people.
Yeah, as far as I knew, he was seeing a couple more people. So, but no, if Brooklyn was seeing someone, I didn't know it.
Did these things, did his reactions and everything else seem kind of self-serving and absurd to you?
Oh yeah, because he texted me one day and said, she's at Chuck E. Cheese with somebody else. And I'm like, who's at Chuck E. Cheese with somebody else? And he was like, Brooklyn, her mama's got Casey and she's at Chuck E. Cheese with somebody else. I was like, Keith, and I had just talked with Brooklyn. Brooklyn's getting her hair done somewhere.
She went to Chuck E.
Question
Cheese
is,
with
it comes to the
someone
point where you
else.
thought, "God, this is absurd. This is
All the time.
Jamie, on a scale from 1 to Fort Base, if a guy took you to Chuck E. Cheese and let you play with the skee ball machine hey, he's going to be a nice guy.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, you would be, hey, fella, you're going to give me the
Home
clap.
run immediately. Home run immediately. You're gonna get the
The son's defense was, I did it, but there was a reason why I did it. I've never been to Chuck E. Cheese. Valhalla won't even take me to the mousetrap.
Oh, Valhalla. I should have just taken him there. Chuck E. Cheese was the bomb back in the days. They had some good pizza. It got real sketchy before they closed down, though. People were getting stabbed and all kinds of stuff was happening at Chuck E. Cheese. It was a crazy place.
So it's like Waffle House.
Yeah. Yes. And you probably could get some STDs there towards the
Well,
end.
you probably could get some STDs as the mousetrap as well.
Yep.
There's a new poll up. Chuck E. Cheese, Moist O'Clock, or not even first base?
Okay. Um, Okay, so we have a little bit of a feel for things up to this point. You're dealing with Keith every day, every other day, every week, and dealing with his stuff, correct? Now, you testified something I want the jury to understand. There was a period of time where you and he didn't even speak.
For months. For
Okay.
months.
And that was during the period of time where he was denying.
Casey. Yeah.
Okay. All right, can we start with you? Okay, now what I'm going to do, we're going to read each text as it comes up.
Yes, sir.
We may get
Oh,
somewhat
great.
repetitive, but I want the jury to understand from your perspective
Yes, sir.
what's happening here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, remember, this is, I guess it's 10:30 in the morning.
Yes, sir.
What are you doing at 10:30 in the morning?
Berkeley.
Supervising 20, 25 people?
Yes.
Busy?
Yes, sir.
All right, first text comes in. I don't see it. Okay. Next text. Okay. She gave me gonorrhea. You think I'll keep going to the, okay? And then you respond, no, I don't believe you're lying. That's what you say. I don't have no reason to think you're lying.
I'm brushing, okay, whatever. Yeah, okay. I know, I'm thinking line.
Okay. And then, yes, I'll get her tomorrow. Still, you're answering the second part of this question. I'll get her tomorrow. Him, she's still out of town with you? And then you, yes? And then him, okay?
Judge, I'm going to object to counsel testifying.
Sustain the objection. If you want to ask her questions about the text,
Okay.
I'm certainly permitted to
Yeah,
do that.
I'm just trying to move us along. So will you read his next text after?
Y'all coming back this evening?
And what did you say?
I said, yep.
Okay. And what did he say?
He said, okay, I'll be waiting on y'all in Citro. That bitch at something, call the law because ain't no way she gonna do me low down.
Stop. What was it? Okay. Yeah, you me low down. Keep going. I'm sorry.
Then tried to flip on me and be able to ride to work with you and get a job from you. That's the only reason the bitch lied to me, but I got something for that.
Stop right there. What are you thinking at this point?
Here we go again.
When the, said something. Okay. What do you respond?
I said, you're gonna get in trouble, but that's up to you.
Why do you say it that way?
Because I'm just,
Jamie, I'm not 100% sure, but allegedly Jemima found this picture. This is what was sent to her from her son.
Oh my God. Will you stop it?
I'm not sure what this is, but apparently he sent that and said, "Mom, does this look right? I was just
Oh my
making some
God.
content for my OF."
You're so gross. You want your total mustache and a top hat on it. And some googly eyes.
Well,
I'm a sucker for some googly eyes.
always keep it classy, San Diego. I think I might be slightly insane.
Oh, you're doing okay.
it's up to you. You're gonna get in trouble because it's always with him. It's up and down, always with him.
Okay.
Empire, what is Chuck E. Cheese? Regurgitated cheese pizza. Jamie, what is Chuck E. Cheese?
Chuck E. Cheese is a mouse who's in a band and he owns a restaurant and I don't know, like, I'm trying to think of like what I could relate it to.
It's a kind of like a kid playhouse, an arcade, a children's restaurant,
Yeah,
kind
and
of
then
mixed all together. And it was very popular back in the 70s and the 80s as the place where the cool kids had their birthday.
yeah, I mean, if your parents took you to Chuck E. Cheese when you were little, it was like a big deal. It was like, yeah, because there's like a guy that dresses up like his name is Chuck E. Cheese. It's not Chuck E. Cheese, it's Chuck E. Cheese.
Oh,
Yeah. And he's a big giant mouse and I don't know. And yeah, it has the ball pits and the arcade and all the fun stuff. And then there's like a little band, a little animatronic band, and they play music.
I don't know.
It was a good time.
Deb, you're making some good points. If only the defense had thought about that, but they didn't. Cool kids had their birthday at the skating rink. Someone had their birthday at the skating rink. Smoochie Bird was one of those.
Hmm.
You trade in tickets for toys.
Yeah, you win tickets, you get little toys. It's kind of like the Dave and Buster's type thing where you play games, get tickets, and you get toys. There's all kinds of stuff. I
Hmm.
thought the pizza was good back in the day, but I hadn't had it obviously since I was a kid.
Yeah, but saying something like Dave and Buster's, she's an Australian. See, we don't know what any of this is.
See,
Spent
it's hard. I'm trying to relate it to something everybody might know.
spent $200 on coins, gets 3,700 tickets in tournament for a lollipop and a Chinese finger trap. So a
Yeah,
finger cuff.
exactly. It was the cheapest little toys ever, but it was a good time.
At dinner, not behind. Need to know she had not the clap, but he only had it. Yes, she had a UTI. He had the clap. Think of Pizza
Yeah,
Palace in Toy Story. I can't remember that.
kind of. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that Chuck E. Cheese mascot get arrested.
Did a Chuck E. Cheese get arrested? I wouldn't put it past him. I'm sure Chuck E. Cheese started to have to carry at the one that recently shut down by me.
Oh, well, can't win them all.
Trouble, prison, but hey, that's my choice, just like it is for you to continue to pick her up. I ain't saying fire her or something, but let that dirty bitch find her own ride to that motherfucker.
What's your relationship to him bringing up, you are taking her side again? What goes through your mind?
I'm like, okay, so at this point, it's like he's like, I'm always taking her side. I said, so now I'm gonna try to take his side for him and, try to get him away from the situation, try to diffuse the situation best way I can, or that I think I can.
Uh, you know,
If she called the law, but I ain't saying nothing, but I gave her a job for Casey. And
now, it seems that somebody doesn't know you, that you're saying Casey's important, that's all that's important.
no, that's what I'm trying to get to him. Casey's important. I don't want, because I know Brooklyn is not meaning anything to him, so I'm trying to get Casey out there.
Are you trying to get to him?
Yeah,
to
through
see
Casey.
the light
Yes,
through
through Casey.
One at a time. They can't
I'm sorry.
talk over each other because he's got to take everything down, okay?
Thank you, Judge. Are you trying to get to him to see the light through Casey?
Yes,
Why
sir.
don't you keep bringing up Brooklyn? Because we've got more and more here. Why do you use Casey for the most part?
Because I'm hoping that'll calm him down.
At any time here, are you thinking this is anything other than the normal stuff you put up with?
No.
That it's not the normal.
It is the normal, is what I'm saying.
Next thing, he said.
Fuck that, I got Casey. That bitch don't need shit from sus.
You know what sus means?
From, I think, because he retexted again, I think it was us. But fuck that, I got Casey. This bitch don't need shit from us.
Okay, and then you said.
And I have to give her a ride. She's not the only person that rides with me. Another girl from Citronelle rides with me too. I'm sorry. I have to give her a ride. She's not the only person that rides with me. Another girl from Citronelle rides with me too.
Why are you letting in these other people?
To let, and I don't want him to think that I'm putting Brooklyn back in the situation. I'm adding other people, so, you know,
Okay, and I know you're going to be repeating yourself.
it's fine.
Go ahead, he said,
Have to?
you say?
I don't own this car. I have to transport them to work. Have to. He said, but where the rest of your crew,
Remember, she was her baby girl, and she really got her the job because she wanted to help her. But I'm forced to take her to work. I don't want to do it. Yeah, you're the mother of the year.
to meet you. I said, I picked them up in, should have been in Citronelle. Anybody that live up there, I have to pick them up there. Her and Baby Doll, I pick up in Citronelle. Precious, I pick up at my house. But I'm not telling you not to be in Citronelle. That's up to you.
No. He's talking about coming, you know, he's asking you when you're going to come home. Thought process at this point, I'm not telling you to come to Citronelle, it's up to you.
Because Keith threatens and rants. So
If you said, come to Citronelle, son, you're right, you need to confront her, all that stuff. What? Strike that question. What are you trying to do with him?
at this point in time, I'm not taking anything serious. I'm really not trying to do too much with him right now.
Gotcha. Go ahead, I'm tired.
Shit ain't do nothing. Shit.
I'm tired of top.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm tired of being treated like a bitch when I do right. Fuck that job, fuck my job, and I don't even care about jail no more. I can't take this shit daily. Just tell me before y'all come.
What do you say?
No, I'm not going to help you get in trouble.
What do you mean?
I'm just,
Just what you said?
yeah.
Okay. Then he says,
Shit ain't do nothing but cost me money. It gave me a disease. I'm finna just shoot her. I know I hate that for Casey, bro. But like I said, I can't take it. I don't give a fuck no more.
oh, okay, I'm sorry. And then you say,
Okay,
and then he says,
so protect her.
meaning,
Me taking Brooklyn side again.
and you say,
I said, I'll call you and tell you, motherfucker, if you want to go to jail. I'll tell you when we get close, but if you don't come kill her, you're a motherfucking bitch.
what do you mean?
He had just called himself a bitch earlier. And
If you don't come unalive her, you are MFB word. Yeah, let's hear her brilliant explanation how that actually makes 100% sense. That she absolutely didn't mean he should do it, but she meant that he should just do it.
tell you, motherfucker, if you want to go to jail. I'll tell you when we get close, but if you don't come kill her, you're a motherfucking bitch.
What do you mean?
He had just called himself a bitch earlier. And I'm at this point right now, I'm sick of Keith. I'm sick of Keith. And
I'm sorry.
I'm sick of Keith. Okay. At this point, I say, okay, now I'm not working to be on, you're not letting me be on, he's wanting to say that I'm on Brooklyn side all the time. So now it's okay, let me try to take your side for a minute. I'm doing this. I'm trying to see what is going to stop him. You know, because there's no certain combination with Keith.
For 1 second, did you mean literally go kill her?
No, I wasn't even gonna call him when I got to Citronelle. I wasn't even going to call him when I got to Citronelle.
This was the state's opening statement.
Yeah.
All right? That you had in your mind for him to kill.
No.
Anything close to that?
Never.
I think is that the next?
She gave me a motherfucking disease. I lost money and my freedom multiple times due to this line hole, but still in every situation, you make sure it turned out better.
Slow down.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
She gave me a motherfucking disease. I done lost money and my freedom multiple times due to this line hole, but still in
not
every
lying.
situation, you make sure it turned out better for her. Like it's nothing you can do for me. Then he said, yes, that's all I ask. Yeah, and you're right. I'm a whole ass bitch. I'll never speak on this type of shit again. I promise.
That's all from this.
Yeah, at this point, I'm thinking he's de-escalating.
Go back a little bit. This whole thing here, she gave me, lost my freedom, all that stuff. It's kind of escalating.
And then then 3 texts down, it's de-escalated. He's like, I'm not gonna speak on it no more. You're right. I'm a whole ass bitch and I'll never speak on any type of shit like this again.
What is that? When he says that, what do you think?
I'm thinking, okay, so he's gonna drop. He's done with it. Yeah, I'm thinking, okay, so he's not gonna speak on it again.
There's no response from you.
And right, and he's like, on Casey's live. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna speak on it again on Casey's live. And I was like,
One at a time.
Did you read that on Casey's?
yes,
Oh, okay, you're going a little fast.
sorry, I'm sorry.
Okay, then there's an I.
Mhm.
And then you.
I said, okay, that's fine. You're the one to have to leave your baby and go to prison and have her hate you. You ain't hurting Brooklyn. She would be dead, so no problems for her.
Court was saying, slow down, okay?
Only person you're hurting is you and Casey. She will be lost her mama and her daddy, and you won't ever get to touch your daughter again. But I swear, I don't care because I'm not going to jail.
So you just told him the other thing, if you don't kill her, this, that, and the other. But what are you telling him here? What's the message you're trying to get across?
That you're going to hurt Casey. You're going to jail. Her mom, she's not going to have her mama or her daddy.
Are you crazy? Something like that? What are you trying to say?
That's
Why
what
don't you say it later? I'm sorry. Okay. Now, he says,
I'm okay with that. He said, I can't take no more. Don't nobody help me. I'm tired. I ain't got shit to live for. No way I'm going to jail.
you know, it's funny, he says that. Do you recall the text this morning where you tell him you got a good life, you got a good child, you got a good job, you got everything going for you, and you got a great meeting? What was that?
He had just telling him he got all these things going for him.
Like,
You
based
know,
on his new
yeah.
deadline. And here you are trying to tell it to him again. And this is a couple of days later, correct?
Yes,
And he's back. My life stinks. I have nothing to live for.
right.
Is this what you deal with constantly?
Because he's a
Yes.
boomer.
And then he said, Citro gonna shoot me because I'm sure gonna blow it them. This been a long time coming.
What does that sound like to you?
That he's gonna shoot at the police.
Okay, what's the word? Does it sound like he wants to take his own life?
Yeah, he said he didn't have nothing to live for anymore.
Where does that come from? Do you know?
No, sir, it's just he.
Please keep going.
I said, okay, well, you ain't hurting nobody but Casey, but I'm sure you're okay with that. I said, but I'm good with it. He said, okay. I said, somebody will take care of Casey. And he said, I'm just about to leave work, so I'll be off. And I said, that's up to you.
Again,
This one, I can't wait for her to explain that one. Why shouldn't she talk him out of it? Because she believed he was de-escalating. Come on now. You just said he was de-escalating, and now you're saying, don't call Nanny and tell her she will try and talk you out of it. It sounds almost like you wanted it to happen. No CC on this one today.
tell the jury what's going on.
At this point, I'm thinking, okay, so I don't know if he's gonna go shoot at the police or what he's gonna do. And so I was like, okay, so Now I need to
So
try to
you
jump on his
called
side
the
again.
cops and warned them that your perhaps cop killing son was on his way, and you're gonna meet him at the door, and they can then jump him and secure him and make sure no one gets hurt, because you were afraid he was gonna do self-deletion by cop or potentially do a unaliving self-deletion because he was so distraught over getting a clap, which you just get a shot of penicillin for. So, of course, as this very, very concerned mom, you said, yes, yes, honey. Okay, I'm going to lure him to this place. I have this sheriff department on the other line, and I'm going to tell them where he's going to be, when he's going to be here. They can hide. I'll lead him into an area where there's no customers. We can make this a secure takedown. He can get some mental health professional to fix him, and I can make sure his baby mama won't get hurt. Right?
Yeah.
Because he can't figure out how to use Cellbrite. Hey, Red Velvet.
I'm back on the back over, try to push another button to see what I connect with it.
Go ahead.
I said, oh no, he said, yeah, I know, she's good. I said, don't call Nanny and tell her she would try to talk you out of it.
He is on trial for helping him and leading him on, giving him the address. Funny enough, we didn't really see that part of the text messages, and not stopping the crime. So she's an accomplice, so that's what she's on the stand for. It's the same if you are sitting in the escape van in a bank robbery and someone pews the bank teller, you will go down for murder as well.
What was that statement?
I didn't want him calling my mama first, aggravating her. My mom is older, at that time, 77 years old. And also I was gonna call my mama myself. I checked the call logs, I called her myself. But I was, at that time, I'm letting him think I'm on his side.
By the way, did you call your mother during all this?
Yes,
Was that a serious statement about calling her?
no, I was called her.
Were you afraid that your mother would talk him out of it?
No, I knew he wasn't even calling. I'm just playing on his side right now.
All right, please keep going.
I ain't even gonna tell her why I left. I'm just say I gotta go to the dentist. And see, and at this time, I think he's lying again, because I know he didn't tell mama he was going to no dentist. Because when I talked to mama, she didn't say anything about going to the dentist. I said, well, don't even go there. She won't know you left. I said, and don't shoot my car. Don't shoot my motherfucking car. I don't want to die.
What is that?
Being sarcastic.
No, that's not sarcasm. I speak sarcasm. That's
I
not
wasn't worried about
sarcasm.
shooting at nobody. I wasn't worried that he was going to shoot nobody. I mean, especially not at me, or I didn't think he would shoot Brooklyn. Believe this or not, I don't know why or what flipped him, but Keith loved
Hey.
Brooklyn, or acted as he did, or so I thought he did.
Oh, I mean, I think you said you think sarcastic. I mean, were you serious about that?
No.
When you said that, were you picturing him opening fire on the car?
No.
Were you picturing him, well, don't shoot me, I bet, drag me out of there because I don't want to get killed. Were you thinking you were going to get killed?
No.
Were you thinking you were in harm's way?
No, definitely not.
Was the purpose of that to get him to start thinking
Yes.
about how foolish he is?
Yes.
Keep going.
He said, I was going to wait till she got out. I said, okay. He said, but that's another thing. If she don't get out, mama, I'm going to drag her out. Or Kate, I'm going to ask you to step out because I'm going to open the door and just shoot her.
Did you think this was serious?
No. Why?
And then you followed it up.
I said, hell, if you're getting off work, I'll give you the address. You can ride over here and do it so you don't have to do it in front of Casey.
Again, trying to.
At that point in time, like I said, he said he was going to Janelle and shoot at the police and this and that and the other. I said, so let me keep him out of Janelle. I definitely didn't want him bothering Miss Sims, Miss Cornelia, which is Brooklyn's mother. And yet I'm just.
Did you take him seriously?
No, I never thought Keith would do nothing like that. And I don't think anybody else that knows Keith thought that he would shoot Brooklyn.
He told you.
Is articulate to the jury. So when you answer, I mean, the point is, we want them to know exactly.
You might not have thought that, but I would be kind of
he
worried
said,
at this
Send
point,
it to me, talking about the address.
you know?
I'll tell you. You can write it. I didn't hear you.
Yeah, I read that one.
Okay, next one.
I said, we just in Pensacola. And he's like, I'm on the way, send it. And I was like, hold up, let me get it. Erase the text because I don't want nobody to know I was texting your stupid ass.
Because that's what you're going to do, because you're trying to stop him. So let's erase the text that could prove I was the one talking to you when you planned doing this. Jamie, do you know how much I love a stupid criminal?
Yeah.
Telling someone where another person is after they have told you that they're going to unalive them is to be an accomplice. She could have just said, well, I don't know where we're going to be today. You better calm down. I'm going to call you tonight. He said,
Well, here's the
I
thing.
want to go blah, 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 blah. And she said, well, we're here.
Listen, I see it like this. I see she is like just mucking it up with him, just trying to be like he's being annoying about this stuff. But here's my problem is like it's getting to the point where he keeps saying this stuff and she just acts she's just so nonchalant about it. Like at this point I would be a little worried. You know, I'd be like, all right, you know, I mean, giving the address and being like she's trying to be like it's not egging him on is what I want to say, but like more like just like whatever, dude, you're ridiculous. Da, da, da. But this would worry me, even somebody I knew. I'd be like, how about you just go chill somewhere else? And like giving the address, I agree, isn't illegal, but it's just like I would not want to give somebody an address if they're just acting crazy like this. I'd be like, you just need to go chill out.
He has multiple restraining orders. He has multiple, well,
Yeah.
not multiple. He has a prior record, and he openly stated, I am gonna unalive this woman. And she then says, well, I'm gonna tell you where she is. Please don't hit me when you're gonna blast her.
Yeah, I mean, I
So
don't
she
think
knew exactly what she was doing. He didn't
I
ask her,
don't
hey,
think
mom, where are you
she
gonna be today? Well, I'm gonna be in Citronella. Are you gonna work with Brooklyn today? Hey, yeah, I am. But remember, you have that restraining order. You have to stay away from her. Yeah, well, I got the clap. I'm gonna kill her. No.
well, clearly they weren't, no one was abiding by this rule. If she was sleeping with the guy still, she had a restraining order on him. Who knows what their relationship was like?
Yeah, but
But
still, she actively participated after he said, I will unalive her.
yeah, no,
And
I'm
that's
just
the problem for
saying,
me.
I'm not saying any of it's like okay, but it's just like the way she went about it was so wrong. And I honestly don't believe that she thought he would do that, but the way she went about it was it's so cringy. And it's like, what are you doing? He's clearly unhinged, and you know this.
Valhalla, her intent has to play a role. Well, not really, because again, you're riding the getaway car. You have talked to expert, and he said, we're gonna rob the post office. I promise you, I'm not gonna unalive anyone. Okay, that's okay. So I can get taken down for a post office robbery. You're sitting outside in the good old Dodge Ram, and then you hear plow, 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 plow. You will get down the exact same way because you must have expected that your action could have led to the consequence. And she did not do anything to save Brooklyn's life. She didn't warn Brooklyn, she didn't tell the police, and she actively gave him the address he had to come to do the deed. I don't know how much more intent she can have than say, she is gonna be at this store. To me, that's the end all be all. She could have told him, go calm down. You just need some penicillin. We'll talk about it tonight when I get home. Where you at?
Mhm.
I'm not gonna tell you. You need to calm down. You're gonna ruin your life. You're an idiot. She didn't do that. She said, you're a MFB if you don't come unalive her now, because he was talking smack. There was no de-escalation in any of these texts until she started, well, Casey's going to be without you. She doesn't even say anything about, you can't unalive Brooklyn. She says it's going to hurt Casey. There's at no point she says, are you effing stupid? You don't unalive people. No, she says, hey, yeah, sounds like a great plan. Come to Citronella, 2 hours away. At no point does she do anything to stop him. Nothing. So her intent is, I see her intent by not trying to stop the crime. We're not talking about he's sitting outside in the parking lot saying, yeah, I saw your time schedule. You're going to be here today. Is Brooklyn here? What are you going to do? I'm just going to talk to her. Yeah, she's at aisle 52. No. She actively participated in him driving 2 hours to do the deed. And she must have known there was a potential for this to happen. And we can sit here and say, well, she didn't pull the trigger, but the trigger man did. And if you are in for a penny, you are in for a pound. Could I see her getting not guilty? Yeah. But she is the reason Brooklyn is dead. At least that day. Brooklyn could have been dead in her house the same night. She is the reason Brooklyn was lying with 43 or 47 holes in her. Pew-pewed through the skull, through her torso, bullets going everywhere. She is the only reason it could happen, because she could have done one thing, tell him, I'm working, go calm down. We're going to talk about this tonight. Nothing would have happened to Brooklyn at Citronella Home Depot. She is the reason Brooklyn died in that store that day. She's the only reason she died at that time, at that day, because she gave him the opportunity to commit the crime. If she had said, shut up, I'm not going to tell you where we are, you are being ridiculous, Brooklyn could not have been killed, because how would he know they were 2 hours away in Citronella? If Citronella is the place, I don't know. They just talk about Citronella a lot. But she is the core reason Brooklyn died in aisle 52 that day. Because she didn't call the cops, she gave him the address, and she didn't warn Brooklyn. If that is not an accomplish, I don't know what is. If you knew that the expert was going to rob that post office, and he said, I'm going to unalive the bank teller as well, and you just said, yeah, I'm going to drive you down there, you would be snatched for the same thing. I don't know why people think, well, she didn't do anything. She gave him the opportunity to unalive Brooklyn at aisle 52 in that hardware store. Well, he could have done it at home. Yes. If he had done it at home, she wouldn't be on the stand right now.
But
you
why
just look
wouldn't
stupid. Me, you both look stupid.
he in the same boat? Because he's been talking all this
If
smack
he
all
had
day.
to Brooklyn's house, boom, he would have been a killer. Yes, Valhalla, but again, please, I know you're not, you're probably just trying to egg me on. He couldn't have pulled that trigger in aisle 52 if she didn't send him the exact address where she was working. If you don't drive the expert to the post office, you know he can't get there because he can't figure out how to drive his Tesla. He can't rob the post office. He can't kill the clerk. You take out the part of the equation that makes the crime possible. She gave him the keys to the murder. She's an accessory to the fact, in my opinion. Could he have unalived Brooklyn anytime else? Yeah. Would his mom have been on the stand if he had come over at 2 a.m. at night blasting her head off? No. Why is she on the stand? Because she told him exactly where Brooklyn was. It's 2 hours drive. 2 hours where she's in constant contact with him. And at no point does she do anything to stop the crime. I just can't see how people can see she's an accomplice. She could have called the cops. She could have told him, don't do this, or she couldn't have given him the address. I don't know the big mystery in this case.
right now.
And why didn't
He said, I already deleted mine. Trust me, I ain't gonna say shit about us even talking today. And I said, don't act like you love Casey, because you don't give a fuck about that little girl. You love you and you alone. Trying to let him know that you're doing this is stupid. I mean, you're not thinking. He said, I love all my heart. It's that bitch you don't care about her. I said, you don't love her. You willing to leave her alone because you mad at a bitch. That's not love, son.
Share the
Show him what
video.
he's doing.
But that doesn't make you free of guilt. Again, if Valhalla drives the expert down to the post office and he says, I'm going to go in there and rob the place. And Valhalla says, I don't believe you. And the expert robs the place. Valhalla still drove him to the place.
Stupid. He's being stupid. He said, if she did, she wouldn't act that way about me trying to get her knowing she acting because she fucked me over and wants everybody to be on her side.
I forgot
Like
to
she
put
ain't
this back
done,
up.
like she ain't do nothing. And he said, I'm not mad at a bitch. I hate every motherfucking body.
What do you think of that?
He's losing his mind.
Yeah, but if he then robs the place, you would be taken down as an accomplice. And especially if he told you beforehand, and this guy told her beforehand, I'm gonna come blah, blah, blasting.
I'm sorry.
He's losing his mind.
I mean, it's now no longer her, it's everybody.
Yeah, now it's everybody.
Again, notwithstanding that you think he's losing his mind, is this typical of him?
Yes, it is typical, but he rants. He rants.
So when you say losing his mind,
Well, that's
One at a time.
figure of speech. He's acting stupid again.
and then
He said, don't nobody help me. The only people ever seem like they will do for me or ride or take up for me is Jaden and Emmanuel and Casey.
who's Jaden and Emmanuel?
Jaden and Emmanuel is two friends of his. And he said, I'm coming through Marvico. What's the address? I said, you're willing to leave her at the mercy?
Why didn't you give him the address right there?
Because I'm trying to get him to see what's going on. I said, you're willing to leave her at the mercy of the world to possibly be raped, abused, neglected, and God knows what, because you didn't put on a rubber. You're going to make her suffer for something she had no control over, but you love her? Okay.
Stop right there. Again, what is that?
Trying to make him see that he's being stupid.
Are you right now trying to get him to go kill Brooklyn?
I've never tried to get him to kill Brooklyn.
Ever?
Ever. I love
Do
Brooklyn.
you think he's serious?
No,
Do you think he's coming?
no.
Keep going.
I said, I'm getting it. Give me a minute. I'm on lunch. He said, Brooklyn knew what was coming behind lying to me. She knew I was going to kill her. So if she okay with the shit, I am too. I said, regardless.
Yes, but did you then tell him, hey, there's a party store on 5th and Martin Luther King Boulevard. You should absolutely go rob that one, because that's what she did.
Regardless of who knew, Casey didn't know.
Casey being
The baby.
trying to,
Keep throwing Casey up to try to calm him down. He said, I put my faith in Jay. At least he will do something to a motherfucker that fucked with Casey. Him, Emmanuel, the only ones I believe will. I said, you put your faith in somebody about your fucking baby? He said, hell, you wasn't preaching to Brooklyn about her choices. Shit, this her fault. Every action gets a reaction. So if somebody is okay with what she's doing, then they should be with what I am.
Who's that somebody?
I don't know. Oh, he's saying if I'm okay with everything Brooklyn does, I should be okay with what he does. He always thinks I'm taking up for Brooklyn.
Yes.
And then he repeats the same text again. And I said, it's not Casey's fault. It's not Casey's fault. It's all I know. Don't really give a fuck what you and Brooklyn both know. What y'all's fault are hers for giving it to you and you for not wearing a condom. And he said, her mama should have raised her better or told her better. I don't feel guilt behind that. I feel way worse letting this BS continue. I don't blame Casey for nothing. I said, you don't blame her, but you're willing to put her at risk over it.
Again, what are you trying to do?
Trying to use Casey to defuse the situation. He said that bitch could have told the truth though. It wouldn't have been so bad if she would have owned up to it. Just being real, bro. I'm tired of her trying to fuck over me, then play like I'm overreacting or crazy.
Sleep well.
I can show a motherfucker what crazy is. Then he says address ? I said, like I said, you don't give a fuck about that baby. I'm gonna get you the address when I get back. And you are showing nobody
Slow
nothing.
down.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry. And you ain't showing nobody nothing except you got mental issues. Because you're willing to give up your life and your baby daughter's life and hurt your family over a bit. But don't worry. I will make sure she knows Brooklyn gave you something that you had to take a shot for, but that you didn't love her enough to give a fuck about what happened to her, that she wasn't enough for you. Maybe she should have meant more to you, and then her mama and daddy would still be here. She wasn't important enough, and you just had to prove a point. I promise you, I'll remind her of that for the rest of her life.
What is this?
To let him know that to calm him, telling him if you do, I'm gonna remind Casey of everything you're doing for the rest of her life. I'm gonna tell her what you're doing.
Did you think that was pretty strong stuff?
I thought it was. I said, which she'll probably end up committing suicide, and she would be with y'all anyway. And give me 10 minutes, and I'll give you the address. You ain't even close.
So, again, she'll end up committing suicide. You're trying to do what?
To defuse him, using Casey to defuse him.
And then you say, give me 10 minutes, I'm gonna get you your address. Is that so that he can come and kill her?
No, I'm still trying to get him to change, see what's going on.
Now, again, do you think he's gonna come?
No, never in a million years.
And you think if he comes, that he would ever in a million years?
Shoot Brooklyn inside of a Home Depot? No, anywhere. I don't think. And
Go ahead.
And then in front of people, I mean, drive all the way over there. And at this point in time, I'm thinking he's at work.
He told you he got out of work.
Is that partially because of what you know of Keith and partially because of what you know of Paul?
Yes.
I think someone, well, we'll get back.
Yeah, that's my point as well.
So, please keep going.
I ain't talking about her mama. I'm talking about her daddy. And you just confirmed that you don't care about her.
Again, more of the same?
Yes.
Excuse me. If she meant more to her mama, maybe this wouldn't happen, is what he said.
Yes.
And then you come back,
I'm not talking about her mama. I was talking about her daddy.
leave Brooklyn out of this.
Yeah.
It's you.
Brooklyn knows what I do. I done shot at motherfuckers in front of the police and got away. And she still lied. She must not give a fuck about Casey or her life. I do, but you ain't gonna listen. No way. You ain't in my position. So it's easy to say bullshit.
I mean, he's getting very, very self, me.
It's always about self. You know, he's threatened to threatened to kill his dad and his stepmom because and at this point in time he was taken up for Brooklyn when that occurred. I will give him that because his dad didn't like Brooklyn. He thought he could do better, and he told he thought he could do better.
Well, he couldn't.
Keep going.
He said, I'm pretty sure, wait a minute, I know I ain't gonna do nothing to take Casey from me because I love her, I know that. And he said, I'm pretty sure you ain't, cause you ain't gotta do nothing right now. So again, like I said, easy to say when you don't do shit. I said, who don't do shit? Who the fuck you think helps take care of the baby? And he said, I'm getting on the interstate now. I said, okay. He said, take care, motherfucker, you take care of Brooklyn. And I said, did you just call me a motherfucker? He said, you don't even like to go pick up cases. Sometimes worried about a damn nigga, sell that dream to somewhere else. I said, I can't wait to get back to that store so I can give you the address because you're going to have to shoot me today. I done told you about cussing me.
What's going on here?
I see now that
How do you
nothing
think
I
he
really
pays
say
for
about Casey
Dollywood?
even helping. So now I'm going to turn everything. Now it's me and you. It's not
Yes.
about Brooklyn anymore. It's not about Casey anymore. Now it's about me and you. So,
Were you angry at him for saying?
yes. I mean, it's not that he had said before, but it was disrespectful.
So you've heard that before?
Yes.
Makes you angry, you just spend all
Yeah.
this time.
Doing everything I could do.
One at a
And
time. One at a time for the court reporter, please.
sorry.
So this is the response.
Mhm.
right? You have to shoot me. Is that? Yeah. Shoot me. I mean, what are you trying to say there?
That if you come over here, it's going to be me that you have to see. Not, but that's still, I'm still not thinking he's coming over here, over there.
Reality?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All I want is the address, Mama. I'm done talking. All I want is the address, Mama. I'm done talking. I done talked enough. It's what's gonna happen, and I'm okay with that. I done already been thinking it through, and this the only way for me. I don't know why you so quick to start shit with me, bruh. Again, must be scared of Brooklyn or something. I don't know.
At any time here, does he indicate, do you indicate that you're partners in this endeavor that he is dreaming about or maybe doing or whatever?
No,
Keep going.
I promise I'm headed back to get it to you and give it to you because I done told you about cussing me. I'm tired. I know I told you you don't have to respect me, but you're not gonna disrespect me.
Again, going on, that they have to shoot.
He said,
You're
you
not-
disrespecting me.
You don't
trying
have to
tell me
respect
if
them,
I
but
love
you
my
have to
child or not.
respect them.
That's your problem. You don't see the shit, bruh. But again, I think it's a woman thing. She gonna be on the floor, right? And I sent him the address where I was at.
This has nothing to do with us. Here we go.
He said 45 minutes away.
There's something on.
After he put a question mark on, she gonna be on the floor, right?
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
And I told him, I'm waiting on you.
Waiting on him for what?
I'm waiting on him to come. If you're gonna come, you come to see me. So I'm waiting on you.
Waiting on him.
So she knew he was coming.
Brooklyn killed Brooklyn.
No, I told him, you're gonna have to shoot me. I didn't say you're gonna shoot Brooklyn. I said you're gonna shoot me.
Keep going.
He said, I'm saying I'm not gonna have to find her in the back or something, then question mark. I said, nope.
Okay, excuse me, let's go back on that again.
So she is now
I think you read it.
again
I'm
telling him
saying,
where
I'm
she
going,
is.
I'm saying, I'm gonna have to find her in the back or something. I said, nope. He said, okay. I said, but just know, I'm the first motherfucker you'll see. But I haven't even told you it was coming, so you good. But you're gonna see me for cussing.
I ain't even told her you were coming, so you good.
So is this about trusting you, or is this about him being dissuaded from hurting Brooklyn?
I'm letting him know he's gonna see me, not Brooklyn. I gotta keep Brooklyn. I'm trying to keep Brooklyn out of his mindset.
You think he's coming?
No.
Let it be.
Let it be after then. I said, no, I'm coming out. She will be in. She won't even know nothing. He said, I'm not studying you right now. So, sure. I don't.
Jamie, you speak street. What does it mean I'm not studying you right now?
I have no idea.
Valhalla, you're a street kid. What does I'm not studying you right now mean? Uh,
Exactly know what IDM means. I said, okay. I said, I'm gonna show you today what it means to love your child. You will understand when you're chilling with your daughter one day.
I'm not worried about you. I don't care about you. What?
Okay. Makes sense.
I love that Jemima is the most. Valhalla couldn't even get that. Jemima, she's rolling. Some people say Latin Kings, but I don't think so.
Yeah.
Oh, not paying attention.
Yeah, that's kind of what it is, like not worried about you or whatever. Not paying attention.
Next year, when I come to the US, if I'm ever invited again after Volstorm gave us all the disease, I will be joining Jemima and Valhalla, and they will teach me how to speak street.
What do you mean by that?
That I'm gonna stand in the gap. When this is all over, I mean, you gotta come and see me. You're not gonna see Brooklyn.
But you
And then
didn't
when this is
stand
all
in the
over,
gap.
you're gonna thank me when you calm down. You're gonna thank me when you're chilling with your daughter.
Next.
He said, stay out of my way. I said, I am. He said, only warning give you, I'm not studying you. You never help me. Always hindering me is what you doing. Stay out of my way for once. Don't help Brooklyn. If you want to show me something, you can do that after I'm done with her. I don't have no problem with that. I said, only warning you giving me, LOL, bitch, Brooklyn might be scared of you, but I'm not. I ain't.
Only warning I give you, I'm not studying you. You never help. Always hindering me is what you don't say. Stay out of my way for once. Don't help Brooklyn. Does that sound like you and he are partnership?
No,
Does it
he's
sound like he thinks you want to help him hurt Brooklyn?
no, he's telling me at that point in time with Keith's mindset, that's the only warning he's gonna give me. That he was now he's gonna shoot me if I don't get out this way. Not to help Brooklyn. He says the only warning I'm giving you.
And then you said,
I said, only warning you're giving me, Brooklyn might be scared of you, but I ain't. And he said, I don't expect you to be. And I said, come on. He said, you probably don't call the police for that girl. I said, I swear to God, I ain't told her nothing about you. I said,
why did you say?
because I don't want him to think I'm taking Brooklyn's side, because he keeps saying, I'm always take her side. I'm trying to keep Brooklyn out of this. This is about me and you now. Now you're threatening me. You're saying the only warning you're going to give me, now you're going to shoot me. So this is just me and you now. I said, but I hope you ain't stupid enough to think you ain't going to jail, because that's definitely where you're going. He said, oh, no, jail or dead, one of the two. I said, yeah, that way. I said, probably best. No, it was a like, yeah. I said, probably best because something wrong with you. You don't need to be around Casey or Tanya. Okay. My daughter.
I don't want to go to California. I already live in a socialist paradise. I can't go to Texas because they have rattlesnakes. Louisiana, maybe. I've been to New York. Don't like it. Smells like pee and there's too many people. I've been to Chicago.
He said, something wrong with you. That must be why you don't take care of Kaya. I said, I wouldn't hurt her. You're stupid. Oh, I skipped one. I'm sorry. He said, oh, I said, I wouldn't hurt her. You stupid. He said, LOL, man, get off my phone. All I need was the address. Leave me alone. Finish your day's work. And you is too. I forgot. Just me. And I don't really. I said, bet I ain't stupid as you. Come on, dummy. He said, yeah, fuck me though. Point proven. Thank you. I always knew I wasn't tripping. You fucking retarded. Yeah, you called the police. I said, if you're trying to say I called the law, I said,
Well,
oh God, I ain't
New
called
Orleans
nobody.
off the
Because he'd
table
already said he was going to shoot at the police. So I didn't want him to come. If he came, which I didn't think he was, I don't want him to start shooting at no police. Then I'm figuring
Thank you.
he's going to be dead.
We all mad.
Again, at this point, you think he's coming?
No. Because I had already told him, if you come, you got to see me, not Brooklyn. I'm telling him, Brooklyn's going to be inside. I'm coming outside. I'm going to be outside. So you got to see me.
So in the back of your mind, is it not possible? You don't think he's coming, but is it possible he may?
I'm not trying to be funny, but Mr. Akron, but it's possible this roof will fall in.
You think it was that unlikely?
Yes. He
Valhalla,
said, you
could you
wouldn't be
take
catching
a
me still
gator?
if you didn't laugh at my ass off any other time you leave me the fuck alone. I said, if I called the law or told her anything, I hope Kaya never take another breath.
Why did you be so?
Okay. This is going to sound strange to probably everybody that's not from where I'm from. We're from the country. I mean, I live in the woods. We don't have no red lights. We don't have stop signs. We got one convenience store and it's also a restaurant. I mean, we live and we say stuff like, swear to God, I hope God to kill me. I swear on my baby's life. I swear on my mama's life. It's a slang for us, you know. to like maybe get a point across. Not saying that, like our biggest high school, because I've heard some girls here say their school was like a 8A school or 9A school. Our biggest high school is a 2A school, and that's from 7th to 12th grade.
Jamie, what's a 2A school?
It's like very small.
Well, we don't call it stuff like that. I think we need a palate cleanser. Valhalla has been out making trouble again. This is how he greets me every time I come to America. I told you, Valhalla, they're going to get you if you do it in daylight. He calls it his scraping crocs.
Here's the question I'm asking you. At the same time, all this is going on, are you still trying to mollify him?
Yes. And I
Oh.
said, I'm laughing at you because you're stupid enough to give up your whole life for a bitch that don't even want you.
Obviously, that is.
Yes. He said, I ain't never in my life saw a mama that don't do shit for their son, but love to want to start with them. Like, you so crazy, it's funny. I said, okay, whatever. Bye. He said, I don't want her either. Fuck. I said, yeah, right. Bye.
What are you trying to do with this?
I'm trying to get out. I'm trying to get over it now. Now I'm done with you. If you're coming, you're going to see me. I'm not going to do this anymore with you. I thought if
Yeah,
you're
great.
coming, you come to see me. I'm not going to keep doing this with you.
You think it's any point?
Well, I can't show
No.
the rest of that pic,
No,
Mhm.
no.
but it looks like it was a cold day.
LMAOO, I ain't like you. This about respect. You so fucking sorry. You think I want her. No, you wrong. I want to see Casey. That dirty hoe don't mean nothing to me. I don't care about hoes like you care about niggas. You put them for your own child. That ain't me. I'm killing over mine. You just
Language.
dicked out. You think that. I said, no. You gonna learn. She will be dead. She ain't gonna learn shit. You done, motherfucker. I thought I taught you. If you want to hurt a person, you don't hurt them because they're dead. They have no worries. You take what they love. He said, that hoe don't love shit but herself.
Does that make sense? Even with what you said, his response?
I said, no.
Yes, his response.
Yeah. I said, you ain't kidding over yours because she don't keep that baby from you.
Again, what are you trying to tell him?
He's wanting to say that Brooklyn like withholding Casey, but she didn't. She never told, to my knowledge.
So you remind.
Yeah, to my knowledge, she's never told him.
He had the baby every week.
Mhm.
And he could see the baby anytime he wants through you.
I mean, not even through me. He could go get her. They never denied him getting that baby. So that last thought of her knowing she fucked and the regret in her face would be enough to satisfy me. I don't give a fuck what she sees when she dead. Yes, the fuck she do. How the fuck I'm pick her up when you're sorry ass trying to gamble or hang out in Jackson and she don't pick up the phone. Now he's mad at me and Brooklyn. Nah, that ain't even gonna fly. She just died before I let that continue. I said, okay, whatever. I don't care. I don't care
I wasn't allowed.
what you do because I'm going home today, not hell or jail. He said, good for
We
you.
were
I said, okay,
36
then stop texting me. I'm working. Do whatever you want to do.
classes.
It don't affect me the fucking way.
Are you telling him, look, go kill her?
No, I would never tell him to go kill her. Why? Brooklyn hasn't done anything. Brooklyn has never.
Objection, Judge, no response.
Sustained. There's not a question that's been posed.
Yes, ma'am.
That's it.
Oh, that's the wrong one. This one.
I don't want to beat a dead horse.
No, you don't need
Gone
to.
over every
It's
one of
dead
these
already.
Is there anything in any of these texts that you said to encourage him, motivate him, or do anything to come harm Brooklyn?
I would never do that. I would never want Brooklyn home.
Notwithstanding this, how it sounds, does it sound like other conversations you've had?
Yes.
Based on all of your experience with him over the years, the way you've disciplined him, the way you've tried to make sense to him, and you've told that to the jury. Listening to these words, is this normal for you to do?
I haven't checked.
It's normal. All the time we've done this. Never in a million years would I thought my child would take the life of his baby's mother. That is,
We read all the previous texts. There was no language like this that I'm going to unalive an MFer. So you didn't talk like this all the time.
horrific. That is, yeah. And I know these, if the texts are not,
Oh, I'm still green for
if
yesterday.
the texts were admitted from 6 months ago, a year ago, between me, him, Brooklyn, him, Brooklyn, a year ago, you could see that Keith has always done this type of stuff, but never in a million years do you. Keith done what Keith done, and I hate that. But if I could, I would trade places with Brooklyn right now, because my child took her life. My child took her life. And she didn't deserve that. And her mother didn't deserve that. TT didn't deserve that. Aiden didn't deserve that. And Casey didn't deserve that. If I could change this, I would change it. Because Brooklyn was, nobody's perfect, but she was so fucking close. She was a sweetheart. And I would give up my life to have her back.
Sustained, there's not a question. This is narrative again.
I never heard that one before.
Did you compose?
She didn't say what aisle she was in.
I have no further questions at this time.
You ready to proceed, or would you like to go ahead and take a break?
That
Mr.
was a very lengthy exam, so I don't know what the court's lunch plan is, but
I was gonna see if we have lunches here. We don't yet? Okay, I expect they'll be here any moment, though, so we can go ahead and take our lunch break and let you conduct your cross-examination when we get back. So ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna be in recess for lunch. I expect they'll be here any minute. So this will be a longer break. Again, you cannot discuss the case. If you want to go outside, let the deputy know, and we'll be in recess until after lunch. Go ahead and flip those notepads back over for me and leave them here in the courtroom. Okay, so let's,
I would like to ask you, so take the lunch break, we come back, I don't know how long.
What?
But I would like
Microphone, Elaine.
some time, we close to get my close.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I don't know how long it's gonna be for lunch, but I would like you to come back, I don't know how long Stacy will be in the question, what they're gonna put on, but I would like to take at least a 15-minute break to get my close.
Okay. We still need to do a final review of the jury instructions as well. But I think it's best to go ahead and take our lunch break for everybody. And I'll look at them again over the lunch break based on what's been presented today. And is an hour enough time for state you want till 1:30? We can do 1:30 if that's easy. Yeah. Okay. We'll reconvene at 1:30 to begin the state's cross-examination of Ms. Agee. Once she finishes, we'll see if the state is putting on any rebuttal evidence, and then we'll again review the instructions. So Mr. Ackerman, I'll ask that you look at them over the lunch break if you have anything that needs to be changed or added, okay? And then I'll give you a few minutes to get your thoughts together for closings. Okay, then we're in recess till 1:30.
1:30. So that's going to be 2:30 Eastern Standard Time. That's going to be 8:30 p.m. real time. If you're in Britain, it's going to be 7:30. If you are in California, it's going to be, now I have to think, 11:30. Jamie, if you're in Hawaii, what time? Oh, bakery. What time will it be? Thank you, Jamie. Yeah, I was waiting. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry. I was talking and I was muted the whole time. I said, I don't know what time it is in Hawaii.
Valhalla, you used to be in the Navy on Hawaii. What time would it be on Hawaii? 7:30, well, 19:30 in Britain, because it's 19:30 here now. So in an hour, it'll be, yes. 1:30 Texas time. In Nova Scotia, it'll be 3:30. We're just going to get all of you confused. That's why you should join the Discord or follow me on the Twit, so you know when we're going to be back. Because, as always, Daddy needs his caloric intake so he can grow his big old buff arms. Jamie, I was only doing 45s today when I did curls. I was slacking. And I'm going to put on Word Crack, hang out, play it. You can either play it in chat or you can do the QR code. Apparently, it's easier on the QR. That's what Sue uses. That's why she wins. Cheaters never prosper, which is a stupid take because a lot of cheaters prosper if they don't get caught, but you're not a cheater if you didn't get caught. If you're on the Rumble, you have to do it via the QR code. See, Sue cheated again. We'll be back a little before 2:30 Eastern Standard Time to do the cross-examination, which I think might be good. Do you think we're going to get it? Yeah, because she said yesterday, we're going to order you dinner if you're staying late tomorrow. And yesterday we ended at 4:30 and she said we end early. Vegetable korma rice pork ribs with fire honey glaze. Oh, that sounds good. I'm going to have some spring rolls. Just like yesterday. Yay. The fun time, dinner time of a streamer that has to sit here all the time. But come back at 2:30 Eastern if you are there. Jamie might be here. I might be here. Valhalla might be at the post office with the expert.
back on the record then. State of Florida versus Sheila Agee. States present, defendants present with counsel. Anything we need to address before the state conducts their cross-examination?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, before we do cross-examination, I request that I can recall my witness to the stand the stage. He had several questions and all the emotions. I never asked. I forgot to ask him.
You forgot to ask your own witness questions.
Okay. These are areas that you have not previously covered. Okay. Do you have an idea about how long that will take?
5 minutes, if that.
All right. Is the jury back in the jury room? Okay. Besides that, Mr. Ackerman, anything else?
No, Your
Okay. All right, then we can go ahead and have Ms. Agee return to the witness stand. And
Oh, thank you. I did hit the shoulders today, so.
bring the jury. Yeah.
He had to recall his own witness because he forgot to ask her questions.
Ms. Agee, just remember
Nope.
to speak slowly and wait for Mr. Ackerman to ask this question before you start answering, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Please be seated. Did y'all have a nice lunch today?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, it looks like the rain's back, so I'm not sure if y'all stepped outside. It looked like it was coming down pretty good. And again, everybody's continued to abide by the rule, correct?
Nope.
We haven't yet discussed the case. Everybody ready to proceed? Okay. I think Mr. Ackerman has a few more questions for Ms. Agee.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may inquire.
Ms. Agee,
Yes, sir.
you've watched the testimony here today and everything else. There was a video they showed. It was about a 30, whatever it was, minute-long video of you at the store walking back and forth, and then in particular, up front, back and forth. You
Yes,
remember
sir.
that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why were you walking back and forth up front?
I didn't think Keith was coming, but to be on the safe side, I had told him to come and see me. So just in case he did come, I wanted to be the first person. When I told him I would be the first person he'd seen, I was going to be the person he contacted.
Okay.
That's why I was in front of the store.
And were you there for the time you thought he'd be arriving?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you walking back and forth, waiting for him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is State's Exhibit number 48. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is that your, I mean, take a look at that picture. What were you thinking when that picture was taken?
If that boy comes here, I'm going to beat his ass.
There it comes.
What?
You may.
Just real quick, this is the picture on the phone. You'll get a copy, you'll be able to look at this back.
But you didn't beat his ass.
That's the expression you have.
You won the last round, so you are the moral winner of today.
You left, why?
I left.
You left, you were walking back and
Oh,
forth?
I stayed after the time that he said, and then I was like, he ain't coming. I never thought he was coming to begin with. But after I stayed there for a while, I said, he ain't coming, so.
Okay. Uh, During the course of this 2 hours on the 11th, the texting back and forth, you told him that, oh no, she doesn't know you're coming. Again, we know why. Hope we know why. Did you ever tell her did she know that he was texting you and what he was saying?
Yes, she knew that he was texting me. 'Cause
How?
I told her, I said, crazy text, and she knew who I was talking about. And whenever we got in the car, I just passed her the phone. She read the text.
No, he had to get his own witness back because he forgot to ask her questions. And now, apparently, over lunch, they remembered that, she did know he was coming, apparently, the victim.
Did it back to me and said, your child's got issues. I said, you telling me?
Okay. Did she act like she was afraid or scared or concerned?
No, I don't, Brooklyn didn't think he was, she knows how Keith was,
Okay.
how he blustered and done that. He's done that to her before.
Okay. State's opening. Right, we went through all this, and then at 1:59 p.m., the detectives discovered, well, in other words, did you erase your phone? The text.
Yes, I did. Whenever this incident happened, and Keith ran out of the store, and I got outside, you can check my call log. I tried to call Keith 3 times to tell him to stop and turn his stuff in, but there was no answer. It actually went to voicemail all 3 times. And then a few minutes later, I was going to text Keith to stop and turn his stuff in. And I was so mad because I had Keith saved in my phone as my baby. And when I looked down at that text and seen my baby, I said, no, you killed my baby. And on the iPhone, I don't know about now, but used to on the iPhone, you could swipe your text away. And when I said, no, you killed my baby, and I just got mad and just swiped it. I mean, it wasn't like I erased those message of texts. It's like I erased every text me and him has ever texted in our whole life. I mean, I at that time, I wasn't thinking I had done anything wrong. I was just mad.
You wrote in your text, I'm gonna delete this because I'm not gonna get in trouble because of you. And he wrote back, I'm gonna delete it too. I already did it. So what?
And the situation that happened.
You just said it without me asking, but did you erase it because you thought you had done something wrong?
No, sir.
I have no further questions.
If the first question isn't, but you remember when you wrote in your text to Keith, he better delete his messages and you're gonna delete them too. You only deleted them later because you got mad he shot Brooklyn. You didn't intend to do it when you told him you were going to do it. Jamie, as you know, I've never been with a woman. I don't understand them. What's going on?
I mean, I don't know. I'm torn.
I'm sitting here feeling like the inside of expert's head. I'm confused.
I mean, I guess we'll see on cross how she does. I mean, I think the decisions she made leading up to this were the dumbest decisions in the entire world. But I'm having a hard time finding things that were actually illegal. I mean, obviously she's an idiot.
Aiding him in his crime is illegal, Jamie.
Well,
It
I
is.
still don't believe that she really thought
Jamie,
he was going to do it.
I'm going to say the same I said to Valhalla. How
Hey, say
did
what you
he
say. I have my
find,
opinion.
yeah, but then you have to tell me, why isn't it helping him do this crime when she's the only option he has to do the crime? Without her, Brooklyn wouldn't have been shot in aisle 52.
I think she would eventually been, but I understand where you're
That's
coming
not
from.
the
I get
question,
it.
Jamie. Jamie, she's
I
on the
get it.
stand because Brooklyn got shot in aisle 52. If Brooklyn had been shot that night at her home, yes, all of this had been moot. But
I
she
know,
did get shot.
but the problem is just making a stupid decision and saying, "Come get some," like,
Do
because
you
I'm going to
know how
be,
many stupid decisions land people in prison every single day?
Yes, I know, but like legally, I'm looking at it like that, and I'm finding it hard, in my opinion, to see it that way. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Yes, but he didn't have any other way. You can talk up and down all you want. She is directly to blame for aisle 52 cleanup that day. He could have asked Miss Chloe. He could have read tea leaves. He could have had a lucky guess, but he was assisted in his crime by his mother. I don't see why it's. You
And
can
I
talk
don't
about
disagree
no,
that she should
but
have
you
said,
you
I
can talk
mean, the
about
fact
if
that she did
she.
nothing.
I think it's actually an enhancer that even though she stood up there and I was going to slap him around, he came down that door. I'm going to show him the chancla, and then she walked away. I think that's an enhancer because she is directly to blame for the murder of Brooklyn because the murder probably would have happened anyway, but in this instance, she's directly to blame for it. Because without her knowledge of her whereabouts, she wouldn't have been dead in aisle 52. And do you know how messy it gets? That's no one was thinking about the cleanup crew.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, and stepdad is stepping in too.
Sage, you just said that
Yeah.
you didn't think he would show, but
No.
if he
I
did,
don't
you were there
agree
to beat
completely.
his ass.
Yes, ma'am.
Well,
Well,
that boy did show up and you didn't beat his
you and
ass, did you?
stepdad
No,
can
ma'am,
go
I
have
didn't see
fun
it.
then. I'm
Tell
not
the
taking you
story
to McDonald's.
when you warned Brooklyn that she might be in harm's
Hey,
way.
we don't have to have the
And
same
when
opinion.
we
I
were
get
going
it
to lunch, I
though.
passed her the phone. And I let her read the text.
What text?
The text that me and Keith had sent back and forth.
You and Keith have matching tattoos, don't you?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
And Keith in your phone is listed as my
My
baby.
Yeah, I just said that, yes.
And you said in the text messages that the jurors heard this morning that Keith will always be your baby, correct?
Yes, he's my child, yes.
And you also said in those text messages that you like Brooklyn, but you love Keith.
Sorry, I didn't hear.
She said she likes.
Valhalla, she's accessory to his crime. He has
So
a
it's first
first
degree.
degree conviction. She can't be accused of manslaughter if the crime isn't manslaughter.
Brooklyn,
Mhm.
but she loves Keith.
Yes, I told Keith that. He's mad.
My
He-
question was,
Yes or no,
Yes,
ma'am?
yes, ma'am, I'm sorry, yes,
It's a yes or no
Yes,
question?
yes, yes.
Mr. Ackerman, please do not interrupt.
yes,
and in those text messages, you said you would do anything for Keith because he is your child, correct?
I said anything that I could.
Anything that you could,
Right.
like send an address, right?
No, not like that.
So Mr. Ackerman was talking to you about your different tactics depending on Keith's mood,
Yes, ma'am.
right? You said sometimes you have to agree with him, sometimes you have to disagree with him, whatever works to calm him down,
Yes, ma'am.
right? So what was your tactic that you were using when you sent him the address to Home Depot?
Okay, my tactic then, as a mother, I figured if I could, at the following text, I said, you would thank me when you're chilling with your daughter one day. I figured if I could get to him and I could touch him, I could stop him. That's what my tactic was, ma'am.
So your tactic was to bring him from Alabama to Pensacola so that you could touch him first?
My tactic was to bring him to me. Yes, ma'am.
How did that work?
It did, ma'am.
What part of him saying that he was going to, or excuse me, let me back up. You mentioned during your testimony with Mr. Ackerman that you didn't take a lot of what Keith said seriously.
Yes, ma'am.
So what part of him saying that he was going to kill Brooklyn was not serious?
To me, all of it, because he has said this before. He said it on the 11th. But if you would go back to the text that me and Keith has had months and years and other times, I understand your job. Your job is to pick out what I done wrong, but you haven't picked out the last 3 years. It's like your job is a
Ma'am,
witch hunt,
Ma'am,
That wasn't
just
my
answer the
question. My job is to bring out the truth.
and that's what I'm giving you.
So what part of him saying that he was going to shoot Brooklyn?
I didn't
did you
believe any
not-
of it.
Ma'am,
I'm not
let-
done.
Oh, sorry.
What part of that did you not think was serious?
I didn't believe any of it.
What part of him asking where you guys were so that he could come kill Brooklyn was not serious?
I didn't think he was coming, ma'am.
What part of him counting down his travel from Alabama to Pensacola did you not think was serious?
I didn't think he was coming, ma'am.
But you just
No,
said
you keep
that you
talking-
wanted him to come there so you could touch him and get to him. You just stated you sent him the address so he could come to you and you could stop him. But you didn't believe he would come. Again, you can't be the smartest, dumbest person in the world. You just
It's
stated
dumb.
you wanted him to come. Giggity. And then say, I don't think he would come. Because then why did you send him the address if you didn't believe he would act upon it? And in reality, Jamie, other than Dave, who would you drive 2 hours for just because? Yeah. Well, you wouldn't even drive
Well,
2 hours out of your
I
driveway.
wouldn't, so don't expect me.
Yeah. Dave is sending you help. You're the only person. Who that new phone?
Who dis?
About these other text messages. You deleted your text messages, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I said that.
You also mentioned that Brooklyn was the best mama and was such a good girl.
She was.
And you sent your son to her location where he killed her.
No, ma'am. I sent my son to me. I told him you can come shoot me.
But he came to the location you sent and he killed her.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Agee,
Yes, ma'am.
your son had no idea where you and Brooklyn were that day, did he?
No, ma'am.
Your family testified how you and Brooklyn were so close, you were like mother and daughter, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you mentioned that your son was seeing a couple other people, but you had no idea if Brooklyn was seeing anyone
I
else.
said I didn't think Brooklyn was seeing anybody else. Yes, ma'am.
But you're so close, like mother and daughter, and you don't know that.
Well, I mean, I had never heard Brooklyn say she was dating or sleeping around with anybody else. No, ma'am. I did not.
You said at some point you started changing your tactic because Brooklyn means nothing to him. So you started using Casey, correct? To try to calm him down.
No, I didn't say Brooklyn means nothing to him. I said I was using Casey because he was mad at Brooklyn. I was using Casey to try to calm him down.
Okay, so you're trying to calm him down.
Yes, ma'am.
So then you tell him he's stupid, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you tell him he's a dummy,
Yes, ma'am.
and you call him a bitch,
Yes, ma'am.
and you tell him he's got mental issues.
Yes, ma'am.
How does that tactic work? to
It has
calm-
worked in the-
I'm not done.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, ma'am.
It's
How does
true.
that tactic work to calm him down?
It has worked in the past, ma'am.
By calling him names?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Ackerman talked to you about that text message where you say, if you don't come kill her, you a MF bitch.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said your testimony at that point was that you were sick of Keith, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's why you sent that.
I was sick of the way he acted, and I was being condescending, ma'am.
Okay, well, you said you were sick of Keith in your testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you were sick of Keith that day, Ms. Agee, why didn't you shut your phone off?
Ma'am, if I had to do it all over again, I would shut my phone off. I'd throw it out the window.
I didn't ask you.
You asking me why?
Ma'am,
I didn't ask you.
well, Ms. Jensen's not had a chance to get her full question out, so I'm asking that Ms. Agee just wait.
I'm with Jamie on this. I believe
You
Mama
shut your
Agee.
phone off.
I didn't ask you
Well,
what you would have done if you had to.
you
do
were
all
staying
over
with
again. I
Valhalla
asked
too.
you on that day, August 11th, 2023, why didn't you?
Get
shut
the
your
hell
phone off?
on
I don't know,
here.
ma'am.
Why didn't you
We
block
can
him?
talk about it.
I don't
You
know,
can
ma'am.
go hang
Why
out
didn't you
with
ignore
him.
him and just not respond?
I've asked myself that, ma'am.
Don't be mad.
You also testified at,
This is the things I
there's a
get.
text message at about 11:10
I fed
a.m.
you, I
about
clothed
2
you.
hours prior to the shooting,
And
where
now,
you
oh,
told Mr.
step
Ackerman
is
that
more
you felt
fun.
like
He
Keith
takes
was
me to Chuck E.
de-escalated.
Cheese.
Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you felt like it was over at that point.
The
Yes, ma'am.
betrayal.
I love that my
Then you
name is
continue to
Jack.
warn him about going to jail and giving him some consequences.
Yes, ma'am.
What's your tactic there if he's already de-escalated?
I was reinforcing that you're going to jail, ma'am.
You never said, don't do
Exactly.
it.
Jack me.
I told him you'd have to shoot me. I said you would have to shoot me.
So your testimony also was at that point he's de-escalated. And then a few texts later, you tell him to come.
I'm more salty than a certain YouTuber's dishes. Valhalla, Jamie and you will be streaming tomorrow.
To Pensacola,
Hey.
right?
To see me, yes.
Well, you actually said, come to Pensacola and do it so he doesn't shoot Brooklyn in front of Casey.
I don't know if that's the order it come in, but yes, ma'am, I don't think that's the order it was in.
Now, you made mention about you didn't know if he was going to shoot at the police.
Yes,
Were you talking about in Citronelle or were you talking about in Pensacola?
I'm talking about anywhere because he made a statement that he would shoot at the police.
Okay, so did you think that was a possibility?
So as I told Mr. Ackerman, it's a possibility if roofs fall in. I didn't think he was coming.
Well, you knew that Keith has shot at people before when he was a juvenile.
Yeah, but I didn't think Keith never shot at the police, as far as I know. But he made that statement in a text, and that's
Ms. Agee, you said that Keith loved Brooklyn, didn't you?
yeah, I did.
He put 20 plus holes in her body. And it's your testimony to this jury that he loved Brooklyn?
Yes, ma'am. I said I think Keith loved
Not
Brooklyn.
it's yes or no?
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Now, you also mentioned
Keith is
how
just a-
you suggested that he come to Pensacola to get out of Citronelle. You said you were trying to get him out of Citronelle.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm asking you.
I'm answering you.
Okay. What made sense for you to get him out of Citronelle and send him to Pensacola?
To come to me.
It made sense to you to have him drive from another state to come to you?
At that time, ma'am, yes. I thought I was doing the right thing. I'm not, can I answer?
Sure.
Okay. I'm not saying that I made the totally right decision. I'm probably an idiot, but I was doing what I thought was right.
Yeah, you are an idiot.
You acknowledged that you deleted your text messages, correct?
Yes, I did. Yes, ma'am.
And you said actually in your testimony with Mr. Ackerman, that you were worried about looking stupid.
Oh, I'm back. Jamie didn't leave me for Valhalla.
No.
This case has it all. Pospeen and Chuck E. Cheese. Not
It sure does. That's
yeah.
gross.
If you get the Pospeen at Chuck E. Cheese, you should have one more token at the skee ball game.
You should get Chuck E. Cheese for life. Goodness gracious.
You said in your text messages, when you asked
It'll always be a part
to
of you.
delete them, that you were worried about looking stupid.
Yes.
But now you just testified that you deleted them because you didn't want to be associated with Keith.
When I told Keith to delete them, that was way in the beginning of the hour and a half before we stopped texting. Yes, ma'am, I did. That was an hour and a half before we stopped texting. Stop
So
texting.
don't be mad.
You testified with Mr. Ackerman that you were just trying to diffuse the situation,
Yes,
right?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
At what point on August 11th, 2023, did you actually diffuse the situation?
As I stated, I was trying.
Not one of your tactics worked, did
Yes,
they?
ma'am. No, ma'am. They did not.
Now, you said never in a million years did you think that Keith would come shoot Brooklyn
No, ma'am.
in the middle of Home Depot with people everywhere.
No, ma'am.
He sure did it, didn't he?
Yes, ma'am. He did.
And he did it at the location that you provided him.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you testified that Keith has threatened his dad and his stepmom,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
And you said, but that was okay because he was taking up for Brooklyn.
No, I never said it was okay. I did not say it was okay.
Maybe I misunderstood.
Yes,
My
ma'am. You
apologies.
did.
And you said in your testimony that once he cussed you, it was now between you and him and no longer between him and Brooklyn, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So him talking about shooting Brooklyn didn't offend you. But when he cussed you, that's what set you off?
No, ma'am. I said that was my way to get him off of Brooklyn and onto me.
Now, when you and your attorney were going back through these text messages, it was quickly glossed over the part where you actually sent the address to Keith.
No, ma'am. I sent the address.
Right. And you said you sent the address where I was, meaning you. You said I sent the address where I was.
If you say so, yes, ma'am. I just thought I said I sent the address, but
But that's also where Brooklyn was, correct?
yes, ma'am.
And he'd been threatening to kill her, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He never threatened to kill you
Yeah, he told me, yeah, she did. Well, he told me I'm only giving you one warning. Yes, he did.
in the text message.
Yes, ma'am, in the text message. He said, I'm only warning you one time, mama.
To
Yes.
stay out of his way.
Yeah, and I told him I was in his way. I was gonna be in his way.
You said in one of your text messages that he was going to see you, not Brooklyn, and that he was going to thank you when he was chilling with his daughter.
Yes,
with you,
ma'am.
right? He's not chilling with his daughter, Miss Agee, now is he?
I'm so sorry.
He's not chilling with his daughter.
No,
He's chilling in prison.
yes, ma'am.
As a matter of fact, Miss Agee, you could have saved both of them by not sending that address.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Jamie left me for Valhalla. Now I know how Dave felt.
So on one hand, you say that you didn't believe he was coming to the store.
Yes, ma'am.
He told you he was coming.
Yes, ma'am.
He gave you a countdown of his locations, correct? Correct?
Oh, he told me one time he was 45 minutes away. Yes, ma'am.
Well, he told you he was coming through Movico, wherever that is. That's in between his work in Pensacola.
Okay.
He told you he was getting on the interstate.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
He told you he was 45 minutes out.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were concerned enough, Miss Agee, that you lingered around the entrance looking for him, correct?
Yes.
So there was a chance he was going to show up.
I was trying to make sure that if he did, I was there.
So there was a chance you thought he might show up.
There's a chance it's still in the fall.
And you're pacing around and you were looking out the door, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So with the chance that he may show up, you don't call the police, right?
Yes.
You don't go tell a manager,
No, ma'am.
hey, my son is on the way, has been
No.
threatening one of my employees and the mother of my granddaughter. You don't tell anybody that.
No, ma'am.
You don't take Brooklyn to another location.
No.
And at this time, would you not agree that
Turn your phone off.
Just make sure your phones are turned off.
would you not agree that
Turn your phone off.
Keith was highly upset about this STD?
No more than he was upset about it 3 days before or 2 days before that.
Sure, the week before. He
Yes.
was very upset about this
Yes,
STD
yes.
that he thought Brooklyn gave him.
I sent Keith the results of Brooklyn's report that she didn't have an STD.
My question was,
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
he was very upset for however long it was about potentially having an STD.
Yes.
And he believed that Brooklyn gave it to him.
That's what he said.
And not one time on the August 11th day do you remind him that her test came back negative.
No, ma'am.
So you knew that Brooklyn had called the police on Keith before.
No, ma'am. No, he told me that. That was hearsay. Do I know? Did Brooklyn tell me that? No,
Okay,
no.
so did Keith told you that Brooklyn called the
Yes,
police on him?
yes.
And at some point, she had an injunction against
I
him.
don't know.
I don't know why I'm live because I haven't. Everything is set as it always is. It's auto. It shouldn't be loud, but try and turn this down more, and then I can do my ASMR voice. I'll forget it.
You had him arrested before, didn't you?
Yes, yes.
And his dad had an injunction.
I don't know.
Will you
Yeah, that's
testify?
I said. That's what they said. I said that's what they said.
Okay, well, you testified to that earlier.
I said that they said.
And you knew that Keith shot at someone before.
I knew he shot. I didn't say that someone.
Well, turn off your phone, Danny T.
Ms. Agee,
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Ackerman's first question to you during your testimony was if you would ever do anything to hurt Brooklyn. right?
Normal.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said no. But you sent that address where she was located.
Not to hurt Brooklyn. Not to hurt Brooklyn.
You know Keith is a hothead, correct?
At times.
And you threw gasoline on his temper with those text messages. Did you not?
I did what had worked before. If you say I threw gasoline that time, I would agree with you. Yes, ma'am.
You just admitted you did it.
In the 2 hours that you went back and forth with text messages, 2 hours.
Yes, ma'am.
No, she told
How
she
long would it
liked
have
Casey.
taken you to shut your phone off?
A second.
Speaking of these text messages.
No, 1.25.
So the jury has heard that 911 was called at 1:21 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
And they've also heard that you deleted your text messages at 1:58
Yes,
p.m. Where were you when you deleted those text messages?
Mrs., I don't want to lie to you. I think I was in the parking lot, I think.
What?
Ms. Agee, you said at the very end of your testimony earlier that it is horrific, your words,
Yes, ma'am.
horrific,
Yes, ma'am.
what your son did to your child's mother. And it is equally horrific that you helped him do it, isn't it?
No, ma'am, I didn't help him to do anything. No, ma'am, not at all.
There's not a question right now.
Was it horrific that Keith took a life?
Yes, sir.
Despicable,
Yes, sir.
horrific?
Yes, sir.
Did you think when this happened that you were pouring gasoline on it?
No, sir.
Did you have any inkling that you were encouraging him? Did you think that that's what you were doing?
No, sir.
The state's asking you, if you pour gasoline on a fire, we all know what's going to happen,
Yes.
correct? It's going to increase. Are you visualizing this? When this is going on,
No,
your
sir.
son is talking stupid.
Yes, sir.
A young lady that you care very much for is on the other end of it.
Yes, sir.
It's not the first time, the second time, or the third time he's done that.
Yes, sir.
Did you think you were pouring gasoline on him?
No, sir.
Sustained.
First question that the state asked you was, you said you liked Brooklyn, but you loved him.
Yes, sir.
You're not a
What did you
murderer.
mean by that? Why did you say that?
Because he was saying I was totally taken up for Brooklyn all the time. So what was I supposed to say? Yeah, I love Brooklyn. I mean, I love Brooklyn. I love Brooklyn now. I will love Brooklyn till I die. Am I an idiot?
Sustained.
Will Brooklyn's memory stay with you for the rest of your life?
Sustained.
Throughout every one of these texts, what was your goal?
To not let anything, to stop Keith. That was my goal, just to stop Keith.
Did you think in reality that he was coming?
No, I did not. When I called my mother, I'm sorry.
Sustained. Just, Ms. Agee,
I'm
just wait for
sorry.
Mr. Ackerman to ask you a question, okay?
yes, I'm sorry.
When you called your mother, you what? Did you say?
When I called my mother and I told her,
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Every time you responded to one of his texts, were you thinking I should hang up or I should stop this or anything like that?
I was thinking just to stop him, trying to calm him down, just hopefully make him see what he was doing.
All the questions that the state asked you, did you ever have any intent to help him, to induce him, entice, whatever, the words that the state used?
Sustained. Mr. Ackerman, if you have a new area of inquiry based on the cross, you can ask it. The
Trying to
these
read my
questions
notes.
have been asked a number of times.
No, either she's an accomplice to the crime he's been convicted of, or she's innocent. There's only A and B in this one. He didn't pull the trigger, but did she help him in his charge? This is what the jury has to figure out. Because again, you can't be guilty of an OUI if the one you're helping has a murder. So he's guilty, just like a getaway driver would be guilty in a bank robbery, even though they never set foot in a bank. It's the penny and pound thing.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Agee, you can step down.
Yeah, I don't like that either, but tomorrow on Valhalla and Jamie's channel, you can see the result, because I don't think we'll get to the
Mr.
verdict
Ackerman, any
today.
additional evidence from the defense? Okay. State intend to call any rebuttal witnesses? Or do you need a few minutes to talk about it? Okay. Okay. Then I'm going to ask that the jury step back into the jury room. There's a few matters I need to take.
They
up
don't
with
have
the
to do that.
attorneys. Hopefully it'll be a pretty brief recess. Again, do not discuss the case and go ahead and leave your notepads here.
I'm sorry, what page are you on?
Page 4, about the middle of the page. I think you had asked for that last night.
Yes.
Okay.
So now we're going over the last jury instructions, blah, blah, blah. We're going to hear all of that again later.
3.9, based on Keith Agee's testimony, I think number 9 would be applicable and should be number 6. You agree with that?
I'm sorry, did you say number 6?
It will be number 6. So 1 through 5 are standard. Number 9 says, has a witness been convicted of a felony? And there was that testimony.
9 goes to 6.
Yes, sir. You agree to?
Mention his name specifically.
And Chuck E. Cheese,
No, just leave it as it is.
Moist
Right.
O'Clock,
I think we can take out,
29%,
Mr. Myers,
not
the
even first base,
misdemeanor involving
70%.
dishonesty,
You
false
ladies
statement
are
language.
a quality-seeking lot.
And then the others can be
So I'll know
removed.
it's Taco Bell for you.
In the accomplices and informants paragraph on the next page, page 7, I don't know if all of that
I
language.
don't know who had their phone on.
Line 3 would apply.
I don't think it was Jamie.
Judge, the whole
She left
paragraph
before Valhalla.
It's talking about making a bargain with the state or have reason to help the state. And that, we didn't call it a witness that fit in that category.
Mr. Ackerman, do you agree that that particular paragraph doesn't apply now that we've heard all the evidence?
I'm trying to think, Judge. to give you more about
Sure.
Martinez's testimony. No objection.
To removing that?
I like
Okay,
it taking it.
we'll remove that entire paragraph, and then just below that, since Ms. Agee did testify, that should remain. And then I think 3.9A can be removed. Do you agree, Mr. Ackerman?
I'm just going to let this run in the background. It's just your instructions. We're going to hear them read later anyways. Wouldn't it help vote guilty if mom didn't like the victim? Just make sure I get out of the car so you don't hit me. To me, kind of shows that she wasn't that concerned about what happened to Brooklyn. And hey, I'm a cold-hearted biatch. Oh, this looks interesting.
Okay.
No, that doesn't look interesting. But
That, I know that's generally a concern for our court.
as always, the jury has nothing to do with the law. They
As
have
long as there's
everything
not
to
any
do
oth-
with
other live
how they feel.
ammunition, Then court deputies don't have any concerns with the gun lock with all the evidence going back? Okay,
more like fat
Wanted to make
man.
sure.
Am I right?
so I think that paragraph can remain. Those were the only things that I noticed over lunch. Anything else from the state that needs to be added? So we'll have 14, one for the court reporter, 15.
Well,
I can provide mine to
it's
the
because
clerk, so
he
that's
backed her up
16.
in her
And then
absolute
I
wrong
think you
take
already
on this
have a
case.
Copy, Mr. Ackerman, correct?
Yes.
You don't need
You
an
used to love
additional
me.
copy. We're talking about.
I'll bring 18, Judge.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
And
how I
then,
see it. But Jamie and Valhalla
So
says
no
it's the
other
other way around. And
corrections, additions
hey,
for
we
the
don't have it
defense,
to
correct?
agree.
All right.
No,
Can
but
I
she
just
didn't
finish
show
this
any
first?
care for her
Okay.
either.
All right, and then we have the verdict form that was provided yesterday.
Yeah.
Any objection to the verdict form with the
The
lesser?
jury might fight over the intent.
So Ms. Agee.
I'm
you've
not
been
sure
sitting
she
here,
needs
we've been going through
intent.
The jury instructions.
Does
You were
she?
here last
They
night
just
as
have to
well. Do
discuss
you
if
have
she
any
ate it. Well,
Instructions that's We have not
I don't
discussed
know,
that you're requesting.
but yes.
You're satisfied with the instructions in the law that's going to go back to the jury.
And I think there will be people there
All right, yes,
saying,
Mr. Ackerman.
well, she didn't believe it would go this far. I think the biggest problem will be that her son has had a prior incident where he shot at people.
Keith Agee of murder in the first degree, I don't think there's any question about that, there's no doubt about it. Based on the evidence they presented, and in addition to that, what we presented today, testimony, we believe that the state has failed to reach their burden, proven beyond that even the lower level, finding the evidence most convincing, benefit the state. There is simply not enough evidence based on 3, 4, 5 text messages.
She done now?
He's doing his motion to dismiss.
3, 4, 5 that may indicate there was some motivation on the part of the defendant, if you took them totally out of context, for Keith to do wrong. When there is a plethora of statements made, don't do this, you leave your daughter alone.
Well, her take was wrong, because I've learned in my chat, in my mod group, that when people yell, it's because you're wrong.
Law, plan, no motive, nothing. Simply
I'm the opposite of it.
insufficient in this case to go to the jury.
Okay.
There's not one time in those text messages does she say don't do it. In fact, she says do it. On the light most favorable to the state, let's put it on the prima facie case, principle of first degree murder, she go to the jury.
She said 50 times, don't do it. She just didn't use those words. I don't think life and the
Jamie, come to Denmark and unalive me. That was me saying, Jamie, don't come to Denmark and don't unalive me. She said it 50 times, she just didn't say it.
perspective of the court, that the state made their burden, because she didn't say, don't do it in those words. When she said it in 50 other words, I don't think the state made it.
Okay, I've considered your arguments as well as the testimony and evidence presented during trial. And again, viewing that in light most favorable to the state, I do believe they have presented a prima facie case of principal to first degree murder, and the matter will go to the jury. Mr. Ackerman, approximately how long do you anticipate you're going to need for your closing argument?
I'm just not sure, Judge. I'm thinking, based on what we've just done in the last day, I may not have to go as far as I thought I was going to go, because everything from the video should be fairly fresh in the jury's mind. But I would say at least an hour. I mean, again, it may all come together in 20, 30 minutes, but I can't focus on giving an appropriate closing if I'm worried about a time span. I don't intend on repeating myself, except to come to certain points from different angles. You know, just.
Okay, I just need to kind of know for planning purposes, as well as, you know, the state gets to divide their time, and so they want to have a general idea of how much you're going
Sure, I
to
understand the
use.
first question perfectly. I just can't give an answer and then be held to it in the sense that you said this or that. I just don't know.
Okay, if we get to an hour, I'm gonna ask counsel to approach to get it, you know, an idea of when you're wrapping up, because that's gonna be a long time for the jury, and as far as when they may need a break.
An hour on
after
this
hearing,
case,
you know, the state's
I like
initial
to
closing.
approach it from different angles.
Okay, so if we get to that point,
He is he is a civilian lawyer because the son was represented by the public defender, so it would be a conflict of interest. So the state has provided him to her now that the public defender's office is out.
where you've
You don't
gotten
need
to
that
an hour or
long.
exceeding it, I will like.
No, this is, I even think Jemima will listen to me for once. No, she won't. You can do this in 15 minutes. Yes, the son was an idiot. Yes, the son did this. but there's nowhere you can prove that she had the knowledge. They had this contentious way where she constantly, they were going back and forth like that. She didn't believe he would follow through with it. Yes, he did something bad when he was 14, but she was trying to make him remember his daughter and say, hey, you don't want to throw your life away. Yes, when you read these messages, it does sound kind of like she is trying to lead him on. But as you could see, they had a very special way of communicating to each other. It's not like you and I. We would probably read a different context into it, but they have been going like this their entire life. You heard from himself. He wouldn't think her mom would help her and would never ever do anything to Brooklyn. You heard from her mother, who said, well, he was a bit of a wild card, but they didn't believe he would do anything like this. So yes, they had text exchanges that to outsiders looked weird, but for them, this is how they talked. Is it how I would talk to my mother? No, never. But who are we to judge how other people talk? There is no indication that she said, come here and unalive her. Well, there's that message, but she does 25 times after say, no, I didn't. Or no, don't do it. She tries to talk him out of it. That's what you need. 15 minutes of that instead of doing all this bullshit about, I like to attack it from different angles. This is a shut up, shut down case. Blame the son. Tell her, well, I was just trying to get him mad at me as he always does, so I could be the weathering rod. Boom.
Yeah, and he needs to really focus on the law because,
Jemima, I don't read chat.
yeah, he doesn't. He doesn't listen to nobody. Don't let him fool you. He don't listen. Baker's right, and he don't listen to no one.
I love Deb. Read it and weep, Jemima.
They call you up to the bench to just have a further conversation about how long
Understood.
you're going to take. Okay, Ms. Jensen, I assume that will be plenty of time for the state. Okay.
Well,
Anything else we need to discuss? I know you wanted a few minutes to get your thoughts together, and I think Mr. Myers is starting on the instructions, so.
I think they were in it, but one of them got
Right,
dismissed.
if we come back at 2:30, that'll give you 15 minutes. Is that enough time for the state? That'd be great. Okay, then we'll reconvene at 2:30 to begin closing arguments.
Yeah, I'm driving to Wisconsin right now. Dave, give me James' address. I'll be leaving.
Bring it. I'm not scared.
This jive talking mama Jama, who's been sitting here all day with her new boyfriend saying, oh, Baker is such a pushover. I'm going to show her. And
Do it.
no one can talk me out of this. Which means I would absolutely never, ever do it because that's what those words means. So 15 minutes to get ready for closing arguments where he will ramble on for probably 45 minutes, making everyone believe she's guilty again. I think right now she is, what would I believe? I don't think Cross went as bad as I could kind of have maybe thought it would have. I think we are 60-65% chance she's found guilty because of the severity of the charges. And, well, she didn't do it, pull the pew-pew trigger. So I think there's probably 65% chance.
Oh, thank you,
Leave Jamie
Kamala.
alone, but here's her address. Oh, wait, I can't say it because I don't want to commit first-degree red rum. Well, I would never, ever go there, Valhalla. But I can send you my address if you're not a MF Biatch, you would do it, right? I sent you Jamie's because if you're not a MF Biatch, you'll go and unalive her. Be a big surprise if anyone did it then. Who could have known? 73.4. Yes, something like that. 65-75. I'm agreeing with Zach for first time in history, which means I don't agree with Zach. She is charged with first-degree malicious murder because she is an accomplice to a first-degree malicious murder. It's the same as a bank robbery. If you drive the getaway car, you are still a bank robber, even though you never set foot in the bank. If you're an accomplice, you get the same charge as the one who did it. And the son got found guilty because he admitted it on the stand. Said, yeah, I did it. Well, we don't agree with all the facts, but I did it.
Yeah. I disagree to agree. Oh, Zachary.
For the first time in my life, Danny T says agreeing. For the first time in my life, me and Sue is probably on the same line. Jamie is wrong and she's going to move in with Valhalla.
Listen, I have a hard time. I really want to weigh the options when stuff like this goes down because first degree on something like this is hard for me to really
But
wrap my
that
head
has
around.
nothing to do with this case. Did she help
Yes,
him or
it's
didn't
not.
she help him? No, but you can't say, well,
And I don't
I would,
see it
I
that
would,
way, though. I don't see it the way you
that's
see
the
it.
law. You can't, if you want to change the law, don't be a juror, be a politician. Because
No, but like what?
is hated by everyone in the world. Trust me.
I don't care. Like, it's not against the law to just be a shitty human being
No,
and
but you
make
can
dumb
still,
decisions.
even though you don't intended it for it to happen, because you aided and abetted, you can get in trouble.
I know.
Mom and dad is sleeping in separate bedrooms tonight, kids. Who is number one? I demand a recount. I actually can't see it on my... Oh, yes, I can. Top fans, apparently. Danny T with 525 XP. I don't know what any of this is. Sue with 450 XP. Plant Fan 450. Holly Mac 425. Crispy 400. 007. 375. Peach Geek 375. Jules 375. Helen from Holland 350. Jemima 350. Zach number 11. Come on now. You can't even breach top 10. Well, doesn't surprise me that you couldn't.
Hi, Daniel.
Hey, little D. Thank you. For what? Who said what? Holly Mac, thank you for gifting 5 more memberships. We have 30 memberships today. Thank you so much. Back to the country. John ISC Beira. Can we get back to the old names so at least I could figure them out? Linda
So
Bainbridge and Nicole Hernandez. Thank you, Holly Mac, for letting those people into the fold of Craig Craze, as my muffin tops are. And if you're new here and you think, oh, they must be mad at each other because they are yelling, Mom and I are passionate about our points in some cases, and sometimes we get into a little shouty match.
Yeah.
That means that we are adult enough to disagree. We still hate Valhalla, though.
Yeah. We don't always agree.
No.
Yeah. So nobody get it twisted that we're actually mad at each other. It's highly unlikely it'll ever happen in our lifetime.
Pixie, yes. It's a lot of members for a man who never listens to each other. I just don't listen to Jemima.
Mm-hmm.
Will the jury get the case tomorrow or today? Time is...
Right.
I have this smart... No, that of course doesn't... Yes, it works now. It's 2:30 almost. An hour. Then it's 4:30. Does she believe she's going to get a quick conviction? If
I
she
think
has an inkling that it's going to be a quick decision, if they are done around 4 o'clock with the closing arguments, I think she might send them out because she said yesterday, I'm going to order dinner. But if she has an inkling that it's going to be 4, 5, 6 hours, she'll probably send them home and start deliberating tomorrow because she also has to give jury instructions. No, I actually
Oh,
don't
yeah.
think we'll have time to do it today. I'm not
Yeah, they
sure.
might bring him back tomorrow.
I think the jury will have trouble giving her the same as her son, even if the law says so. Juries are weird. Yes. And that's
Yeah.
why I still put her at a low, well, everything above 50% is high, of course, but I believe that there's a high likelihood that she might not be found guilty because people think this is, oh, that's a lot. She didn't really do anything other than make sure the other lady got killed. But it's also Florida, right? Yeah, it's Florida. Florida is notoriously harder on criminals than most other states we see.
And we only have 6 juries, right? Or 6 jurors, right? Is this
I don't think we have ever talked about how many there is in this one.
because Florida changed it where it's only capital crimes are 12 people now. And I don't know if this is this considered a capital crime.
The biggest problem for Valhalla and his newfound love for Jamie will be the Valkyrie.
Oh,
I don't think there's much in the instructions. It'll probably be the same as a first-degree murder, and then we heard there will be a special notice about a convicted felon testifying, and there will be some explanation as why, as we say in Denmark, the one who stole it is as guilty as the one who fenced it. I think the odds of a hung jury is greater than a conviction. Could be, especially after the tumultuous end to the first trial. What was the jury misconduct on the mistrial? Allegedly, a juror was doing crossword puzzles in the jury room, but there was also rumors that it had turned really bad in there. Some maybe racial slurs about who we don't know. Someone claimed they were threatened by a little old lady who did crossword puzzles. And I have to say, I am also frightened by Sue, and I know she does crossword puzzles. So
I mean, like, you can do that stuff and listen.
if it was illegal to be an idiot, a lot of people would be in prison. So sadly, you can't be charged with that one.
That's the whole thing that I have a problem with. If it's illegal just to say stupid stuff and be an idiot,
But that's
we'd all
again,
be
that's
in
not the
jail.
crux of it. The crux of it is here's the address. You better come unalive her, or you are a B word. No, he drove from Alabama to Florida to.
But I believe her when she says that she didn't think he would do it because they
Well,
had a
that's
really effed up
but
relationship.
Jamie, then you get into another interesting little part of the legal matter, because you being an idiot doesn't make you automatically not guilty. You claiming I don't know what the speed limit was doesn't mean you can break the speed limit. You will still be criminally liable for your actions. Not knowing about the law doesn't mean you don't have to follow the law. And
Yeah, but
then we have that a lot. People will say, well, I didn't know I couldn't bring a knife into a nightclub. Well, we have the knife law in Denmark. Well, I didn't know that. Well, just because you didn't know it, it doesn't mean you won't get found guilty. Because as a citizen in a country, you actually have an obligation to know what the rules and laws are. That's why when I found out that if I was going to drive in Georgia, I would need an international driver's license, even though I never needed it before in America. I got an international driver's license. Not that I was going to Georgia, but just to make sure. Then I didn't end up rent a car, and I just rode what is it called? Bit saddle with Valhalla in the Dodge. So you have it's the same with Brittany Griner. Well, I can smoke weed at home. Yeah, well, you're not home. You're in Russia. Russia have way different rules. Try spitting on the street in Shanghai. Well, we can do it at home. Yeah, here you can get lashes. So just because you claim, well, I didn't know this was illegal, it doesn't make it legal. And that's another thing that people forget most times, that, well, she's an idiot. Yes, she is an idiot, but that doesn't mean she can't be held liable for her actions. And that's a big thing in this one.
I know, but where I'm at with it is me believing that she didn't think that he was actually going to show up and do anything. Like, where's the law being broken on her end? That's just what I'm saying.
Well, just because she didn't believe it, but she gave him the means and opportunity. She participated in the crime, in my opinion. If someone comes up to you and say, "Can I borrow your pew-pew? I'm gonna unalive someone," and you say, "Well, I didn't think he would do it, but I give him the pew-pew," would you think that was a different case?
But then none of that happened either.
No, but would you think that if, let's just say, instead of giving her the address, the mom had given him the pew-pew and said, well, she wasn't going to use it, would that change your mind?
There's no different circumstances in my opinion.
Nope, it's exactly the same, aiding and abetting in a crime. You just want to say, well, how bad is it to give someone an address? But if you change the circumstances and said, well, she gave him the pew-pew, without her action, Brooklyn wouldn't be dead in aisle 52. I know, because it's just an address. It's really, really easy to say, well, what does it matter? But try and let's just turn it around a little bit. Let's circle around what that former White House press secretary said. Let's just circle around. If it was, can I borrow your pew-pew? I'm going to unalive someone. And you said, well, she's not going to do it, so I'm giving you the pew-pew. That's the same crime, aiding and abetting. But you would find that would be way worse than giving her the address. The result would be the same. Brooklyn would be dead. Well, she wouldn't be dead in aisle 52 because he wouldn't know where she was. But you would think, oh, he gave him the murder weapon. This time he just gave her the place of the murder. It is the same, but it's not as bad. If someone had given him the pew-pew, you would have most likely voted guilty instantly and said, well, she should have known it could go bad.
All right, we will, since we have Ms. Agee back, we'll go back on the record. State of Florida versus Sheila.
This is within the spirit of the law.
23 CF 3379B.
I'm
states
always,
present,
see,
defendants
Jamie,
present with-
Jamie, read chat now. Baker's
What?
always right. Always right.
The council
Not always.
did a review of the instructions that Mr.
Jamie,
Myers
read chat.
brought back up, and they appear to reflect all of the changes.
I see it.
I just said the instructions that Mr. Myers provided appear to reflect all of the changes we discussed.
I believe so.
So you ready to bring the jury in to begin closing arguments?
Yes, thank you, Holly. It was not intentional.
Okay.
Not intentional.
Well,
Well, giving someone a pew-pew that they commit a crime with is still illegal. Laws of spirits. Well, and at the same time, the mother knew there was a restraining order, so she couldn't legally give him an address where he could meet her. So she also helped him break a restraining order. Yes, it's an international driver's license. It's a big old piece of paper that I have to pay $5 for, and it lasts for a year. I think I have it.
You're satisfied with the instructions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then let's bring the jury back in. Are you doing the trial tomorrow? Yeah. It should be a short one.
This is an international driver's license. This little petite thing that you have to bring with you because just have to make sure. You then have all the licenses you have marked in it in Danish, English, motoricitas con un sin sidecar. I think that's Spanish. I think this is Greek, perhaps. Chinese. And then you have the permissions you have. So I can drive a car, I can drive a truck, and I can drive a
Look at that picture.
truck with a hanger on it. You have to have one of those in Georgia, apparently. So they're different. Normally, I'll just drive on a Danish driver's license, but apparently that wasn't a legal ID last year when I was in the US. Yeah, in my hoodie.
Yeah. Your glasses and your hoodie. You should have cocked your glasses a little bit. That would have made it so much fun.
Oh, you're not allowed to do that in an official picture.
I know that I kept you out a little bit longer, but we were able to get all of the jury instructions prepared and ready. So we're going to go ahead and get started with closing arguments.
Well, I don't
Both the
have
state and the defendant have now rested their case. The attorneys now will present their final arguments. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide this time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has given its closing argument. State, you may proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen, this defendant, Sheila Agee, did not physically pull the trigger on the gun that killed Brooklyn Sims. But this defendant's words were her weapon. Sharper than a knife, faster than a bullet. Her words, if you don't come kill her, you a MF bitch. That is what this mother, this defendant, said to her son. Her words were her weapon that assisted and aided and encouraged and incited her son to murder the mother of his child.
It lasted a year.
And her actions were her weapon. She changed the whole path of this crime. She changed the whole direction of her homicidal son's mission to kill Brooklyn Sims. He was initially talking about killing her in Alabama, which is not okay. He wanted to shoot Brooklyn when they got back from Pensacola and got to Alabama and Citronelle. And what did this defendant do? She brought him to Pensacola and said, do it there instead. Ladies and gentlemen, she guided her son like a missile to its target. He had no idea where they were on August 11th, 2023, until his mother, his principal to this crime, directed him to that Home Depot on Davis Highway. It is not only her words, and it's not only her actions, but it's her inactions. Her inactions were also her weapon that aided in killing Brooklyn Sims. Ladies and gentlemen, this defendant did nothing to save Brooklyn. She knew Keith was coming to Pensacola. He told her over and over again. She sent him the address. Come get her here. He said he was coming to kill Brooklyn over and over again, and she did nothing. He gave her a countdown. You have the text messages. He said, I'm on my way. I'm coming through Movico. I'm getting on the interstate. 45 minutes away. Stay out of my way. And she did nothing. She didn't call 911. She didn't get Brooklyn out of that store. She didn't get her out of harm's way. She didn't take her somewhere. Lock her in the back somewhere. Get her out of there. She did nothing. She didn't even put Brooklyn on notice, that Keith was threatening to come kill her. Now, she testified today and said that she did give Brooklyn information while they were at lunch. But you heard from the two young ladies that were on the aisle that day when Brooklyn got murdered. And they were asked how Brooklyn acted that day. They said she was her normal, happy self. She wasn't concerned. She wasn't nervous. She wasn't worried because she had no idea that she was going to lose her life that day on aisle 52 in Home Depot because this defendant did nothing. At 11:28, this defendant, Sheila Agee, sent the text message to Keith for her to come do it in Pensacola. 26 seconds later, this defendant said, I'm on the way, send it. Keith Agee showed up less than 2 hours later and riddled Brooklyn Sims with bullet holes. Ladies and gentlemen, Sheila Agee set Brooklyn up to get murdered. She knew it was going to happen. She intended for it to happen. And it happened through her words, her actions, and her inactions. The text messages don't lie. I know that you have seen so many of them over the past couple of days, and I know you're probably tired of looking at them. But I want to put some up now that Sheila Agee has had a chance to put her self-serving spin on those text messages. At 11 o'clock, Keith says to Sheila, okay, I'll be waiting on y'all in Citro. At 11:06, Sheila says, but I'm not telling you not to be in Citro now. That's up to you. Never dissuades him. Keith says, she ain't done none but cost me money and gave me a disease. I'm fit and just shoot her. I hate that for Casey, but like I said, I can't take it. IDGAF, no more. Sheila responds at 11:09 and says, okay. At 11:10, Sheila sends Keith a text message and says, okay, I'll call you and tell you, MF, if you want to go to jail, I'll tell you when we get close. But if you don't come kill her, you a MF bitch. Sheila sends another text message at 11:23, assuring Keith that somebody will take care of his daughter. Keith sends a text message to Sheila at 11:24 and says, I'm just about to leave work, so I'll be off. Sheila responds at 11:24 and says, don't call Nanny and tell her she will try to talk you out of it. Sheila sends a text at 11:25, don't shoot at my MF car, I don't want to die. Sheila sends another text message, wait till I put her out. Keith sends a message at 11:26, says, because I'm open the door and just shoot her. Sheila responds and says, as long as you don't shoot me. Sheila sends another message at 11:28 and says, hell, this is where it becomes her idea on where to do it. Hell, if you get off work now, I'll give you the address here. You can ride over here and do it so you don't have to do it in front of Casey. And then she says, we just in Pensacola. He says at 11:28, I'm OTW, send it. Sheila responds at 11:29 and says, hold up, let me get it. Erase the text because I don't want nobody to know I was texting you, stupid ass. At 11:32, Keith sends a message to Sheila and says, I'm coming through Movico. What's the address? 11:43, again, he asks her for the address. At 11:45, Sheila responds to Keith and says, which she'll probably end up committing suicide, talking about Casey. And she'll be with y'all anyway, meaning Brooklyn will be dead. Give me 10 men. I'm going to give you the address. You ain't close yet. Keith sends a message at 11:48 and says, I'm on the interstate. At 11:55, Keith says or asks, she going to be on the floor, right? Then this defendant sends the exact location for the Home Depot on Davis Highway so that Keith knows where to go. And then he says at 11:56, he's 45 minutes away. She gives him a thumbs up, waiting on you. At 12:03, he sends a message to Sheila and says, I'm saying I'm going to have to find her in the back or something. Sheila responds and says, nope. Sheila sends a message at 12:06 and says, but just know I'll be the first MF you see, but I ain't even told her you were coming, so you good, but you going to see me for cussing me. She says at 12:06, no, I'm going to come out. She will be in. She won't know nothing. Keith at 12:10 sends Sheila a message and says, stay out my way. Sheila responds at 12:12 and says, I am. At 12:13, Keith says, you probably done called the police for that girl. Sheila responds and says, I swear to God, I ain't told her nothing about you. At 12:30, Keith says, yeah, you called the police. Sheila responds and says, okay, if you're trying to say I called the law on God, or excuse me, she says, okay, God, I ain't called nobody. She then says at 12:31, if I called the law or told her anything, I hope Kaya never take another breath. Remember, Kaya is her youngest child. Swearing on Kaya's life that she did not call the law or tell Brooklyn. At 12:38, Keith says, so that last thought of her knowing she effed and the regret in her face will be enough to satisfy me. IDGAF what she see when she dead. So a lot of time was spent, obviously, during the course of the state's case talking about Keith. And that's because, as Mr. Myers explained to you in his opening statement, the state first has to prove that there was a premeditated killing of Brooklyn Sims for us to then prove that this defendant, Sheila Agee, was a principal to that homicide. You've heard the facts and the evidence, so let's take a look at the law. And the judge is going to give you a set of instructions, and she's going to read it to you. To prove the crime of first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number one, Brooklyn Sims is dead.
Yes.
Number two, the death was caused by the criminal act of Sheila Agee or her accomplice,
Yes.
Keith Agee. There was a premeditated killing of Brooklyn Sims.
Yes.
Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so.
Yes.
The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing.
Yes.
The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow for reflection.
2 hours
The
driving.
premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing.
Yes.
So what is the
That
evidence
was all
that you
him,
have?
not her.
You heard from the
Accomplice. Her or her accomplice. Her
But again-
accomplice did it. Jamie, that's the law,
But again,
baby.
no.
I know you don't want to do it and you think that, but the law states that. Do I think the jury always follows the law? No. But legally, I have a hard time seeing how she is not guilty because all of
Exactly,
these points.
Valhalla.
Valhalla, I'll now show you again.
That's what I was trying, like I'm saying. Like, I get it. He had all the premeditation in the world. But I don't believe that she really thought he was going to come and kill her in front of everybody in that store. I don't know. That's just my opinion.
No, but she aided and abetted, so she's an accomplice to first-degree premeditated murder.
Time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow for reflection. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing.
I love this is the first time me and Sue and O-Line Red and Danny T has been against you, Jamie. Now you know how I feel.
Listen, I don't really care.
I'm on the girls.
So what is the evidence that you
I
have?
am on the winning team.
You heard from the DNA witness
Sue won't yell
that
at me.
Keith Agee's DNA is on the gun that was found on the side of the road near Home Depot. You heard from the firearms expert that the shell casings that were recovered in the Home Depot as
Nope, you don't have to prove she believed he would do it. Her accomplice need to have had wanted to do it. Again, the getaway driver is a bank robber.
well as the projectiles that were recovered during Brooklyn's autopsy were fired from that firearm that has Keith's DNA. You have the cell tower records that show.
No, because he wouldn't be a participant in it. He didn't know what you were doing. You didn't tell him, hey, I'm gonna go rob a bank. Can you wait outside? Because then he would be a getaway driver and accomplice to it. If you run out and jump into a taxi and say, hey, go, I need to get to the airport. How is he to know? But again, when you drive the expert to the post office, you know what he's doing.
Keith's movement, that show his movement from Alabama to Florida.
And she knew what he was going to do.
You have the video
Told
surveillance
her.
from the Home Depot. You have the pictures of
But he
Keith
didn't
when
believe
was
she was
taken
gonna
into
do it.
custody, and then
Doesn't
again
matter.
when he was at the sheriff's
He's not in
office.
church.
And then you've got him at the Home Depot in a still shot to show ID. Keith Agee is the trigger man. The evidence that you have for premeditation is that this started 2 hours before the shooting actually occurred, before they, Keith and Sheila, killed Brooklyn. Keith Agee had to leave work in Alabama. He had to go get a gun. He had to drive for at least an hour and a half, if not longer.
No, if he tells you, I'm going to go rob the bank, you are now an accomplice if you drive him to the bank and drive him away from the bank after. If you call the cops, stop the car, get out of the car, and say, I'm not driving you, then you're not.
What if he wants
He
to
gets
go
to
to the
Florida,
bank and he
parks
makes that
in the
joke?
parking spot
You
next
think
to
it's a
his mother's
joke,
truck.
and he goes and does it. Are
He
you in
goes into
trouble?
the store. He goes straight to aisle
Well, I don't
52.
believe that.
You are.
He shot Brooklyn at least 7
Because you
times,
had
and we say
prior
at least
knowledge
7
about
times
the crime,
because 7 cases
even though
were
you thought
found
it
on
was
that
a
aisle.
joke.
And then he left. He threw the gun out of the car. He ditched his vehicle. He waded through some water. He ended up.
Yeah, but you're changing the analogy yourself. If you go to an Uber and say, pick me up at Martin Luther King Boulevard and Jefferson Davis Avenue, and I'm going to be driven to First Union. Wait outside, and you're coming out, get into the backseat and say, drive me to Tyson McGee, I need to catch a plane. He can do that. If you get into the car and says, I'm just going to run in and rob the bank, and then I'll be out and you can drive me to the airport, then he has knowledge about it. An Uber driver or cab driver doesn't have knowledge about it. You can't order. I'm pretty sure we don't have Uber in Denmark. I'm pretty sure there's not a I'm going to rob a bank option in Uber. So unless you don't tell him about it, she was made aware that he wanted to commit a crime.
At the movie theater on Bayou, and he was taken into custody. Ladies and gentlemen, based on the law and the evidence, that is first-degree premeditated murder. You are going to have some options of what are called lesser included
Oh, there is
offenses.
lesser included. I didn't
And that's
think that.
exactly what they are. They are lesser offenses of first-degree murder.
They never ever stated that
The
anywhere.
first lesser included offense of first-degree murder is second-degree murder. The judge will instruct you that to prove the crime of second-degree murder, the state must prove the following 3.
Funny, I read an article that said she must be found guilty in the same. Now I think her chance of getting convicted is going up.
Elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Brooklyn Sims is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Sheila Agee or her accomplice, Keith Agee. And 3, that there was an unlawful killing of Brooklyn Sims by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind.
Well, Halle, I'm sorry, but you're absolutely wrong. This crime couldn't have happened without the mom's participation. There's no way this crime could have happened at this time without her helping him find the victim. So she is the basis for this crime. Had he gone to Brooklyn's house and blown her head off, even if the mom had said, well, yeah, we're not working, then the mom wouldn't be an accomplice. This murder couldn't have happened without the corroboration of the mom. There's no way it could have happened in the way it did if not the mom had turned over the address where Brooklyn was. I think, I don't know why you have to compute that this crime could only happen because the mom chose to share the location, which is also most likely a breach of the RO. But hey, she did know there was a restraining order, so he was not allowed to see her. But that's another thing. This crime could only happen because the mom participated in it. Again, your Uber analogy doesn't work because the Uber driver doesn't drive you to a random bank and says, go rob this one. You tell the Uber driver where to go. In this case, the mom told this man where to commit his crime. And that's why I say she is as guilty as sin, because without her, Brooklyn wouldn't die there. She would most likely die at home in her apartment because this idiot would have killed her. But this murder could only happen in this way because the mom told him where to find her.
If it is an act or series of acts, that number 1.
But he didn't, Valhalla. The problem is you are trying to invent 20,000 other possibilities. The facts of the case is she gave it to him. There's no other way this crime could have happened. He could have gotten anywhere else. How? Well, he could have called Sweetie or Peach, I think were the only two other girls. He didn't contact any of those. Without the mom, no crime. No crime. He didn't even know she was at Pensacola's Home Depot that day. He didn't even know she was at a Home Depot. This company goes around stores all over the area and does the inventory. So no matter how you try to say, well, it could have happened, God could have told him, it's not true. This crime is 100% on the back of this mom. Without her helping him, he would not have known where he was going. How many times do you drive 2 hours to a random city and accidentally walk in and whoopsie, this is the place we have to look? This crime happened because of this woman. No ifs, but about it. Does the jury think that's enough to put her in prison? I don't know. But this crime happened purely because of Sheila Agee. It couldn't have happened without her. No matter how much, well, it could have been, he could have found, he didn't. This crime could not have happened at this time without Sheila Agee. There's no other explanation for this crime. She gave him the place to do the crime. It wasn't random. There was 2 hours to call the cops. So I just don't see how people can think, well, she didn't really do anything. She had 2 hours to get Brooklyn into a car and go somewhere else. She had 2 hours to call the cops. She could have said, I don't want to share the address. You have a restraining order. You're going to stay the hell away from her. Go home, calm down. This mom is the sole reason he had access to Brooklyn and therefore is an accomplice in her murder. I would vote that any day of the week and I would sleep peacefully when I came home. But I'm a cold-hearted asshole.
A person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do seriously.
Valhalla, he didn't know they were at a Home Depot because they went to other stores as well. She gave him direct knowledge. It's as easy as that. He didn't go around looking for her. He went straight to that store and into aisle 52, shot her 7 times, walked out of the store, threw away his gun. His mom never tried to stop him. I'm a cold-hearted bastard. I would find her guilty no matter what. I believe she is directly to blame for Brooklyn's death. But hey, I am a cold-hearted bastard, and I'll be 100% open about it. Brooklyn would have survived the day at work if she had not texted her son. Would she have survived the night? I'm not sure, but that's not what we're here to find out of. We're not here to find out ifs, buts, and whatevers. We're here to determine, did she help her son kill Brooklyn? And I 100% think she did. And going by the law, if I believe that, she has to go away for life. Do you have to agree? No. But the facts of the case is, this trial only happens because she told the son where to kill Brooklyn.
Serious bodily injury to another, and 2 is done from an ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent, and is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. There is no intent to kill with second-degree murder. That's what separates it from first-degree murder. The next lesser offense that you will have is manslaughter. To prove the crime of manslaughter, the state has to prove that Brooklyn Sims is dead. Number 2, that Sheila Agee or her accomplice, Keith Agee, intentionally committed an act or act that caused the death of Brooklyn Sims. With manslaughter, there is no ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent like there is required with second degree. And there is no intent to kill. And again, this is why this is a lesser, and these elements are not required for manslaughter. You're also going to see in your packet of definitions that there is a definition for culpable negligence with manslaughter. And once you read that instruction, you will see that it does not apply to the facts of this case. This honorable judge is also going to instruct you that a verdict of guilty should be for the highest offense which has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The judge is also going to instruct you on rules for deliberation. Your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions, even if you don't like the law.
So he says this.
To kill with second degree murder. The next is manslaughter. And with manslaughter, there is no ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent like there is required with second degree. And there is no intent to kill. And again, this is why this is a lesser, and these elements are not required for manslaughter. You're also going to see in your packet of definitions that there is a definition for culpable negligence with manslaughter. And once you read that instruction, you will see that it does not apply to the facts of this case. This honorable judge is also going to instruct you that a verdict of guilty should be for the highest offense which has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The judge is also going to instruct you on rules for deliberation. Your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Even if you don't like the law, you must follow it. Principles. Mr. Myers went over this with you in jury instruction, or excuse me, in jury selection on Monday. If the defendant helped another person commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all the things the other person did if the defendant intended the crime occur, and the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to and did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person to actually commit the crime. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed. Sheila Agee became a witness in this case. She testified before you. And it is
5-3 and 264. Me claims she died of starvation. No, she died of excess holes in the body, 47 of them.
up to you to decide her credibility. And one of the things that the judge is going to tell you that you should take into consideration is
If they said, I need to go to a bank, they go into the bank, they come out again, get in the car and says, yeah, let's go to Chuck E. Cheese. I think it'll be a hard time finding you guilty as an accomplice. If they put on a net stocking, pulls out a gun and a brown bag and says, I'm just going to do a withdrawal, nuts, you know what I mean, and you speed off after that and go to Chuck E. Cheese and the police come and arrest both of you, you will be an accomplice.
the witness has some interest in how the case should be decided. Sheila Agee is on trial before you for being a principal to first-degree premeditated murder. She absolutely has an interest in the outcome of this case, and you should consider that in weighing her testimony before you. Keith Agee also became a witness in this case. Ladies and gentlemen, bless his heart, he is trying to save his mom. He has nothing to lose at this point. He's been convicted. He told you that there was nothing that would have stopped him that day. But ladies and gentlemen, this defendant not telling him where Brooklyn was would have stopped him. You have heard the
I
shocking
don't know that.
evidence in this case,
We know
Horrific.
that because he wouldn't have
as
gone
Ms.
there.
Agee described it. And you will be instructed on the
I don't
law.
know.
Jamie, I'm going to say the same I said to Valhalla. The crime couldn't have happened in the way it happened without her participation. Could he have killed her 25,000 times that day in different places? Yes. She participated in the way she was killed. There's no way he could have figured out the address she was at, gone to the store, went straight to her, shot her in the face, turned around, gone out of the store, threw her gun away, parked on the side of the street without his shirt on, and be apprehended by the police in whatever, in Pensacola. If not, his mother had told him, we are in Pensacola at this store. She will be out on the floor. This is nothing about he could have killed her at another point. This is not what we're here for. I know you want to try and say, well, it could have happened, but that's not the question. Did it happen because the mother participated? And it did. She could not, he could not have figured out. How could he have figured out where she was if the mom didn't tell him?
I mean, all it has to be is you could say where we're at or a location. I don't know,
He
like,
didn't do
what
that.
kind of
You have all the facts in the case has been presented to you. The facts of the case is what? Did she or didn't she tell him exactly where he could find the victim?
It's not hard to Google things and talk to people
It
if he wanted to.
absolutely-
I'm just saying,
Okay,
if he wanted to.
Google where is CVS International, no, WCI International today? Which Home Depot and tell me where they are so I can go and unalive one of them. It's absolutely impossible to find this particular worker in this particular store without help. You can't just Google it. He didn't
No, but I'm
know.
saying if he wanted to call somebody else and
He
figure
didn't.
out where she was working,
Jamie, we are
I mean,
talking
he
about a
didn't.
case that has
But I'm
been
saying
presented
that
to
it's
you.
not that she is the only one who could have ever told him where it was. You know, she just did. I don't agree that the things she did was smart.
No, but, and I'm going to, Valhalla, how did he know? I'm getting off work now. Where are you? And she sent him the address. That's how she figured out. They
And if
didn't
you
already
render
know.
a verdict in accordance with the law and the evidence, there can only be one just verdict in this case. And that
They
is
don't
Sheila
work at
Agee is guilty
the Home
of being
Depot.
a
He worked for a
principal to the
company that
first-degree
goes
murder
around to
of
different
Brooklyn
stores
Sims.
every day. Well, it's because Jamie is putting in a defense that is not relevant to the case. Cases should be made on the merit of the evidence. This is the same as claiming Karen Reed is guilty because I don't like her. That's not a fact in the case. The fact of the case is he couldn't have been in Pensacola without special knowledge. And to me, that's a fact we all have to agree on. Then you can say, well, she would never ever have thought. Well, that's your opinion, but I just believe it's wrong to say he could have Googled it. He couldn't. He could have asked someone else. He didn't. You can 100% believe that she didn't do anything. I will 100% believe she's guilty of first-degree manslaughter because she helped him commit this crime, and it couldn't have happened, in my opinion, without him. You can believe she's guilty of first degree, second degree, or just manslaughter, or you can believe she's innocent. But I will also, even though I think everyone should have an opinion, I will also have the right to fight for my opinion, especially if the argument was, well, he could just have Googled it, because she couldn't. So that's why I'm a little heated, because for the last 2 hours, I've been told that, well, he could have found out a different way. No, he couldn't. Only people who worked on that team with WSI could have told him where she was. And only one person on that team told him, well, maybe he could have called headquarters as well. One person told him where to go. And I believe if you help someone die, you have to pay the price. You can believe, well, she didn't intend it to happen. That's fine. But I will have the other opinion. And I will have the right to have an opinion as well.
You may.
Well. you
But
can
maybe
organize
he can
teams from there.
persuade me otherwise.
The state was, I hope, successful in convincing you
What the hell?
that Keith Agee obviously committed first-degree murder. There is no doubt here what he did, as we've all said, horrific, horrendous. He caused such harm to so many people. You'll note, it's interesting to me when Sheila was testifying, she was talking about the harm he did to the Sims family and everything else. And again, no one's making a hero out of Sheila. She did what she did, she said what she said, and we'll get that in a minute. But if you come into this case believing she's innocent, which was such a big thing we talked about in jury selection, if you came in totally clean and you left your minds open and you weren't going to be impressed enough by the first thing you heard that you were going to judge everything by it, then there's also other people that were hurt too. She was hurt tremendously.
I despise Panera Bread with a passion.
She lost her son. She lost her new daughter. She lost her grandchild. She lost her piece of life. She's going about her business. She's got a great job. She's working. She's doing her best to get through life. She's got a son that is, you saw him, you heard about him, and you've seen the text. But she's living a life, and this catastrophe happens, okay? So let's back up. The state's proven that Keith did this. They do the same thing in their closing, and they're gonna have a chance to come back, and after I've said everything, they're gonna reiterate it and exploit what I've said. So I ask you again, till the very, very end, keep your minds without a decision till you've heard it, okay? So Keith tells Mom, I'm gonna do this terrible thing, and then you've heard the testimony. He said it numerous times. He's threatened to kill his father. He's threatened to kill everybody. He's going to do this. He's going to do that. But he never did. There was that talk about when he was a teenager and he had a thing with another teenager, etc. That's not relevant to you. It may say, well, she should have known he had a propensity and all that. That's history. Remember, every time you think about things here, every text, everything she's doing is to stop this from happening. Again, she doesn't believe he's coming. He's the kind of guy that says these things, constantly puffs up things that he blisters, and that's him. So she's dealing with work, she's dealing with this.
Chat is at 81% guilty today, so 9% if the same people has voted have swayed their persuasion. And that just shows that, hey, we are all seeing stuff with different eyes.
And you've seen the
With
text
eyes
from,
wide
well,
open.
let me get there. We back up. Again, Keith did a horrible, crazy, stupid, vile, vulgar thing that affected everybody. Okay? It turns lives around. It turned her life around. So let's put it into perspective, in the context. She's at work, taking care of these 20, 25 people. She's just been through the last week with him, with his nonsense. Is it a vaginal infection? Is it gonorrhea? This you've heard, and I'm not going to put them up. My plan was to put up every single one of those and go over them again with you, just like we did with Sheila. But you're going to have those in evidence. So every time state puts up something like that, just please remember that they're leaving out the whole context. The context is what enables you to understand intent. And so when they argue from their perspective, well, she did this, she did that, she admits that. Didn't come here to say she didn't say those things. She's not even defending them in any other way except, I'm his mother. I try and comfort him. I try and calm him down. I try and keep him in line. That's what mothers do. They don't always do it right. Remember when we talked about, I asked you some questions in Bardier, and what I was trying to get you to respond to was, are we all perfect? Do we all respond to situations perfectly? Do we all deal with stress, nonsense, all this stuff? How do we deal with it differently? And we deal with it differently on different days. So there's mom at work, taking care of business, gets the text. Oh no, I thought this was over. Now you had a chance, and if you'll recall, the state was very content, as they are in closing, to just include that 2 hours of tapes without giving you any insight or feel for what was going on before that. So we have mom at work, dealing with stuff, dealing with what she's been through the last week. Thank goodness from the 8th to the 11th, it's over. He's apologizing, he's saying this, he's all over the place. How do you deal with someone like that? How do you figure?
Now imagine this is the case that finally makes Jamie turn her back on me and start bringing Valhalla into the true crime community and make him daydream with her all day long now. Well,
Man. Oh, Jesus.
even her dogs don't like that.
No,
3
did
months
you
ago,
hear that?
she
That was
wouldn't come on a stream if Valhalla was here now.
storming outside. Crazy. That scared the crap out of me.
No, mom and dad will be
Ow.
good again, no matter what the verdict is. We are
Yeah.
just, sometimes
Can't
we
have
yell at each
that
other
much.
because we're passionate about the points.
Yeah, and I feel the way I feel, and he feels the way he feels. It's fine. We're gonna agree all the time.
I think your thingamathings are effing up again.
Probably because it's crazy stormy.
Oh,
I'll be
well,
back.
stay safe. I don't want to. Bye, Jamie.
Know what they're gonna do, even if they say it. So he says this, she says that. Everything she says to him, and please look at the tapes again, the texts again, I keep saying that, and understand the context. She is trying to calm him down. This is all Keith. He's not coming. But you never know. The ceiling could fall down. He could come. Because anybody who's rational and intelligent thinks, I don't think this is going to happen in a million years, but maybe. So the conversation goes on, and she's back and forth. I mean, for you to think in the context of those conversations, that when she said, don't shoot at the car, you might hit me, you've watched her, heard her. Is she serious? The state wants you to think that was, hey man, kill her, but don't kill me. I'm your mother. I'm the grandmother of your kid. I mean, it's insane. And that pulling her out of, he's saying, I'm gonna have to pull you out of the car. Can you imagine how stupid and crazy that sounds? Well, yeah, pull me, don't hit me. You don't wanna do this up there where your child is. She's trying to just stop the nonsense. I mean, how in the world?
He kind of looks like my old Danish teacher, and she had the same mannerism with her hands. This is really unsettling looking because she was a woman. But he looks like her. Well, she didn't have that hair, but she had the same way. She was always talking with her hands like that, like she was playing the piano. I'm getting flashbacks, Jamie. They're not pleasant.
What is happening?
He reminds me of my old Danish teacher.
Oh, the one that you harassed?
No. We actually, well, we might have stolen her car once, but
Yeah, yeah.
but she had the same way. She was playing the air piano, and she also had a face kind of like his.
Oh boy, she's a
Funny thing,
handsome woman.
her son lives in Australia. When my daughter was here, we went to get an ice cream. We're walking down at the beach. He comes walking the other way. He had one day he was going to be in my town just to show his wife where his mom was buried and stuff like that. So absolutely chance. And we just met and, hey, how you doing, buddy? Haven't seen him in 5 years or something. Didn't know he was in Denmark. But because my daughter wanted an ice cream. It's funny how the world works sometimes.
Yeah, it is.
Would she say? Where's the plan? So we have all the week before with the text back and forth, not one word about from Sheila, not one word that she's terrible, that this, that, and the other. He's trying to keep him level. And so all of a sudden, now there's a plan. There's no plan, there's no motive. Why in the world would she want favorite kid? Dead. It's how her whole life is the grandchild now and the mother of the child. And why in the world? Oh, because she told Keith, I like her, but I love you, Keith. And I'm gonna help you do this because you're my son. You know, my murder? You from that woman who's telling him all those things about how a lovely life he has, what a got a child, he's got a future, and she's telling him, yeah, go kill her. I'm gonna step aside here. State says she guided him like a bullet, all that stuff to get your juices flowing. If you listen to what was said, that's the opposite of what she. We've all been sarcastic.
Find a microphone.
We don't always say exactly what we mean because we want someone to be. We're all trying to get someone to go to our side and manipulate them to stop being fools. Stupid. Give up your life, son. Shoot somebody. Come on down here. Shoot somebody right in the middle of the day, in the middle of a store with cameras and everything else. Yeah, do that. I'll be waiting for you. Just I want to watch. Where's the motive? What is this? What are they trying to say? Here's what they're trying to say. We've got these texts. And remember, that's all they had for a moment, whatever. So if you take those texts out of context and you don't know anything about anything else, then yeah, that's a mother who thinks her son's been wronged and she's going to go after this person who wronged her. She doesn't think her son was wronged. She thinks he's ridiculous. I mean, it's difficult to make. Some of us see things from different perspectives, and that's human nature, and that's what we were talking about in Barkia. To me, the case for Hugh was proven more so than the case against you. Why would she want him to do this? And even if you say, well, she was just stepping aside, as the state would say.
I don't know why I'm leaning
Where does that
closer
come
to
from?
the screen. I can't hear better that way.
50 times? 40 times? What are you doing, son? What are you doing? She's a good mother. She's a good person. And you're here making all of these ridiculous statements and allegations. One minute she's terrible. Next minute she's great. I want to have a relationship with Casey, so I'm going to be a good boy. I'm putting this all past me. You'll see that in the text. Please, if you still have questions after this, when you go back to that jury room, study those texts. They are not from somebody who is saying, yeah, let's get together and do this. No motive. The opposite. No plan. If there was a plan, would it be by text? Wouldn't there be a phone call? I'm going to meet you. The state saying he walks right in and goes right to the aisle. He doesn't walk in and go where he thinks he walks in the aisle. He goes right up the front of the store, and he's looking down each aisle, and he looks and he sees her. But is there some kind of? Are they trying to say that they can't? That she told him there's no phone calls. There's just the text. So he finds her there on that aisle. Okay? No plan for her to get there or anything else. She finds it. As far as coming here, she looks at you when she was asked that question, me and everybody else. And the state asks Keith, you would not have known where to go unless she told you. No, I wouldn't. Not trying to fudge or hide anything. And again, Keith's not the ideal witness. Nobody wants to call a murderer to the to the trial of someone accused, who's supposed to be a principal. You watched his demeanor, you watched him. All I can say is what he said to you, and what clear to all of us here, that there was no collusion between the two. Nothing he says, this is the way, nothing he said indicates one iota that he was motivated by mother, induced by mother, etc. by mother. Everything was, don't do this. And again, the state wants to say, but you never said don't do it. He's a contrary guy. You don't confront them with that. You go around it. You say this, that, and the other to convince them not to. But this whole concept that mother wanted this to happen, again, you take it out of context with just those 4 or 5 words, but you also take out of context from the 40 words that she didn't want this to happen. And we're going to go through reasonable doubt in a minute. But if you weigh these statements, and then you weigh in the conversation prior to this, you will see that there's absolutely no proof beyond it, to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt, that she wanted Keith to commit this heinous act. It's not there. Very difficult when you're accused of something and you've done stupid things or said stupid things, or what is stupid to others, but to you at the time. It's very difficult to defend that. I mean, every one of us, if you take out of context what we've said or done at a certain time, did you say that? What did you mean? Well, and then you explain it. Oh, intent. That's the key word here. We all agree. I mean, stay put on that wonderful case against Keith. We sat there all through it. Very few objections from me, a few things. If you remember, I asked the fellow who ran the videos at the Home Depot, and you listen to his testimony, and sure, because one would think that there's cameras all over the place, and that people who work there would know where they were. Did Sheila have any idea? Is there any way she would know where the cameras were?
She didn't work there.
So please, if there's any thought about aisle 52 and no camera, Sheila had no knowledge of cameras.
She didn't work there. Jamie,
Yes.
can you follow him?
No, he sucks.
He keeps going on and on about she could have, and he was just de-escalating, and he was on, and then I'm not sure he understands that Sheila doesn't work for Home Depot. I
think
didn't
he
get that
understands a
part
lot of
about
things.
the cameras.
Well, it's just nonsense. Like, focus on, like, get the law in there and focus on some other things. He's just rambling.
Yeah, your and Valhalla's attempts to persuade me were stronger than this. Just say,
Yeah.
well, he would have done it anyway. This
I mean,
is
throw that in there. He would find out. He was on a mission.
Yeah.
That man wanted to offer,
Men
and
on
he
a
was going to
mission.
figure out how to get.
Men on a mission. That was Oscar Moe and Valhalla. What was Viscera's name when he was in Men on a Mission? You can see cameras in Home Depot, but you wouldn't know which are the real ones and which are dummy cameras. And you cannot see all the cameras either. So, but I'm perplexed because he asked for extra time to prepare, and it seems like he doesn't know some of the facts of the case. I believe this one would have been way tighter if he had done 20 minutes. Just hammered the fact that, well, she didn't believe he would do it. I would hire
Yeah.
Valhalla over this guy.
Go in on that.
Yeah. I don't.
You saw the video of Keith pulling up. I think the state said something about he pulled up alongside Mom. First of all, he probably didn't know what car she was driving. We didn't hear testimony. I don't remember, but she drives different cars
He was Mabel in Men on a Mission because it was Mabel, Oscar, Mo. Mo.
all the time, and she drives a company car. He doesn't know well enough, and you can see by the conversations, he doesn't talk to Mom every day, doesn't see Mom every day. They text a lot when they text, but he comes right off the road, pulls right into his spot. And he was not right next to her car. He was about 2 or 3 cars away. But there's no evidence that he knew where her car was or that was her car. So he pulls in, he walks down, and you see him on the video do his thing, goes down the aisle. You saw her waiting, I'm going to guess 30 minutes plus or minus, maybe 40 minutes, walking back and forth. She's waiting for him if he's coming. She's not sure. She ends up, after all that time.
Sorry, Jamie, but that's a stupid argument to get into. Because if she's standing up there, she must have believed there was a possibility he could come. Right?
I think she probably was like, oh, does
Yeah,
that
but
matter?
but
But
that
then,
kind of,
like after
that's
a while, was like, okay, no. he's
yeah,
not.
but he told her how far he was away. But if she believed there was, she claimed that no matter, even though he texted her, I didn't think he was going to come. But if she stands up there for 30 minutes, like she's doing the pee-pee dance, she must have thought there was a possibility at least that he could come. That kind of ruins her own argument. But well, I wouldn't put it past this guy to say, well, she did kind of do it, because I'm really struggling following along with him.
My gut feeling was right, he's not coming. This was all typical Keith. So takes a breath, goes back to work. Still probably, looking over her shoulder once in a while. Wasn't long. He gets there, walks right down the aisle. Yeah, whatever, that one.
What are you doing, sir?
I don't know, maybe it's just me, but look at this picture.
Look
This
at this
is a still
photograph.
of those videos. And I ask you to, maybe, would you take a quick look and just pass it around? Look at the expression on the face. Around a long time.
He even wears his glasses like my teacher used to do. Freaky.
Again, maybe it's me. I've been around a long time and looked at a lot of expressions and heard a lot of things. That's not a happy face. That's not a face of somebody who's
Don't face
walking
shame a
up and down
woman.
the aisles waiting for somebody so that somebody
Did you say
can
don't
commit a
face
heinous
shame a
crime.
woman?
Yeah,
That's the
someone
face
has a resting bitch face.
of an angry, distraught mother waiting for her son to come, who she said, you're going to come, you're going to see me. And you're going to have to shoot me. A mother who's controlled her son
This argument is stupid.
for the most part over the years. Nothing like this was even in the remotest of her mind. He's saying the same old nonsense, but now he's pushed it. I've just spent an hour and a half on the phone with this guy trying to reason with him, trying to be the mother that I'm supposed to be, and then he's telling me I'm an MF. And, you know, this is a great little chance for me to switch it. It's no longer going to be me. You called me an MF? You come see me now. It's not her anymore, it's me. Again, an attempt to mollify it, to change his mind, manipulate him so that he's not going to do this stupid thing. I mean, it's, to me, clear as day. This is evidence for you. You're going to bring it back along with the other evidence that I encourage you to look at. We had the ballistics and all of that. And, you know, it was very thorough and very good. And the state, you know, they're going to charge Sheila with the murder. They have to prove the murder. So, you know, all that stuff, we just, you know, yes. We know that. We're not here to say that. We're here to say today that everything Sheila did was not with an intent for anything harmful to happen. And that's the key to this case. Intent. The state, and unfortunately, I can't read my own writing most of the time.
No, Keith had a public defender. That's why this guy is called in, because the public defender's office is conflicted out of it. Come on, guy, move on.
Mr. Martinez to stand, and I did this and I did that, and I'm the investigator on the case. Okay, that means, you know, someone's charged with murder. You must have been pretty thorough to come up with that. And, well, no, I really wasn't. Saw the texts. That's where my focus was. Rush to judgment. And that's what, again, what we do as human beings. He saw that. Hey, let me just get the day and that's it. Well,
No, it wasn't an
you know, that's
extraction.
maybe par for the course, unfortunately, but this is serious stuff. Sorry if I upset him. Sorry if he was, maybe, I don't know, taught a lesson, whatever. But you knew from those texts that there was something going on before, and then he puts into evidence from the 5th or the 6th, whatever it was, that there was this thing about the gonorrhea and about an infection. And why not go back and look? But it didn't. So it's easy. If we hadn't been able to show you that, then I don't know that you'd have that perspective. And so I guess that goes along with the whole point of jumping the gun. And you came in here, she's charged. She's charged with murder. She must have done something. And that's what I really tried to get you all to just clear it away. Open up the thought process and let it all come in at one time, hear it all, and then see if the state meets their burden of proof. State was reading to you from the instructions, and
Oh, come on now.
a little bigger for me. Murder in the first degree. To prove the crime of first degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Victim is dead. Yes. The death was caused by the criminal act of, it says here, defendant. Let's say another. Yes. There was a premeditated killing of the victim by that another, Keith. Yes. Definition. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuing to a single design or purpose. We all agree that Keith appeared to have a single design or purpose.
No, this is Proctor and his sister level of text. Yeah, we texted each other 40 times a day. I think I talked to my sister last week. I'm not sure. Yeah, no, we got a family text today. So technically, I texted my sister today.
Clear from the evidence, if not clear, then certainly a reasonable doubt from the evidence that Sheila did not have a purpose, a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. Keith, not Sheila. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. Keith, not Sheila. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditation intent to kill and the killing. Keith, not Sheila. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. Keith, not Sheila. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It'll be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. Keith, not Sheila. An issue in this case is whether Sheila did not act. Oh, I don't know that we need to read that. Talk about
What happened?
excusable homicide and
He almost fucked up.
Imagine that.
of the killing. Keith, not Sheila. An issue in this case is whether Sheila did not act. Oh, I don't know that we need to read that.
Nope, not going to read any of that. Nope.
Talk about excusable homicide and other things that all apply. In other words, for it not to have been premeditated, they thought the judge is going to read you this. I'm just going to leave it out for time purposes.
Thank you.
At the end of the charge, judge reads, if you have a reasonable doubt about whether the defendant acted with a premeditated design to kill, Keith, in the heat of passion based on it, you should not find. The state went into second-degree murder to prove the crime of second-degree murder, which is a lesser, and they explain that to you. If you don't think that.
Again, a crisp 20 minutes, and I would have lowered her chance of getting convicted. Well, with the lesser included, my bar went up. But I think with a crisp 20 minutes where you just hit the same nails that you and Jamie hit, yeah, probably about 60% chance she got convicted. I think the needle is turning upwards.
It's not enough evidence that it should have committed first degree murder. To prove the crime of second-degree murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Victim is dead, Keith. The death was caused by a criminal act of Keith, yes. There was an unlawful killing by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. Well, if Keith was on trial, a jury could listen to that and surmise that, maybe he didn't have to wait, whatever, and maybe do that.
What?
Again.
No, he wrote it in the lunch break.
An act includes series of related actions arising from performed pursuant to a single act purpose, imminently dangerous. I'm not going to read any more of that.
Yeah, I would hire you. Hey, Bob.
The third lesser included manslaughter. And one could say this could be interesting in this case. I'm going to read you, after I'm done with manslaughter, principle. So please bear with me. Okay. To prove the crime of manslaughter, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, there are two ways to do this. Well, the victim is dead. And then two, A, the defendant intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of the victim. Well, he certainly did that. The defendant intentionally procured an act that caused the death of the victim,
Keith did it, but let's stick Sheila's name in here. Sheila intentionally, remember that, that's the key to everything. The state, you're going to have to make a decision based on that, these facts, the context, the desire of each person. The death was caused by the culpable negligence of the defendant, okay? Every person has a duty to act reasonably towards others. If there's a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. The defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable or excusable. That's never applied in this case. To either first, second, there's nothing justifiable or excusable with what Keith did.
I can. They're right there.
What is that?
Crispy is asking, can he draw the hands on the clock? And I can.
Look at you. You think you're so funny.
Expert, today I know what you feel like inside your head.
In
Hi,
order to
expert.
convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was merely negligent. Let me read this again. Okay. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death,
Bonus.
only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, and which caused death. To procure means to persuade, induce, prevail upon, or cause a person to do something.
I'm going to take a pee break. I can't stand
To
it.
see.
Okay.
I don't have that here, but they go on to define culpable negligence. Let me see. My jury instructions are a little better. As I'm looking for this, remember, intent. Manslaughter. To prove the crime of manslaughter, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Brooklyn Sims is dead. Sheila Agee or her accomplice intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death. We know Keith intentionally. Did Sheila Agee intentionally commit acts to cause that death? Were her conversations with her son, her actions that day, intentionally to cause the death of Brooklyn? Every person has a duty to act reasonably towards others. If there's a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. The defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable, excusable, homicide, as I previously instructed you. The explanations of justifiable, it's not necessary. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable. Your questions that you go back and discuss, the question here, was Sheila's act an intentional act to cause this? And if it was an intentional act, was it just negligence on her part, or was it gross negligence on her part? Culpable negligence is going to be defined for you. As I have said, every person has a duty to act reasonably towards others. If there's a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. But culpable negligence is more than a failure to use ordinary care to others. In order for negligence to be culpable, it must be gross and flagrant. Culpable negligence is a course of conduct showing reckless disregard of human life or of the safety of persons exposed to its dangerous effects, or such an entire want of care as to raise a presumption of a grossly careless regard for the safety and welfare of the public, or such an indifference to the right of others as is equivalent to an intentional violation of such right. The negligent act or omission must have been committed with an utter disregard for the safety of others. Culpable negligence is consciously doing an act or following a course of conduct that the defendant must have known or reasonably should have known was likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Okay. I'm sorry I'm going on so long here, and I hope I'm not boring you to death putting you to sleep. But all of these require a consciousness that what's going to happen is going to happen. When you read, you've heard them once or twice. The states showed you some of them. Again, just the ones they want you to hear, leaving out. But when you go through those, is there a conscious, on her part, desire for the act of murder to occur, for these acts to occur? Now, I've read you those definitions, but here's
You don't pay to be on my Discord. You will be in there. Just wait. You will be given a role, and you will then could be participating, because it helps me out that you will get notifications you won't get on YouTube. I know I'll only share the link for YouTube, but then you can. I'll be live on Rumble when I'm live on YouTube most days, or else Anime will yell at me. So please join the Discord if you wanna. It's not a pay to play. It's you'll just have to endure Sue and her yelling sometimes.
is the final one, that if the defendant helped another person or persons commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all the things the other person or persons did, if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt, not just beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant intended the crime to occur. And the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to, and that did, intended to, and that did, incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. And the state is saying, she gave him the address. She told him, if you don't kill her, you're a... She said, don't shoot because you might hit me. Do it here, do it there. Obviously, if you think that with what Sheila did that day, August 11, 23, if you think when you read those texts and the text before, and you put everything in context, then if you think that she wanted this to happen and aided and abetted it happening, then she's a principal. But if you're not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt, it's not just, well, she said those things and it's terrible. And, maybe that's not enough. You must be convinced. This is our backbone of our law, to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt, that was her intent. The evidence you've heard is just some words, and the state advertises them. She said stupid things when you come back to the end result. She wishes she'd have done it differently.
She's not
only
slow enough
knows
to be
she
crossbow.
wishes she'd have done it differently. But that's not a crime. That's not a crime. The next instruction is plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and the burden of proof. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe, coming in here, she's innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who
He's
committed
about
the
to
crime.
come to an end.
The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt.
Thank you, Helen.
Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, everything we've heard, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. So this all comes down to the text. What did they mean? What was her intent? You've heard from her, you've heard from the state. You've heard that she did this, that, and the other, she said this, but you've also heard the rest. You've heard that after it happened, she was in shock, she's whatever. Did you erase your text? She told you what happened. She's in that state, she's this, she's that, she's trying to call him, she's trying to text him, turn yourself in. And then she saw baby next to his name there, that's what she has him listed as, and erased. Now, she also said to him, or he said during the course of the text, this is so stupid. Erase this. Why? Because it was stupid. It was obnoxious. I don't want to be reminded of this. This sounds terrible. And God only knows it sounds terrible. That's why we're here. We're here for the very reason that somebody might erase that. Oh my God, they're not going to understand what we were doing. They're going to take it out of context. Maybe I erased it. My son did this horrible thing. I don't know. I'm not thinking straight. I can't believe it. He better turn himself in. They know who he is. He's not going to get away with this. This is crazy. But that's no indication of guilt. Don't know why it was erased. She didn't think she'd done anything wrong. But after this happens, it's beyond comprehension. You've just had your life turned upside down by your son. There's been a death. You've just lost your daughter-in-law, your son, and your grandchild. I mean, what in the world would she have had to gain? I don't know where this state's going to come up. Well, she just loved her son, and, he's going to do it. So what? What? She got tired, this mother, who's not perfect, but who's worked all these years with him to try and keep him in line and everything else. Yeah, it's time. I've had it. Do it. She's got a great life going for her. She's not stupid, ladies and gentlemen. And she comes from a different place than most of us do in that sense. She told you. The language, the innuendo, all that. It's not something all of us, the words and the expressions and everything else. Some of them talk that frankly, we don't use that kind of language. That's not a crime.
Thanks for streaming this smiley, heartfelt fun day. Well, our pleasure, and thank you for joining us while we do it, because without you, Jamie would just be yelling at me alone.
It doesn't sound so bad.
No, I know that's your dream job, is just, hey, Baker, can we set up a stream where I just yell at you 24/7?
Yeah.
Look, because her name is Denise Christmas, she got a Christmas tree.
I know, I love it. Did you?
Woman was only trying to do to the best of her ability what a mother does, what a friend does, what a decent person does. Oh, the state's going to talk about that. Some more of those texts, and they're going to say, look, here it is. She just knew damn well. Like a bullet. Well, it's not like a bullet if you don't know, if you don't intend for it, if it's not a conscious effort. Let me see if I have a few things I'll talk about. Many things that when the state came up and gave their closing and when they cross-examined, I'm standing there, sitting there, watching, listening. Yeah, you can attack somebody real well when they put themselves in this position. But you heard her, you heard Sheila's responses, you watched her body language and everything else. And again, why would this person in a million years want that effect to have happened? State can say, she should have known, she should have known. Again, please don't forget the relationship. Don't forget Keith's past, his history, and it's not going to happen. He's not even going to come. But if he comes, okay, I've now changed it. It's me. He's not even going to see her. And by the way, she was told he was coming. She handed the phone back. Basically, he's acting up again. She had no reason, and you heard the testimony of the gal, that she didn't look scared or anything else, because it's Keith.
Because she
Why would I
was
be scared?
told. Come on now.
Hopefully, watching those earlier texts helps you in this case, hopefully. Perspective, intent, context. State's burden beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt to convict her. You have to be convinced. Not just, yeah, well, she could have done better or anything else. You have to be convinced by that standard that when she was communicating with her son, she had the intent for him to do this. Careless, sloppy, improper, you could have done better, you could have called the police, you should have done this, you should have done that. That's not beyond into the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. That shows that, hey, she could have done better. She could have been smarter. And you could even go as far as to say she was negligent in that she didn't do better.
Don't say
But
that.
that is not a crime.
Yes, it is.
Even
Negligence
manslaughter.
is a crime.
Gross negligence. And they define that for you. I've read it. I'm not going to go over it again. So, again, please bear in mind, you're going to hear the state I've left out. Goodness knows how many things I can't read that I wrote. State in closing said something about, quoting Sheila, somebody will take care of your daughter. Being facetious, she's being sarcastic. You're going to do this? Well, that's okay. Somebody's going to take care of your daughter.
I'm not sure she speaks sarcasm.
Or, son, you go ahead and kill her because somebody will take care of your daughter. Again, with all the other things, it's hard for me. And I know I've spoken longer than I want to, and it's hard for me to even, it's not because to me, it is so clear what the evidence shows that I'm going over and over things, difficult, so clear. If it's not so clear, it's certainly unclear. Unclear is not proof
Can we
beyond
wrap
the
it up?
conclusion of every reasonable doubt. Please bear that in mind when you hear the state. When you hear the judge read you the instruction, you will have the instructions to go back with. Yes, Sheila told him where they were. Yes, Sheila said the things she said. From the evidence you've heard, can you really think that she wanted her son to do what he did? It's not there. It's not there at all. All the, she said this, she said, we know that. We've heard it. You've heard why and how it happened.
Yes. Well, you've done a terrible
You do
job at
this, son.
relaying that to us.
She's not going to have a mother. She's not going to have a father. Don't you forget that I'll tell her every day for the rest of her life that you chose your selfish, self-centered, me crap over her. She'll probably end up committing suicide and being raped, suicide. What more strong language can a mother use to convince her son that what he's thinking he's talking about is just irrational? What more could she say? She's already said everything else.
Maybe
said it
say,
all.
don't do it. She'd never once say,
The
don't
intent
do it.
to keep him calm. Again, don't forget Keith's history. Don't forget that she's still thinking this is all nonsense. He's not coming. And if he comes, he's certainly not going to do this.
Don't come.
That's bizarre, incredible. To think the opposite, has the state proved that to you beyond the exclusion of every reasonable doubt? They argue they have, but they have that text, those texts, and they don't have the insight into the relationship other than you've seen it, heard it, and know it. Okay. I'll leave you with that. I know I've left
Thank
things
you.
out. When you go back,
Denise Christmas.
if the
Just
state
keeping
says some
myself
things that I
busy.
could have
Well,
said,
I
could have
like
said,
your
then
procrastination.
please think,
It will go into my
are they
new
meeting their
computer.
burden? Have they met their burden? What would Ackerman say? What would any reasonable person think in the contrary? If Dr.
Get
Paul
away from the
had
podium.
to make it with the extra knowledge we have and with everything else we have, we know that they have not proven their case beyond it to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt.
I agree. Bye.
Thank you.
Yeah, he must have dipped his pen
We're
in
going to go ahead and
dirty
take a
ink.
break.
A break.
Got the indicated.
Yep.
Just get it over with already.
I put up a new poll. If people would think with the lesser included that she might get convicted. Oh, sounds like we'll come back. And with 40 less votes, come on, people.
Right back.
78% says guilty and 21% says not guilty. So the not guilty went up because there was more charges she could be found guilty in. Jamie, I think some of the people who voted in the first one didn't vote in this one.
Well, it's a shame.
There was a 1 hour time limit and he stayed within the 1 hour.
You did. You went right to it.
Close, you may proceed.
Worry, I don't have to start all over again.
Just felt
This is
longer.
what's called rebuttal. It's just an opportunity for the state to rebut some of the things that the defense said. Mr. Ackerman said that Sheila Agee lost her son, her granddaughter, and the mother of her granddaughter. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get one thing straight. Sheila Agee is not the victim in this case. Brooklyn Sims is. Mr. Ackerman said she warned him, don't do this, son. Your daughter won't have a mother and a father. Ladies and gentlemen, all she's doing is warning him of the consequences. She never said, son, do not do this. Mr. Ackerman said the state didn't go into what was on the text messages before August 11th. Ladies and gentlemen, that is our evidence. You heard from the witness with the Escambia County Sheriff's Office. They download it. They turn it over to the state, and then we turn it over to the defense. The state is not trying to hide anything from you. We have no objection to it being admitted into evidence and being read for you. Mr. Ackerman said, why in the world would Sheila want this to happen? Ladies and gentlemen, she doesn't need a reason. Her reason is Keith's reason. She's the principal. He's her baby. She didn't formulate the idea, but she furthered it for him. Sheila wants you to believe, and Mr. Ackerman argued, that she didn't believe the defendant was going to come to that store. She didn't believe he was coming. But if you look back at that timeline, at 10:44, Sheila was leaving for lunch. At 11:09 is when Keith Agee started talking about shooting Brooklyn. At 11:21, Sheila Agee was coming back in her truck. At 11:27, Brooklyn came back in the store from lunch. At 11:36, Ms. Agee was walking in on the other side of the store, the lumber side, and you'll see it in the video if you watch it again. It's the lumber exit. She's coming back from lunch. 19 minutes later, she sent that address to Keith. Mr. Ackerman said that Ms. Agee was walking around, lingering around the area for, I think he said approximately 30 minutes. I may have misquoted that. But at some point, he says she's lingering around for 30 minutes or so. Look back at that footage, because that is simply not accurate. At 12:55, Ms. Agee is walking toward the front entrance, and she's looking out in that area. By 1 o'clock, so she's there about 5 minutes. By 1 o'clock, she's walking down by aisle 52 and 53. And she does not come back until 1:15. That is 2 minutes before Keith Agee is parking his car in the parking lot next to her truck. At 1:15, she comes walking again from the lumber area from the other side. She comes to the front entrance. She lingers around there for a couple of minutes, and then she walks to aisle 52, aisle 53, and she's over there for over 1 minute, within feet of where Brooklyn Sims was working. She walks past aisles 52, 53, and then at 1:17:44, Keith Agee pulls up, parks next to his mom's truck. At 1:18, he's getting out of the car. He heads toward the lumber section initially, and then he turns and starts going the other direction with his phone in his hand. He changes his direction and he goes to the front entrance. He comes in the store at 1:19 and 30 seconds. He goes directly to aisle 52 and 53. In less than 1 minute, at 1:20:13, Keith Agee is running out of that store. At 1:21, 911 was called. This defendant went straight to aisle 52 after the shooting. If that is not a meeting of the minds, I don't know what is. And then what was Sheila Agee doing 38 minutes later? Deleting all of those text messages. The state and the defense don't often agree because that's just the nature of our job. But the state and Mr. Ackerman agree on one thing. Sheila Agee has been able to control her son in the past. That was his statement to you. And if you look at page 99 on the text messages that were read into evidence this morning, it's dated August 4th of 2023, you will see where Sheila Agee was able to talk her son down. He says to Sheila Agee, and again, this is August 4th, 2023, 7:22 p.m. How can you say you love me if you know she gave me some and can still talk and laugh with her? Ain't no way in hell to this day, when Bo Hell was playing with you at Papa House, I was fin to kill. I literally backed the car up and out the window to shoot him. Only thing saved him was you, because you told me not to. Mr. Ackerman said, Sheila Agee did not want Brooklyn hurt. She loved Brooklyn. Ladies and gentlemen, she probably did on some level, but not more than her own son. Not more than his wishes and his mission. Mr. Ackerman brought up these text messages again when Lionel Martinez testified that he didn't go back a month and look at these text messages. A lot of that information is about this STD. The state does not have to prove anyone had an STD. You're not going to see that anywhere in your jury instructions. Those text messages also show you dysfunctional relationship between Brooklyn and Keith and Sheila, but you also have those in the text messages that the state submitted yesterday. Mr. Ackerman was talking to you about the law, and the state is going to ask you to please listen to the judge when she instructs you, especially on the law of principles. You're going to have a copy that you will take back with you, and you will apply the facts of this case to the law. Because to be a principal, the defendant does not even have to be present when the crime is committed, and she was. For first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove that Sheila Agee intended the killing of Brooklyn Sims to occur. And the state submits the evidence shows that. For second-degree murder or manslaughter, it is not necessary for the state to prove that this defendant, Sheila Agee, intended the death of Brooklyn Sims, but the evidence shows otherwise. Mr. Ackerman said, Sheila Agee wishes that she had done things differently. Of course she does. She is sitting before all of you on a charge of homicide. But she had every chance to change and do things differently on August 11th, 2023, before Brooklyn was murdered. She had every chance to do things differently, and she didn't. She wishes she did things differently, so does Brooklyn Sims. Just because Sheila Agee took the stand and gave you her version in self-preservation mode does not mean that what she says is true. She's on trial today. She wants you to believe that she did not do anything wrong, but she did, according to the law and the evidence. Mr. Ackerman said, well, what does she have to gain? She doesn't have to gain anything. What did Keith Agee have to gain? Nothing but revenge. Sheila Agee was assisting her blood, her son, her baby, Keith Agee. I mean, it's incredulous. It is almost impossible to believe. It is shocking. But it is what it is. And that's what the evidence and the law and the testimony in this trial tell you. It was based on her words, her actions, and her inactions. Mr. Ackerman said it's the state's burden to prove this case, and that is absolutely correct. The state accepts that burden, the state respects that burden, and the state has met that burden. Ladies and gentlemen, Sheila Agee did not physically pull the trigger that killed Brooklyn Sims, but she directed the gun and the bullets and the shooter from from Alabama to Pensacola. The state submits to you that based on the evidence in this case, Brooklyn Sims would not have died on August 11th, 2023 on aisle 52 at Home Depot if this defendant had not directed Keith Agee to her location. Because of her words and her actions and her inactions, Sheila Agee is guilty of being a principal to the first-degree murder of Brooklyn Sims.
Ladies and gentlemen, the court deputy's passing out copies for you of the instructions
Oh,
that
she's
I'm going to
gonna do it.
read. Let's
It's
counsel indicated, you'll be able to take these back with you, so you don't have to memorize the law. Each of you will be able to take this packet back,
we're gonna
and you can have an
It's
opportunity to follow along
11:17,
as I read
Jamie.
them to you.
get your boyfriend Valhalla on, and you can do verdict watch.
Yeah. I bet she's gonna read it and, yeah, they might, I mean,
Does everybody have a copy?
She's gonna send them back to
Members of the
deliberate.
jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to the instructions I am about to give you. Sheila Agee, the defendant in this case, has been accused of the crime of principal to first
I'm just saying, I have seen meatball with tomato sauce that's less salty than me.
degree
he is
premeditated murder.
so mad, Valhalla.
In this case,
I can't put her on Warp Speed. We're live.
Sheila Agee is accused of principal to first degree premeditated murder. Murder in the first degree includes the lesser crimes of murder in the second degree and
Did we
manslaughter,
get rated on
all
it?
of which are unlawful.
I'm sorry.
However, a killing that was excusable or that was committed by the justifiable use of deadly force is lawful. If you find Brooklyn Sims was killed by Sheila Agee or her accomplice, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing in deciding if the killing was first-degree murder or was murder in the second degree or manslaughter, or whether the killing was excusable or resulted from justifiable use of deadly force. The killing of a human being is justifiable homicide and lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the killing. The killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the following three circumstances: when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune in doing any lawful act by lawful means with usual ordinary caution and without any unlawful intent, or when the killing occurs by accident and misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation, or when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from a sudden combat, if a dangerous weapon is not used and the killing is not done in a cruel or unusual manner. A dangerous weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if used in the ordinary and usual manner contemplated by its design and construction. I now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before.
As always, when both sides have rested and given their closing arguments, we have how long will verdict watch last? Special edition today.
Or Sheila Agee may be found guilty of first-degree premeditated murder or any lesser included crime. To prove the crime of first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Brooklyn Sims is dead. The death was caused by the criminal act of Sheila Agee or her accomplice. There was a premeditated killing of Brooklyn Sims. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question.
Me and Valhalla is only a thing the week I am in Tennessee. It's an agreement I've made with the Valkyrie. She's okay with it. So for that week and that week alone, me and Valhalla is a thing.
Question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. In considering the evidence, you should consider the possibility that although the evidence may not convince you that the defendant committed the main crime of which she is accused, there may be evidence that she committed other acts that would constitute a lesser included crime or crimes. Therefore, if you decide that the main accusation has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you will next need to decide if the defendant is guilty of any lesser included crime. The lesser crimes indicated in the definition of first-degree premeditated murder are second-degree murder and manslaughter. To prove the crime of second-degree murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Brooklyn Sims is dead. The death was caused by the criminal act of Sheila Agee or her accomplice. There was an unlawful killing of Brooklyn Sims by an act eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. In order to convict of second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. To prove the crime of manslaughter, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Brooklyn Sims is dead. Sheila Agee or her accomplice intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of Brooklyn Sims, or the death of Brooklyn Sims was caused by the culpable negligence of Sheila Agee or her accomplice. Every person has a duty to act reasonably toward others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. The defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable or excusable homicide, as I have previously instructed you. The explanations of justifiable homicide and excusable homicide are in Instruction 7.1, Introduction to Homicide. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, in which caused death. I will now define culpable negligence for you. As I have said, every person has a duty to act reasonably toward others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. But culpable negligence is more than a failure to use ordinary care toward others. In order for negligence to be culpable, it must be gross and flagrant. Culpable negligence is a course of conduct showing reckless disregard of human life or of the safety of persons exposed to its dangerous effects, or such an entire want of care as to raise a presumption of a conscious indifference to consequences, or which shows wantonness or recklessness, or a grossly careless disregard for the safety and welfare of the public, or such an indifference to the rights of others as is equivalent to an intentional violation of such rights. The negligent act or omission must have been committed with an utter disregard for the safety of others. Culpable negligence is consciously doing an act or following a course of conduct that the defendant must have known or reasonably should have known was likely to cause death or great bodily injury. If the defendant helped another person or persons commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all the things the other person or persons did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant intended the crime to occur and the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to and did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed. For first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the defendant intended that the killing of Brooklyn Sims occur. For second-degree murder or manslaughter, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant intended the death of Brooklyn Sims. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime which with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if, after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial, and to it alone, that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are, did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? Has the witness been convicted of a felony? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion.
No expert witnesses was provided.
However,
in
an
this
expert's
case.
opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. The defendant in this case has become a witness. You should apply the same rules to consideration of her testimony that you apply to the testimony of the other witnesses. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his or her testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. There are some general rules that apply to your discussion. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict.
No, it wasn't a Silbright
You
report. It was
must
just
follow
a
the law
police
as
officer
it
who
is set
did
out
it.
in these instructions. If you fail
Not an
to follow the
expert per
law,
se.
your
He's a
verdict
police
will be a
officer
miscarriage
who
of justice.
took the Silbright
There is no
report.
reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. This case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits and evidence in these instructions. This case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. Remember, the lawyers are not on trial.
Well, angry at-
Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. Your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. Whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. Your
True.
verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. You may find the defendant guilty as charged in the indictment or guilty of such lesser included crime as the evidence may justify or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense which has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course your verdict must be not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous, that is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. Only one verdict may be returned as to the crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary form of verdict has been prepared for you, and it is as follows. So there's only one verdict form. I have it up here, and we'll send this back to you in the jury room. And it says, verdict, we the jury find as follows as to the count charged in the indictment. Count 1, guilty of principal to first-degree murder as charged, guilty of principal to second-degree murder, a lesser included offense, guilty of principal to manslaughter, a lesser included offense, not guilty. So you need to mark in the blank next to whatever your decision is. And then it needs to be signed and dated by the foreperson. So there's a place for the date and the month, and then the foreperson should sign and then print their name, and then bring this back into the courtroom when you've reached your verdict. And so this will go back with you with the evidence. In just a few moments, you'll be taken to the jury room by the court security officer. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when you have all agreed on a verdict and bring the verdict form back to the
Okay,
courtroom
kids,
when you
I need
return.
something to entertain me while
During
I'm doing it,
deliberations,
because,
jurors must communicate about the case only with one another
this
and
is
only
late.
when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the
I'm just gonna
deliberation
play
should stop until the
laughing
juror
videos
returns.
and have Marissa
You are
yell at
not
me.
to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication, such as a blog, Twitter, email, text message, or
No,
any
I
other
won't go
means.
sleep.
Do
We're on
not
verdict watch.
contact anyone to assist you during deliberations.
I don't
These
think they're coming back
communication
tonight.
rules apply until I discharge
Amy.
you at the end of the case. If you become
You're on
aware of
verdict
any
watch.
violation
You're
of
gonna
these
watch
instructions
laughing
or any
videos
other
for the next
instruction
4
I have
hours.
given in this case, you must tell me
God.
by giving a note to the court security officer. If you need
You
to
know, if I go
communicate
to
with
bed,
me,
you're gonna
send a
call me
note
in
to the
half an
court
hour and say
security
we have a
officer.
verdict.
If you have voted, do not disclose the actual
Well,
vote.
you don't
in
have to
your
go
note.
to sleep, but
If you have a question, I will talk with the attorneys before I
It's
answer, so it may take
11:30.
some
You
time.
think I have to go
You
to
may
sleep?
continue your deliberations
don't-
while
Either
you wait for
I'm
my
gonna go
answer.
make myself another
I will
cup
answer any
coffee
questions if I
and try and
can,
keep my
in
ass
writing
awake.
or orally here in open
So,
court.
I'm just gonna,
During the trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your
Go in there.
deliberations.
talking.
These exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you
I've
when you
done
begin
princess
to
mess around.
deliberate. In closing, let me remind you that it
Well,
is
the judge
important
must
that you
have
follow the laws spelled
reasonable
out in these
expectation.
instructions in
Again,
deciding
it's
your
what-
verdict. There are no other laws that apply
It's
to this case.
4:30 her
Even if
time.
you do not like the laws
So
that
at
must
least
be
give them a
applied, you
couple
must
of hours.
use
She
them.
said they were
For more
gonna,
than 2 centuries,
dinner.
we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate rules we all share. Any objection to the instructions as read from the state? From the defense? Okay. A couple things before you go back. I'm going to have the attorneys come up and just double check all the exhibits, and then the deputy will bring those back to you. There are some videos that I think were introduced either as DVDs or CDs. There is a blank computer laptop that you'll have access to that doesn't have the ability to get on the internet, but you can play those videos as many times as you'd like, or look at
Can you
text
play-
message or whatever evidence you would like to see. So that's available for you. And we'll make sure the verdict form again goes back. Also take your notepads with you if you took notes, as well as your jury instructions. All right, is everybody feeling okay and able to deliberate? Okay, we do have 2 alternate jurors, so I'm going to announce them and ask that they remain in the jury box so I can speak to you for a minute. Caleb Hunter will stay here with me so I can talk to you, and we will make sure all the exhibits are ready to go back. So I'll ask that everybody here in the courtroom stand in recognition of the important function that you're about to perform in beginning your deliberations. and as you retire to the jury room. Please advise our court security officer when you've reached your verdict, and they will advise the court, and we will reconvene. So you may now retire to the jury room to deliberate.
It's not doxing. Normally, they don't play their names or say their names, but it is actually an open courtroom. So what they say in court should be played online. So you have the full picture, but again,
All right, so Mr. Hunter and Ms. McDonald.
that's not how it works.
You were selected as the alternate jurors in this case, and typically when we have cases that are going to be multiple days, we pick more than one alternate because oftentimes things happen. Jurors get sick, family members get sick, car accident, all kinds of things can come up. And if we don't have enough jurors, then we can't proceed with the trial. So I wanted to take this opportunity to thank you for your service for the last 3 days. You've given up a lot of your time and been very good citizens and being willing to participate in this important process. Although you will not go back to deliberate, I hope you do not feel like your time has been wasted. Again, we very well could have needed you, and I've had many cases where the alternates have been used. And I hope you're not too disappointed because I know you've spent a lot of time here sitting through jury selection and 2 full days of trial. But I sincerely thank you for being here, being attentive, again, being good citizens.
It was only
This
2
will count as
days.
your jury service for the year. So if you get another summons, you don't have to come down and serve. But I hope that it has been an experience that you'd be willing to serve again and participate and serve as a juror. If you want to know the verdict, you can certainly contact my office and my assistant can let you know. But if you have anything in the jury room that you need to get, okay, our deputy will make sure. And if you have anything in the lockers as well, make sure you don't leave without that, but they'll make sure that you get checked out. But on behalf of myself, the assistant state attorneys, defense attorneys, defendant, we thank you very much for your service. Okay, so it's about 4:40. I did talk to the deputies before I read the instructions, just in case we need to get together and talk about dinner, because I think 6 p.m. is the latest that we can order it. So I thought we could get together at 5:45 if we do not have a verdict to talk about that, see if the jurors are interested in dinner, because it usually takes about an hour to get here. Does that sound okay to state and defense?
Very reasonable.
Okay, and they have your phone numbers, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Ackerman, are you going to stay in the building? You're going to go to your office?
I'm going to stay here for a few minutes.
Okay. And you're not too far away, right? In case we have a question or anything else comes up?
10 minutes, less than that.
Okay.
Judge got through
A wrench in it.
I spoke to the monitors and because they close at 7 o'clock, we need to order by 5:30.
5:30.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
7 o'clock is,
That's when the restaurant closes, so the monitors requested we order by 5:30.
Okay. Well, let's have a further discussion. Do you think we should provide menus to them and give them an opportunity to just go ahead and order? Right. So we'll go ahead and give them that opportunity. If they end up not eating it, we can give it to them on their way out. But I just don't want it to get to a point where we can't feed them, because obviously it's a serious case. It may take a while, as you all know. Okay, so we've changed our plan on that. So I don't think we need to reconvene unless we get a question then or a verdict. Anything else we need to address before we're in recess pending verdict? Okay, well then we'll be in recess again until we have a verdict. If the attorneys want to just double check the exhibits before you.
Jamie, we need a palate cleanser.
What? This guy, my God.
The evidence is going to show that we are under some of the most vicious, lying.
Why is he screaming at me?
Jamie, this is my life every time I go into the Discord.
Yeah.
This sounds just like you, Sue, and Danny T. For those of you who doesn't know this is an old pro se case with Ronnie O'Neill III. Ronnie O'Neill III is now giving his opening statement in a case where he is accused of, and I'm just going to say it, I don't think they're going to prove it, unaliving his wife, his daughter, and attempting to unalive his son. But he's giving some of the best pro se opening statements that you will ever see in any trial.
I mean, Sean is right. He's getting the attention. He's making sure that jury is not sleeping.
We just fell asleep, so now I am Bob Apec, I do. We might see that later. But Ronnie O'Neill was accused of unaliving his wife and his daughter.
He admitted to it, but he did it for special reasons.
No spoilers. We have a lot of new people here. Wait for the opening statements to be done. Then we can discuss if we believe he's guilty.
Fabricating fictitious government you ever seen. By the time it's all said and done, you will see who is the mass murderers. In Tampa Bay,
Florida, yep.
The state of Florida.
Yep.
You will know why what occurred on March 18, 2018 occurred. And the evidence is going to show that law enforcement tampered with evidence to meet their such high burden of proof. Because originally, it wasn't enough. So we had to tamper with evidence. Since it was such evident already, but we still had to tamper with evidence.
Yes, he did just say we had to tamper with evidence because it was already so evident that we had to tamper with evidence. Not always why you tamper with evidence. Most times you do it because it's not evident. But in this case, because Ronnie O'Neill was framed. There's no other way to say it.
I mean, the definition of framed.
He is, if you go into the word book, as we call them in Denmark, and look up frame, you will see a picture of Ronnie holding a frame around his head.
Just picturing that. You need to draw a picture of Ronnie O'Neill with a frame.
I don't think I could do his hair justice.
The evidence is going to show my son did not see me murder his mom.
Not.
The evidence is going to show he did not see me shoot his mom. The evidence is going to show my son said many things that are not true.
Damn liar.
The evidence is going to show that I called 911 during Kenyatta Barron's 911 call. But all of a sudden, it ends up after I called Kenyatta, after Kenyatta Barron's call was made. Now I'm calling 911. But originally, I called 911 without even knowing she called 911. But the evidence is going to show that your representatives and law enforcement, local law enforcement, wanted to make it seem like I'm some kind of menace to society. And I ran after killing Kenyatta Barron, knowing that authority was on the way.
You don't think you're a menace?
Kill my own children. I wonder why I would do something like that.
I wanted
for
to.
no reason.
No.
And I'm standing here competent as can be, representing myself today.
This is Ronnie O'Neill III, a man who was set up by politicians and law enforcement in Tampa Bay, Florida, where they fudged phone calls and tried to hook his wife's unaliving on him, well, and his daughters, and the attempted unaliving on his son. But evidence will show that he didn't do it.
Yep.
His name is I think Reginald
The evidence
O'Neill
is going
III.
to show
It's called Ronnie.
my son did not witness me viciously beat his mom to death.
Never.
The evidence is going to show my neighbor, Khalil Brown, whom they are trying to keep out of this trial, witnessed me take 3 strikes. The evidence is going to show that law enforcement and this administration wanted to make me look like a menace to society. So they added several mini strikes on that video and audio that you just heard. And they added several statements that I did not say.
Damn AI.
Anything that I may have said, they exacerbated it and made me say it consecutively over and over like Allahu Akbar,
It means God is the greatest.
which I may have said once or twice. But they wanted to make me seem like a terrorist. And so you hear it 8 or 9 times, and you hear me calling Kenyatta Barron a bitch and a whore.
What Allah had to do with that, I'm not quite sure. I think there's a little bit of context missing there. What Allah had to do with his wife being a B or an H.
the evidence is going to show
Oh, he was in prison.
that I called my dad after calling 911. But that call is all of a sudden missing from the T-Mobile records that we have acquired from T-Mobile. The 911 call that I made to 911 and the 911 call that you just heard cannot be proven that it was made, because after I called for an investigation of those 911 calls, all of a sudden they become missing from all evidence. The evidence is going to show Kenyatta Barron supposedly made a 911 call, but you can
I can't remember. This is from 2019 or something, maybe 20.
not find that on her call log, which we pulled.
It was a
from
jury
her
trial.
actual phone.
It was a jury trial. Thank you.
Yeah.
They say she made a call at 11:43. There's no 911 call at 11:43 on her call log. All of a sudden, after I called for an investigation of the original calls, that's what the evidence is going to show.
911 calls don't show up on your phone record. Just
The evidence is going to show I look alone, but I am backed by a mighty God.
the big guy.
The evidence is going to show I love my children. And the evidence is going to prove to you that this whole entire case has been tampered with and fabricated
He didn't love his wife.
before it's all said and done. I can guarantee you that.
You can take that to the bank.
Mark my words.
Chick, chick. I'll mark him.
Mark.
The evidence is going to show.
Well, I'm not sure a lot of Baptist preachers goes around and say Allah Akbar. We don't have a lot of Baptists in Denmark. We do have, we call them free churches because they are not part of the glorious People's Church of Denmark. So they don't get tax money like my church does. But we have a few Baptists, well, quite a few, just north of where I live. But I'm pretty sure they don't say Allah Akbar 8, 9, well, 1 or 2 times, that's then made into 9 times. This is one book you can judge by its cover, like a fun, interesting guy.
That they say, I said, come out here, son, and help me kill this bitch. But my neighbor, Khalil Brown, nor my neighbor, Mona Lisa Brothers Gray, or any of her children, Mia Thompson, or Gracie Diggs, or Mr. Gray, heard me say any of those things. In fact, the evidence is going to show that Khalil Brown heard me say she killed me twice and then nothing else.
As you can see, he is dead. So Khalil Brown did hear him say, she killed me. As presented in court.
The CRA is going to show For some of you who don't know what that is, that's the criminal report affidavit that the law enforcement lead detective Thomas Dirks is the author of. The evidence will show that in that CRA, I told the neighbor, don't come outside, call 911 now. But you don't hear that on this audio for some reason. But you hear all these other
Agreements.
things that I did not say.
All of them.
That same CRA will have the statements of Khalil Brown saying that he saw me take 3 strikes with that shotgun and nothing else.
And he got struck thrice with. This is kind of the allergy of Jesus. Remember when he told Peter, Peter, before the crow. Jamie, you're the biblical expert. No, it was a rooster. Before the rooster crows 3 times tomorrow, you will have disowned me 3 times or something like that. And Peter said, no, Lord, I would never do this. This guy didn't disown the Lord, even though he got struck 3 times with a shotgun. This has been today's Biblical Scholar on a Budget with Jamie.
The evidence is going to show that Mr. Harmon here says that that big chunk missing out of her arm was a bird shot. It was not a bird shot.
Thank you. The crows did it.
And whatever kind of shot it was, if it was a slug shot or a bird shot, where's the missing pieces of her arm?
They're probably vaporized.
The evidence is going to show you will not see any missing pieces of her arm in that closet where she was shot. You should see some evidence of.
I don't know why it doesn't go. Oh,
to the wall to make it look like I aimed at her head. That's what the evidence is going to show.
well, he did shoot her in a closet, but he didn't shoot in her face. Come on now. Yeah, she was in the closet when he pew-pewed her.
Yeah, I think she was hiding
Yeah.
because he's a
No.
psycho.
He didn't need them. I just think that he
Remember, I told you
pew-pewed her
the
so
evidence
close
will not
that it
show
got
you
vaporized.
that my son witnessed me beat his mom to death, nor did he witness me shoot his mom. In fact, he didn't witness much at all.
Not much.
And the evidence will show that my son said my dad shot my mom is the correct statement. If you want to cite statements, if he even said it.
Well, he did.
Because I can guarantee you,
I can't remember.
the evidence is going
I didn't
to show
cover this
you
case.
we
There's
are
only-
under the most.
This case is one of the true crime OG cases. I saw it, I think, the first time on Brackett's channel, maybe 5 years ago or something like that. He found some of the clips, but just got up. What?
I'm gonna say I think his son was like 8.
Yeah.
8.
Oh, I was just checking if the message I got was because we had a verdict, but it's not. It's just someone who checked me and something. Well, he did have a wife because he had 2 children. But this is one of those OG cases. There's only clips of it. There's not the full trial, but it's become this and Unbreaded are kind of the everyone knows that who covers true crime.
Corrupt administration you ever seen in your life.
Ever. Tammany Hall has nothing on Tampa Bay.
I guarantee you I wouldn't waste your time. I would have already took a plea deal of some kind if I knew I did something like this. Because most people don't even go to trial when they know they've killed somebody unjustly. The evidence is going to show you who the killers are.
I know Marissa because I've had kids and I'm still a virgin. So the kids can come out of nowhere. Oh, Fedorowski. Oh, just wait. And I love the judge. What the hell? It's kind of like they say, only guilty people plead the fifth.
I'm pleading not guilty to the charges of premeditated murder, attempted murder, aggravated child abuse or battery, arson, resisting arrest without violence. And while I'm at that, the evidence is going to show that they tased me for no reason.
No reason.
But they tampered with that video because they didn't want you to know the truth.
I feel like there was a very good reason.
Jamie, hey, guilty until proven, right? Innocent until proven guilty. Sorry. It's
But he also did say that nobody would go to trial if they knew they committed a crime. So
yeah, so he didn't do anything.
So yeah.
Yeah, look what it did to my hair getting tased.
Shut up, Sean.
We're going to see who the liars are.
Yeah.
Before it's all said and done. Mark my words.
Mark his words.
Because my family lies.
Starting here.
Holly Mack is 5 minutes behind.
When my daughter was done, this is what the evidence will show. When my daughter was born, it was me who gave the command, the final command to keep her alive when she was on life support. When she was born, 2 pounds, 2 ounces, and couldn't breathe on her own, it was me who fought to keep her alive. But all of a sudden, I just want to take her life for no reason.
Well, there was a reason. She was possessed by the devil.
Yeah. Very, very good reason. I mean, you guys killed cats for
I'm
it.
asserting justifiable homicide because I acted in self-defense and moved to protect myself and my children.
I did that.
From Kenyatta Barron.
Kenyatta was the bee.
She was possessed.
I'm going to be showing with evidence several reasonable reasons to doubt the state's allegations against me.
Shh,
The
online.
evidence will
Spoilers.
show that the state cannot prove that I premeditatedly killed anyone because I didn't have any time to reflect or plot and plan as if everything happened suddenly and spontaneously.
Yeah.
I responded out of pure instinct and heat of passion.
Heat of passion.
Get out of here, Ronnie.
Eliminating any kind of premeditated design. And let me just say, the evidence will show
She
that
attacked him
since
in the
the
closet.
state plans to kill me, if they can say that I killed my family unjustly, they plan to premeditatedly kill me, so they cannot say or deny me the right to premeditatedly kill Kenyatta Barron if she kills my children.
The
I'm
way
just
he said
saying,
that.
Jamie, we were arguing earlier. We can agree on this one, right? Because if the state
No.
premeditarily kills you because you premeditarily killed someone else in self-defense, in the heat of passion, without premeditation, you are allowed to premeditarily kill them because they premeditarily tried to kill your kids.
Yeah,
We can
that's
agree.
what he said.
This makes totally sense. I
Oh.
can't see where anyone disagrees with that one. And just before Valhalla
100%.
starts with his naysaying again, I know some people will say when the state didn't premeditately unalive someone when they are condemned to death, that's a punishment for an action you had. But if Lorena Barron tried to unalive his kids, why couldn't he just put her in a closet and blast her to pieces? Jamie, it just makes sense. He just
Just
did
like the
God's
whole,
will.
just like the whole, well, they were premeditating to kill me, so I wanted to premeditate to kill them. Like,
Yeah,
so
I had to
stupid.
get them before they got me.
Yeah.
And because the state will then punish me with the death penalty, I am allowed to anticipate that and then unalive someone else. This is solid reasoning. I have seen no flaws in his argument so far. He is playing. I'm about to say he's playing maybe even 5D checkers.
Yeah.
Hey, Twobble. This guy should be a part of the Brooks Yawn Law School.
All of them.
The evidence will show that Kenyatta Barron had several medications and drugs such as morphine in her system. The evidence will show she had a domestic history and was arrested for domestic violence that same year.
We'll be trying to see when they get chucked out of court today.
She also was born premature, just like Trinivia.
I'm going to sustain the objection as to that particular argument regarding Ms. Barron being born prematurely. All right? You may continue on, Mr. O'Neill.
What if anything has it done?
Was he talking about her, the girl, or his girlfriend being born premature?
Yeah, he was going to talk about how his wife was also born prematurely, because Jamie, you know what they say about redheads and people who are born a little too early, right?
What do they say?
Well, I'm not going to say it. live, Jamie. It's we do have some gingers in the
They
audience.
want
So
to unalive their.
I'm
their
not saying
husband
they are
and children.
possessed by the devil, because gingers don't have a soul that the devil can possess, but maybe. They are as useful as a cat barrel. Well, that's the way you keep Satan away. This guy, if he had had a cat and a barrel
Oh my
and just
God.
did the good old way, he didn't have to unalive his wife who was possessed by the devil. Again, I'm not saying that Denmark is the smartest country on the planet. I'm saying maybe in the universe, we have figured this one out. We didn't have any Ronnie O'Neill unalivings because we made sure Satan doesn't get a foothold by just beating a few cats in a barrel.
Oh my God.
It's logic.
No, it's
State
not.
the
But
basis
good for you.
of his objection.
It's, I've ruled, Mr. O'Neill, okay?
I understand, but I have to state the basis of my objections, right?
Well, that is correct, and I just assume what the objection is. So go ahead and state it for the record, Mr. Harmon.
Proper argument.
That's sustained.
The evidence will show that she threatened to kill me with a knife just a few weeks before the incident, and she was angry about my relationship with my other child's mom.
Jamie, you know I'm single,
Yes.
and I'm a virgin, so I don't know how it works.
Oh, okay.
But do you think there's a reason why she could have been a little bit upset with having two baby mamas?
I mean, he's no prize freaking
Well,
pig,
apparently he's
so.
prized enough that he could go sling the D,
Oh.
because it's not like I am swimming in the puss.
Don't say plus plus.
The dreaded side piece baby mama. Yeah. I don't know if that's an older or younger kid, but still, yeah. So it took a few weeks to defend yourself. Make it make sense. Well, it makes total sense if you stop thinking about it and just accept it. Well, he did say Allahu Akbar 1 or 2 times that the police then spliced into 8 or 9 times, setting him up.
And about the fact that we had to be cordial for our newborn son. And the evidence will show that they had been going back and forth and arguing on Facebook and by telephone that whole afternoon before.
Jamie, English is my third language. Did he just say that his new baby mama had just given birth to a son and his wife was mad about that? It's been a long time since I've been married. Aren't most wives mad if you go out and make a baby on another woman? Is it 100% a surprise that she might get angry that he sowed his seeds in another field?
He's crazy. Yes, of course people are going to be ticked off.
That's threatened my 4 sons if they got a woman pregnant, they had to marry them and could never divorce them. Yeah, that should keep the peen in the pocket. I am mathing correctly. I'm glad. I was just getting a little unsure in myself because I did believe that he was married and just had a newborn son with someone else. Yeah, well, women are emotional. You know how it is. Yeah, I never got bad ink on my pencil because I'm a virgin. Yeah, only women that are uptight will get upset by that. Some women are
Zip
uppity.
it. Shut up.
Well, We learned yesterday some women can be a little uppity.
For instance, the evidence will show that me and my son was at my mom's house while I was putting brakes on my aunt's car.
He was putting brakes on the car.
Me and my son spent the whole day at my mom and dad's house working on the car. When we came back home, I never knew she was arguing with my child's mom, my other child's mom, the whole day. That's what the evidence will show.
That's what it will show. He's yelling at the jury. Well, we just complained we couldn't hear the old guy.
That my daughter was prematurely born. She was autistic. My son Ronnie was diagnosed at the age of 3 with developmental delay. And had
I have to say I am shocked that this guy might not have the best part of the gene pool. Imagine both his kids have developmental issues. I don't understand how. I'm thinking Harvard material the instant he opened his mouth. But chocolate.
At the history of SLD.
What's SLD, Jamie?
SLD?
It just says STIs. I know what that is, but SLD, I don't know.
I don't know what that is.
Slow lip dribble.
What's SLD, guys?
SLD, who knows it? I think death is definitely a development. Well, he died twice and he's fine. SLD, SLD, SLD. He's not as bad as Brad Dion. You're correct. No one seems to know what SLD is. Well, that's no, it was a kid, so I won't make that joke.
Oh, severe learning disability?
The evidence will also show.
Oh, specific learning disorder, according to Coke Ferry.
Something like that, yeah.
We're probably going to watch his son as well, at least a little. Sweet little D. It's sweet little D. Yes.
That he was present, but does not remember accurately or consistently what happened for many reasons, making him unreliable when it comes to the actual facts. He also has been diagnosed with PTSD, as he should be, because this is a very traumatic thing that he went through.
Specific learning disorder.
He also was diagnosed with major depression disorder, intermittent confusion, and delirium.
You're trying to set him on fire.
The evidence is going to show, the evidence and testimony will show that Ronnie Blair, formerly known as Ronnie O'Neill IV, may have been coached on what to say by family members.
Objection to argument.
And or law enforcement.
Hold on. I will overrule the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. O'Neill, again, jury, this is what both sides believe the evidence is going to show. All right. And again, you will be the ultimate determiner of what the facts are. You may proceed, Mr. O'Neill.
Intermittent confusion is that part where you walk into a room and think, what the hell did I go in here for? And then you go back over the doorstep. Oh, yeah, my keys. That's intermittent confusion.
Thank you, Your Honor. And these are also actual facts
Actual
that
facts.
Mr. Harmon left out when he told you about the report of his former psychologist.
No, I think we have a
When
few
he
more.
told you that he was adopted
I have
by his
192
family
likes
members, which
and only
didn't work out as
118
well,
watched.
and he had to be placed
But thank
with
you for
another
making people
family,
aware.
which is now the Blair family. In that same report, it talked about how he may have been coached by family members.
Oh, I only have 192
The
in the
evidence is going
background.
to show that my son was adopted by a detective who formerly worked in this
And
case.
hello to the 14 people over on Rumble. There are only 6 likes on Rumble.
Whom he now lives
One
with.
more and we are 200 combined.
And I don't have a problem with that because he needs care.
He does.
But I do have a problem with Mr. Blair being involved in this case, being called as a witness, being the new father of my son,
We're
and
glad you're
now
here.
he's being called as a witness when he could possibly have been coached by his new father,
Objection.
who is
Speculation
law
and
enforcement.
proper argument.
All right, and again, Mr. O'Neill, I'll rule the objection. Again, this is what Mr. O'Neill is asserting the facts will be. You may.
If you don't know the backstory, the lead detective adopts his son, and what the following people who have looked into it, it seems like they're doing really well. I actually think some of the diagnoses he got taken away again because sometimes it's nurture, sometimes it's nature.
Yeah, it was a really cute story.
Yeah.
That guy was a trooper for taking that kid in as his own.
Yeah. Yeah, there are good cops out there.
Proceed.
Thank you, y'all. The evidence will show and prove that very vital evidence was definitely tampered with, which was a strategic omission to cover up the facts of this case,
Oh, that's not what I want.
making much more of the evidence unreliable. As I know for a fact, it was altered as well. The evidence is going to show that the 911 call of Kenyatta Barron is not compatible with what Khalil Brown saw and heard outside of my home. The evidence is going to show, when it's all said and done, who put those excessive lacerations on Kenyatta Barron's face.
Who did that? He didn't.
I can guarantee you that.
What can you guarantee us?
In this trial of the next one, I can guarantee you that. Because like I said, I look alone, but I'm backed by a mighty God. And ultimately, it will show that none of the state's witnesses can draw any conclusions, especially because they didn't see anything that refutes my self-defense claim and theory. And nor can the state do so beyond their very reasonable doubts that will be revealed. the very reasonable doubts that will be revealed by me. And that's all I have to say.
Well,
I love how he ends it. That's all I gotta say.
it's the Forrest Gump ending. That's all I had to say about that.
Mhm.
It
Yeah, it was pretty good.
wasn't the worst opening statements. He could have talked about how he multiple times raped an old lady like Bradley on.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a longer one.
Please raise your right hand.
You won't see the picture on this one. This is the cross-examination of his son.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you. You can put your hand down and we are ready to proceed. Mr. Gale?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. How you doing?
Good.
Okay. And I can hear you nice and loud, and I know we can see each other, but I just want to make sure you understand that while you're testifying, I can see you, and I can see when you nod your head and when you shake your head no. But this young lady over here is our court reporter, and she's taking down everything we say. So if I ask you a question, you're answering yes or no. You need to.
I'm gonna
answer
go
out
make a
loud, okay?
cup
Yes
of
or
coffee,
no.
Jamie, to get
Okay.
some
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
and get my
Can you tell
tablet
us
so I
how
can
old
see
you are?
if they come back.
When's your birthday? In a week or a couple weeks, you're going to be.
Yes.
Okay. What grade are you in?
Well, I'm gonna repeat this. So, basically, just
You're getting ready to start over again?
yes.
Okay. What's your favorite subject in school?
Science.
Science? What part of science do you like?
I like space.
Space?
Yes.
Okay. What do you want to do when you grow up?
Mostly like be an actor.
An actor?
Yes.
Okay, that's great. Good ambition. Do you have a friend there with you on your right?
Yes.
All right, who's there with you?
Her name is Tibet.
Tibet? And what's Tibet? Is Tibet a dog?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of dog is Tibet? Do you know?
Golden Retriever.
Golden Retriever. Do you have any dogs at home?
Yes.
Okay, what kind of dogs do you have at home?
I have a Labradoodle. I have a Schnauzer. And then I don't know what the other one is.
Okay. And have you kind of become friends with Tibet over the last couple of years and gotten to know Tibet?
Yes.
Okay, you like having Tibet there with you today?
Yes.
And we talked about your name, and we introduced you as your name now, right?
Yes.
Okay, you've been adopted, you've become part of the.
Yes.
Okay, you have any brothers and sisters?
Yes.
How many brothers and sisters do you have?
I have 3 brothers and I have 2 sisters.
3 brothers and 2 sisters? So
Yes.
you got a big family now, huh?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a time when you were when your name was different, when you were known as?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know what we're here to talk about today?
Oh, should I say that again?
Do you know what we're here to talk about today?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the night when something bad happened to your mother and your sister?
Yes.
And was that about 3 years ago?
Yes.
So you would have been old at the time?
Yes.
Can you tell us what is the first thing you remember about that night? The first sign to you that something bad was going to happen?
Basically, I was sitting in my room and I saw my mom and my dad arguing in their room.
Were you awake or asleep?
Awake when I saw.
Okay, you were. But did something wake you up, or were you already awake and doing something?
Well, they were just like screaming at each other.
Okay. So you heard your mother and father screaming at each other?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do? Did you get up and look to see what was happening?
Yes, and my mom told me to get back in my room.
Okay. And when you look out your bedroom door, can you see down? Were you able to see down in the bedroom where your mommy and daddy were?
Yes.
Okay. And tell us what you saw.
I just saw my dad holding a shotgun and my mom screaming at him, and they were just like fighting.
Have you ever seen that shotgun before?
Yes,
Where have you seen the shotgun?
under the bed,
Under what bed?
my parents' bed.
Under your parents' bed?
Yes,
Have you ever used the shotgun before, or have you ever seen your father use the shotgun before?
yes.
Okay. So you saw your mother and father arguing in the bedroom, and your father had a shotgun. What happened next? What did he do?
My mom ran in my sister's room. My mom ran in my sister's room into the closet.
And was your sister's room right next to yours?
Yes,
So your mother had to kind of run.
The beeping is every time they mention the kid's name. That's why there's beeping, because they did it for us.
Toward you?
yes.
And did you see that happen?
Oh, that's not what I wanted to
See
do.
her run? Yes,
Okay. And when your mother ran into your sister's room, what did your father do? Did he go after her?
yes,
Did he have a shotgun with him?
yes,
And did he follow your mother into your sister's room?
yes.
What was your sister's name? And can you tell us about?
She was autistic. Like, she couldn't talk.
She was not able to talk?
No.
What about walking? Was she able to walk?
She struggled with it, but then she was able to walk again.
Okay. Did she have a wheelchair that she used sometimes too?
Yes.
All right.
The kid
So
is amazing.
What happened after I might have just asked you this, but just to clarify, when your father followed your mother into your sister's room, did he have the shotgun with him?
Yes.
And what did you do after that happened, after your father followed your mother into your sister's bedroom?
Well, I kind of sat in my room, and then my sister was sitting on the bed, like on her bed.
She was sitting up on the bed?
Yes.
Okay. And so she was awake when this happened?
Yes.
All right. And tell me what happened next.
And then my dad told me to walk around and say like some words.
Did you remember what words your father told you to say?
Allah Akbar.
Allahu Akbar?
It's 12:30.
And he
That's the
told you
reason
to
I'm
walk
standing
around
up
and say that?
doing the P dance to keep
Yes.
me
And did
going.
you do that?
Yes.
And where were you doing this, walking around and saying Allahu Akbar?
It was like you would walk like at the front door. You would walk in, and it was there. So like the living room.
Okay, so you went out to the living room and did this?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened next? What did you hear happen?
And then my dad said, "Come in here and come kill this the B-word." And then I went in the room, and then he handed me the shotgun and like helped me shoot it.
And you went back into
Yes, he forced his son to pull the trigger.
your sister's room?
Yes, because he said, "Come help me." Yeah.
Did you hear any shots from the shotgun before that?
Yes.
How many times?
One.
One time?
Yes.
So when you went back into your sister's bedroom, did your father hold the shotgun in your hands?
Yes, he was helping me.
So were you both kind of holding it at the same time?
Yes.
Do you remember whether the gun went off while you were holding it? Do you remember?
No, I do not.
I think we'll just drop to the part where he is asking him. It's a little shorter. This gets a little too heavy.
He's active defying and to kill, unusual examining, accused of trying his son separate. Horrific.
Father had a shotgun. What happened next?
Mm-hmm. Come on now. Need the father to ask the questions.
And then I just saw.
Yes. Let's just do this part. That's not as horrible.
There's no sound. Or is that just me?
Oh, I forgot to put the sound back on when I hit it before.
Me, and he was holding me down, and he was like riding them.
It's good to see you, man.
Good to see you too.
Did you see me shoot your mom?
No.
Did I hurt you that night of this incident?
Yes.
I did. And how did I hurt you?
You stabbed me.
Yeah. Stab me and stab me fire.
How did I hurt you? You stabbed me.
Yeah, like, and you set me on fire.
How did you think this was gonna win?
God. Stupid idiot.
And just to see what the result was of this case. I know Jamie is thinking he's gonna beat this because he have an almighty God on his side.
You did.
But let's see if he gets it.
19 years I've been at this job. I've seen human beings killed at the hands of others in every way imaginable. You name it, I've seen it. Shootings, stabbings, drownings, suffocatings, blown apart by cars, some DUI manslaughter cases, horrible things. This is the worst case I have ever seen as far as the facts go. When the person from fire department, when he testified, and when he said that he retrieved the body of Cornelia O'Neill from the home, and all he could do was sob. It took every ounce I had not to start sobbing too. Because there is no way any person with any feeling could have witnessed or seen the photos of what occurred that night and not be haunted for the rest of your life. I know I will be. For the rest of my life, I'll be haunted by what I saw as far as the evidence. And
Oh yeah, he set his daughter on fire as well, and his son, but his son survived.
just the abject cruelty of it all. The abject cruelty. And I was aware, because I reviewed a lot of the discovery ahead of time, as you well know, did a lot of in-camera inspection of a lot of documents. And I was aware there was some evidence, at least, that when you needed to recover from your gunshot wound, that neither your parents nor your Aisha, Ms. Robinson, would let you come recover at their home. I don't know if it's true or not. I'm not going to get into a dispute. I'm just mentioning there was some evidence referencing that in the records. And all I can think about, because I knew that Miss Barron was not with you romantically at the time. And I knew that she just out of the goodness of her heart let you come stay with her. And it is beyond tragic that that critical decision ended in so much horror for her and for her children. It is unspeakably cruel what happened as a result of that one decision. The way that Ms. Barron died was horrific, and that 911 call, which captured truly all of it. You heard, and everyone who's heard that 911 call heard a death scream. If anybody ever wants to know what it sounds like before a human being dies, knowing that their death is imminent, that's exactly what it is. That was a death scream.
We're going to see if it's true.
But what happened?
We're gonna see if it's true. You are at your sentencing. You have been found guilty. I guess it must have been true. I could be wrong that they just skipped the entire court and said, nah, let's just put him in a directions, what am I trying to say? A prison uniform and give him a sentencing. But maybe the jury didn't find your evidence as persuading as you believed.
I mean, he might win his appeal. Who knows?
We never know.
Happened to little Ranivia and to little Ronnie, but I'm going to focus on Ranivia because she was special. And you could tell Miss Barron had done everything she could to create a beautiful home for her family. I noticed that the Ranivia's bedroom, before you set it on fire, you could tell she tried so hard to make her feel like a princess. Kenyatta did everything she could. And I noticed too in the kitchen on the refrigerator, she put up magnets that said faith, love, family, hope. And then you know what else happened to that refrigerator during that night? It got splattered with blood all over it due to what happened. Little Ranivia, she couldn't scream, she couldn't run away, and she witnessed what you did to her mother as far as shooting her mother in the arm with the gunshot. She knew. And the horror that that child suffered. And she already had a life where she was born with challenges regarding her physical and her mental disabilities. But the pain and suffering that she suffered that night at your hands, unspeakable, absolutely unspeakable. And at the moment, that first time you struck her with that hatchet, and little Ronnie testified that all he could see was tears coming out of his sister's face. At that moment, that child knew, she was being betrayed in the cruelest, most tragic and sorrowful way that a child could ever be betrayed. She was being betrayed by her parent, the one person that should be there to protect their children and love them and keep them from harm. And that was the last thing that child felt before she passed on from this earth, was your utter, cruel betrayal to her. And I read somewhere, and I don't know if it's true or not, I have no idea, but I read somewhere that souls pick their lives and that they know exactly how difficult their lives are going to be before they enter into this world. And I don't know if that's true or not, but if it is, Ranivia O'Neal is one of the bravest souls I have ever come across in my 54 years on this planet. One of the bravest ever, because she suffered so traumatically. So, Mr. McNair, I appreciate your comments about, he's still here, maybe behind that pillar. I appreciate your comments about your own sentiments with the legal system, and I would never tell you it's perfect, it's not. But I'm gonna look you in the eye and tell you, this is the worst case ever in my life, and I have seen some horrors, but this is it. And I'm gonna mete out the punishment that I think this case deserves. All right. So with that.
I love that he looks around like he's going to be set free.
Yeah, he's just,
Yeah.
he don't care.
She's going to give me what I deserve, which is freedom, because I have an almighty God on my side.
Yeah.
Let's count one, Mr. O'Neal. I will adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to life in prison with a minimum mandatory of life in prison without the possibility of parole. Count two, I will adjudicate you guilty and adjudicate you guilty on count one as well. Count two, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to life in prison without the possibility of parole, consecutive to count one. On count three, I'm going to sentence you on the attempted murder, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to life in prison, running consecutive to counts two and consecutive to count one. On count four, on the arson, first degree dwelling, I will adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 30 years Florida State Prison to run consecutive to counts 1, 2, and 3. On count five, aggravated child abuse, I'm going to adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 30 years in the Florida State Prison to run consecutive to counts 1 through 4. On count 6, I'm going to adjudicate you guilty to aggravated child abuse, sentence you to 30 years in prison to run consecutive to counts 1 through 5. And on count 7, resisting arrest without violence, I will adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to time served. Credit for time served is 1,224 days. You have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court. Thank you. We're concluding.
I don't. Yeah, I don't know.
That is a special guy.
He is. Well, he's not coming out soon, so yeah.
Yeah.
No, I can't go for a nap because if I go for a nap now, I'm gonna sleep till 7 in the morning, and then I have Jamie yelling at me for not being awake when the verdict comes in. So I can sleep when I get old. That's what Jamie tells me all the time. I just need something stupid to react to. Anyone has some good videos we could react to? I don't know. Jamie, that's always the worst thing where you're sitting here thinking, what the hell should we do?
Hi, Iris.
Oh, Iris is finally up. She was
Yeah,
texting me
finally.
Friday morning, well, Saturday morning, how drunk she was and how she was out partying. She said something about she was going to turn this vaquero into a cowboy. I didn't know what she meant by that. I think she was a little drunk because I told her it's 7 a.m. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Are you sure she was up? She's been up for hours.
Yeah, I'm sure she was up because she was texting me. Let's see some crazy.
No, I was referring to Denmark when you're like, are you awake? Yeah, I've been up for hours. No, you haven't. She's just a liar. She was snoring 2 seconds before she answered her phone.
I could tell by, are we going to meet at the apartment or are we going to meet at the cafe? Sorry, I didn't get that. Beep, 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 beep.
It's my favorite thing. She wasn't fooling anyone.
I'm not sure. Yeah, well, it's 8 minutes to 1, but that also means that it's 5 o'clock over there. But
Full honky, Iris. You were. Stop it. I was awake. Just my eyes were closed. No, I was in the next room.
you were if you could have been snoring while you were talking to me, you would be doing that because it was just.
Who are you fooling?
And I love the first night. Are you coming back? Yeah. Well, just text me when you're here so I can let you in. Okay. Hello. I'm waiting outside. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I was
I'm
wondering why I was
here.
getting calls from a Danish number.
She says I wasn't going to answer you.
She's the worst.
Oh my God.
Karen, get to bed. Why are you up at midnight? My dad used to call that when he fell asleep in the chair and my kids were waking up that he was just slow breathing, slow blinking.
Mm-hmm.
Are you sleeping, Dad, Granddad? No, I'm just slowly blinking.
Yeah. Or my grandpa always said he's just resting his eyes.
Yeah. So if you're one of the lucky people who will be in Chicago next 2 weeks from now, I think it is, when the Chicas roll in, don't have Iris as your contact person. Why is some weird Danish guy calling me? Wonder who it could have been.
I'm in Denmark. Why is this Danish number calling me? Could it maybe be a guy named Baker?
Yeah, a guy who you gave the number to an hour earlier and said, call me when you get here so I can let you into the apartment. Nope. It's probably the mom of number 7.
Yes, did she give her number to number 7
Yeah, she
so
was
we could
probably,
go catch a game?
it's number 7 because her mom told her about this funny Mexican girl she met on the plane, and she just wanted to talk to her about what team she was playing for. Oh.
That was the best story. Because
No,
we
it
both
was
were
a
sitting
good
there
story
looking
because
at her like,
every normal. If you haven't been here when we have told this story, we told it a few times. Iris is talking to Jamie and I at the airport and telling us, "Hey, I met this lady on the plane. Her daughter plays for the Danish team." And I said, "Which team?" "The Danish team." "Well, okay, what sport?" "I don't know."
yeah.
But wouldn't that be the next? Well, I don't care. Then don't tell me the story.
She said, I said, why didn't you ask those questions? I'm not going to get butt into people's lives. That was my favorite response. I said, that's not butting in. That's just asking foundational questions.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna go retell this story. Is there anything to the story? No. She played in number 7. Okay.
She's in
What
7.
sport? I don't know. Could be basketball. Could be darts. Who knows? Is it interesting? No. 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 Who cares? And the story didn't add up because she said she was from America and playing on the Danish national team. You can't play on the Danish national team if you're not a Danish national. So she most likely played for a team in Denmark. And I don't know which team, and I don't know which sport. And it annoys the hell out of me. Because that would at least have been an interesting story. Instead of her screaming at pigeons that they had chlamydia.
Oh my God. Jamie, don't touch them. They'll give you a chlamydia. She pulled a Ronnie O'Neill on me.
You're the most nosy person, but you're the one with the shortest attention span because you want to know everything and then you'll just walk off. I still love when Winosaur came up and said, isn't it quiet? Yeah. Where's Iris?
Yeah, where's
something
Iris?
like that.
It's quiet. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this is how Iris sees sports. They just do what they're told.
Yeah.
Well, and when we were dancing.
hmm I just loved when she told the story like the next day to Winosaur in Mass. It was like more, she had more details. I was like, don't add in details. You did not
Yeah,
tell us that yesterday.
all of a sudden, yeah, well, she used to play right wing, but now she's more of a striker. And what sport was it? Curling. They don't have any of those positions in curling. Yeah, I know. But she represented Uruguay in the 1986 Olympics. Are you just making this up? Shut up. I'm not sleeping.
Oh, that was my favorite, other than our train rides, our fun little train rides.
Curling is fantastic. Curling is actually a fascinating sport. If you don't know what it is, it's throwing rocks on ice and then sweeping in front of them. And it takes a lot of skills. I like to watch. I like to watch it back when we were good at it. We had a team that I think they got medals or were close to getting medals at a Olympic, and that's funny because we are not that much of a winter sport nation. Even though we are a Nordic country, we don't have that much snow. Yeah, shuffleboard on ice and with bigger rocks.
I'm terrible at shuffleboard. I can't even imagine curling.
No, and but it's amazing what they can do.
Yeah, pretty intense.
What the hell was that?
What?
No, I have to go back and show you. I need your professional beautician opinion about
No.
this lady's outfit. It's gonna come in from the right side in a second.
I need the big screen for this. Hang on.
Is she wearing slippers?
What are those?
It kind of looks like old man slippers.
They do.
And is it a dress or a pair of baggy shorts? Oh, it's a dress. Goes in, sits down, gets up, and goes out again.
Well, they look too small for her feet. Is that just
Yeah.
me? I think her heels are hanging off.
Can't believe they didn't dismiss for today and just come back tomorrow as late as it is. Sometimes, especially in Florida, they will let them go really late. Was it the Ashley Benefield I fell asleep to?
Yeah, Ashley Benefield was like, God, that was like 8, 9. It was like 8 o'clock or something.
Yeah, I think the judge said, I'll let you go to 10:30 because that's when the parking lot closes. And then I said, well, hasta la taco at around this time, went to bed. An hour later, Jamie was desperately calling me and I was sleeping. So, no, they're not back. They're just discussing. I don't know if this is the delivery guy or whatever this is talking to the court officer. Today at court hearing, I was at with client. A woman had a crop top on. Hey,
Crop top in court?
If you got it, flaunt it.
Well,
Show
not in
them what you got today. Is Jamie in Massachusetts? No, Jamie is in Wisconsin.
Oh my gosh.
DoorDash pizza for all the jurors. They were supposed to give their lunch order an hour ago because the restaurant closes at 7. So the latest they could get it was the order in at 5:30. They are MLS slippers because they're too small.
Because he wears
Yes,
too
the
small.
jury is getting dinner because, well, they get lunch and dinner in Florida in most trials. Well, actually, not in the Ashley Benefield. The Ashley Benefield, they paid for their own lunch, but when they went into verdict watch, they were given lunch and dinner.
Mhm. Yeah, I think when they're on verdict deliberation, they actually provide them food. So they don't have to leave.
Yeah, so they can just work through it.
Which would make sense anyway.
Jimmy, you want to see some dumb people in prison?
Yeah, let's do it.
Just to keep us awake.
You understand that? You understand that? I'm sorry.
I would like to do nothing for the police.
Las Vegas, baby.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. Yes. Yes.
Get the chair. I don't know what prison you came from.
I might get copyright struck for that music.
That
I guess he didn't want to wait. And before you knew it, he was sitting in the chairs and he just wet himself.
Go down
Just
to your
wet
knees.
himself.
Go
What?
down on your knees. I got you. All right, we're gonna let you face first down. I'm gonna hold you up so you don't hit your face. Gotcha. We decided to put him in the holding cell to get him to start acting right with the pro.
Oh, is this? I have to check this because if it's that Las Vegas show, they'll hit my ass. Nope, it's
Nope.
Lawn and Crim. And we provide commentary and are very entertaining and transformative.
Process like he should have been.
Oh, and I wanted to respond to this one. Where the hell did that go? What?
What?
Oh, this one. Wisconsin people speaks like us in Massachusetts. Do you know how much Jamie wished she was from Massachusetts? Jamie loves a Boston accent more than anything on the planet.
I do.
That's probably the best thing in Jamie's life is listening to Rosemary Scapiccio yell at people because
Oh.
she I don't know if I'm because this guy he's in there all the time. I think I'm going to keep this on the big screen and then we don't show anything. We'll just have to talk. So no, Jamie is 95% cheese, so she is from the
I
Midwest.
am not. Yeah. I'm from Michigan.
97% cheese.
I'm not from Wisconsin.
You never know if I'm serious. Well, I'm
No.
deadly serious. Jamie loves a Boston accent.
I loved the one I heard today from Alabama. I love them all.
I didn't understand half the words she was. I could understand more hood speak than I could understand. I don't know what that kind of is. Is it redneck?
I would consider it, yeah.
Well, I
Kind of
have
it's
to
just
ask
country. I don't know. That's what I think about it as, like a country accent. Just a real straight country accent.
So was she redneck or was she just from the South? You are our. Oh, it's redneck. I knew it.
Yeah. Like all that area is pretty cool. Like Alabama and the Cajun accents are cool.
They're not from Alabama.
I know. That's like more Louisiana. But
I get this lady on Instagram. I think she's from maybe Georgia, maybe Alabama. I don't know. Who has that slow Southern accent? You know, where everything is drawn out forever, and everyone is always, "Oh, you're stupid," because she has that accent. I think it sounds endearing.
Helen wants to know what redneck means. How would you describe it?
What? Who? What? What does it
Helen.
mean, redneck? Redneck is a hick. It's maybe a little bit poorer area of a state where it's a little more country. It's a little more, well, Sue can tell you. It's where an above ground pool is the coolest, and Sue has an above ground pool, so she's a queen redneck. Redneck is it's the people that probably you call it. You have farmers in Holland as well, where they live a little behind the rest of us, but has some good, decent values, and people will see them as maybe a little slow or something, but in reality, they are just good, crafty folks. That's how I would describe a redneck. Nicolas Cage
They're
doing a
simple.
southern accent makes all the clocks at Jamie strike moist. That's one of the worst accents.
No! Oh God! The worst thing I've ever heard in my life. Like, what is
Put
he
the
saying?
bunny down.
Put that money down.
He sounds more like me like when I try to make an Irish accent.
And the movie just before that was, what the hell was it?
Yeah, rednecks are
Cape Fear.
self-reliant.
And it
Yeah.
was him doing a southern accent too was the worst. It was just bad accent day.
But these days, haven't most people who would have been called redneck before kind of accepted it and say, yeah, that's us.
Yeah,
We don't give
I
two
mean,
craps about all the fancy stuff. We don't do the, hey, let's drive to the Starbucks and get a chokamaka chakalaka. We are more down to earth people, and yeah, we take kind of pride in being a little hick. I think that's it.
I
Is
think
it Norway? Yeah.
what? No, I was like, I really think that my favorite accent though of all time, well, Boston is a good American accent, I would say, but like Irish or a Scottish accent is like my favorite.
Oh, to be sure, to be sure.
I wish like all our Irish or Scottish people in here would get on Discord and talk to me 24/7, please. Because I just love it.
Well, if there's anyone with a thick Scottish or Irish accent who want to call in, hit the StreamYard link. You don't have to be on camera. Please don't be on camera if you're getting Donald Bucket. And you can tell
Aren't they all asleep
Jamie.
by now?
Well, we have Karen Colher. She's in England. It's not even midnight, and well, it's just turned midnight. So
Yeah, there you go. Jump on the stream, guys, and let's go.
Oh, we have a Welsh person as well.
Yes. All of them. Bring it.
I don't know. Other
I
than
don't care.
the first Mr. Fantastic, and wasn't one of the Pierce Brosnan? No, Pierce Brosnan isn't Welsh, is he? Yeah, Pierce Brosnan is Welsh. Yeah.
Is he? I didn't know that.
None of you know the original meaning of redneck, isn't it? Because they got sunburned in the neck because they worked out in the field. Well, Dodo, hit the link. Try and come and talk to Jamie. She would love it.
Yeah. Well, that's
Most
what I
of-
always thought like redneck was, but you know, because it's always like farmers or like, you
Yeah.
know, people who work outside, roofers. I don't know.
It's in where my daughter lived. We would call the redneck part of Denmark. That's where they like to muck around with big old cars and do their tractor pulling, and they're not too fond of taxes and stuff like that. You don't need to put sales tax on everything if you just go behind and buy it out of the barn door, stuff like that. That's probably what we would call our redneck area where my daughter lives.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Tom Jones is Welsh.
Gosh dang it.
Redneck, literally a sunburned neck. Yeah, that's because they were farmers. They were out all the time. Back in the day, it was very desirable to be as pale as possible. So, because if you were pale, you showed the world that you have money enough that you didn't have to work the fields. So, actually, it wasn't until the 40s or 50s that sunbathing was a thing. That's why you also see back in the day they had those big bathing suits on. because it wasn't a good thing to be tanned. Only peasants were tanned. And then when we stopped being peasants and went to an industrialized society, we changed the norm. And now, oh, we like a healthy glow. Back in the day, you would be as white as possible, and then you would pinch your cheek, so they had a little apple blossom in them.
A little apple blossom.
Yeah, that's what they called it back in the day, when you pinched your cheeks.
I know it used to be cool to be tan, and then now it's like I like porcelain skin now.
Yeah, I said people wanted to be pale. You forgot that part of it. Ginger's gonna kill me if she ever meets me for making ginger jokes all the time.
Mm-hmm.
It was written about first in 1830. Sunbathing or rednecks?
Sunbathing or rednecks?
Well, isn't it the rule that if it's legal, it's not moonshine? If it has a tax stamp on it, it's not technically moonshine if you live down south. The Boers in Africa used to call the Englishmen rednecks because they so often got sunburned. That was another weird thing, because back in the day when the Vikings went about, we were famous in England with the ladies, not just because we are naturally the beautifulest people in the world, but also because we showered once a week, which was not common back then. So we were known as being especially hot because something happening, or are they just talking? And then you kind of figured out that, hey, maybe when we got the Black Plague and stuff like that, don't shit where you drink your water and stuff like that. And then they went back and saw it as ungodly to shower. It's kind of weird how they digressed, because the Roman Empire, they had all this public bath culture where it was very important to be clean, and they scraped the dead skin off with some kind of metal implement and then put oil on bodies and stuff like that to try and protect themselves and be a little nicer, smell a little better. And then you turned into a very long time when something like taking a shower was seen as ungodly and actually a hazard to your health. So you would only shower like once, maybe a month, to keep lice and stuff like that away. And I imagine how bad it must have smelled. Jamie, you of course know the Sun King, Louis XIV. Or was it? No, it was XIV. There was the Sun King. The man who built Versailles.
Yeah.
You know what Versailles is?
No. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's a massive castle outside of, well, back then it was way outside of Paris. Now it's a massive castle in Paris. And he moved there with the entire French court. And I can't remember how many rooms there is at this place, but there's not one single toilet.
Ew.
When it was built. People peed in plants and just did it on. Well, they didn't have running water. They didn't know. And the people who lived there, they have, like bedpans that you probably had them somewhere when your grandparents were young. They had them at their farms as well. Well, it's a normal thing. That's before you had running water. You would pee in a bucket in your bedroom and just put it down on the floor next to your bed or under your bed. But in this castle, imagine how much, I think it was thousands of people living there. They didn't have any showers. They didn't bathe. They had to piss wherever they could because there was no toilets. And the only one who kind of maybe was a little clean was the king. I was kind of weird. Oh, Jamie, do you know beauty marks when it became a thing? You probably did that because that became a thing in the early 90s where girls would put a beauty mark on.
Yeah.
Do you know why they started doing that?
Why?
Because related to this case, the good old STDs.
Ew.
Yeah,
Why?
because,
Explain.
well, I think was it Louis the 13th or 14th who had syphilis, and to cover up because it eats your skin. To cover that up, they put beauty marks on, and because the king did it, the rest had to do it. That's why they also wore these big fancy wigs, because they had so many lice in their hair that they shaved it off and then put on a wig instead. And they could spend a farmer's wage for maybe 10 years on just one wig for a party, because it was so important that ladies, they would have all kind of weird things built into these wigs. So it was kind of like your Prada bag or your Louis Vuitton or whatever is the fancy one. They would have the fanciest wigs, and you could earn some good money if you could grow your hair long, but there would be a lot of lice and stuff like that.
Ugh. I
They
mean,
had
I
water closets,
understand.
not at Versailles back in the day.
This is
My nana
why,
used
like,
to call it the piss pot.
period
The toilet was
romantic
not.
videos and stuff, romantic movies and books do not, it grosses me out.
Well, if you think about, have you seen Marie Antoinette, that horrible movie with Kirsten Dunst?
No.
Okay. Have you seen The Three Musketeers?
Like, which one?
Any one.
Yes.
The one with Charlie Sheen.
No.
The one with who was it who played D'Artagnan back in the day? Well, fighting movie. You probably saw the Mouseketeers, but imagine running around in that. First of all, every mean of transportation was either done by a cow or a horse, and they don't know when they are in a safe place to do their droppings. Everyone there didn't shower, and they lived in uninsulated houses with shitty heating. And imagine how horrible, because everyone is saying, "Oh, I wish I could go back and imagine living like a princess back in the 1600s, and it would be so amazing." No, your food would be shit. You would be sick all the time. You would die when you were 40, and you would live in a
And you don't get
constant.
to shower like once a year.
Yeah, because it'll make you sick to take a shower. Back then, there was a lot of cholera and stuff going around, because they would dig a well and then they'll do the outhouse 2 meters away. So yeah, it'll contaminate the well. They didn't really think about it back then. You walked around in cities, people would throw the piss pot out the window down on the street. That was not everyone called before they did it.
No. This is why, ugh, this is why I can't do romantic movies in those period times, or the books that I like. They have them in period times, and I'm like, that is so gross.
Well, I have to tell you, my pirate stories will be about a bathing pirate. so you can read that one.
Yeah.
People use chamber pots and threw contents out the window. Exactly, Twobble. Yeah. Toured some castles in Ireland and saw the poop chute where they would hang their clothes over to let the methane gas get rid of the bugs. Yeah, they would just have a long pipe and then a hole where they could dump it in. So it just ran down the pipe. Was no water, no nothing. Blech. Yeah, and the rivers where they left out all the, it's kind of like going to a river in India today. Have you ever seen when they show these rivers filled with plastic, and that's why you can't have a plastic straw at McDonald's because the sea turtles.
No.
And then you see pictures of these people going around at rivers in India because, hey, I'm just going to chuck it in the river and I don't see it, it's gone. That's science. And that's why you have these massive buildups of plastics in the river system. It's not because I go to McDonald's and get a straw. It's because they don't care. They just chuck it out because their standard of living is so low that, hey, I don't care. It's
The paper straw thing I don't get.
well, it's because of the sea turtles, Jamie. Why do you want to kill sea
I
turtles?
know. I don't want to kill them.
You just want them to suffer. Okay.
I do feel bad because I've come across videos where people are out and all of a sudden, like I saw this one the other day. It was like a sea turtle. It came up and it was like asking for help, and it had like one of those stupid little plastic like can holder thing, the plastic around the
And
cans.
I'm all for we don't have that and how to fix that. And don't chuck your waste in the nature. That's stupid.
Yeah.
But there's a big difference because they always show you that picture of, oh, look at all the plastic floating in the ocean. Yeah, go to the less developed countries and see them chuck it directly in the river and then say, well, I don't care. I can't see it anymore. Everyone always talk about how great Woodstock was. Reality was very different. Oh yeah, Woodstock, that was an amazing one. No toilets, no food, shitty 60s music, and a ton of weed so you could suffer through it and feel like this was the greatest experience in my life, man.
No, that did not look fun to me at all. There was too many people. Just,
How did we get
oh
here?
God, it had to be so
Jen,
gross.
Devika, if you haven't been here before, when I'm a little tired and I just need to fill time, I will go anywhere.
Are you seeing 90210?
The people who talk about how great Woodstock was were all on a lot of drugs. Of course, they thought it was great. Yeah. And apparently, grape was a really, really, really big part of Woodstock. Whole ton of grape. That Summer of Love apparently wasn't always consensual. And a whole lot of drug addicts came out of that little experiment. You have to unalive sea turtles to make canned turtle soup. It used to be a delicacy in America back in the day, but they had to stop because the sea turtles came close to extinction. Yeah, because they were really easy to transport on ships as well, so you had food with you. Smart.
Turtle soup? Oh,
Well, I know that, but ancient poop bins are far. Well, wait till I get started on mythology.
what? Jen, are you surprised? By
Yeah,
any means.
are you new here?
I know you've been gone a while, but
Oh yeah, Occupy Wall Street was also a grape-a-thon. It's fun how all of these let's get together and fight the system always ends up with a whole lot of women getting raped. That's why I never really joined all of these anarchist movements. I always stayed on the, hey, let's try and keep some order in bad countries, and took on a uniform, because it always goes badly when there's no one to tell the other guys to, nah, please don't do that to the ladies. I went to Woodstock 954 set. I don't know what that is. I didn't do drugs, but I did see my Spanish teacher, and he was tripping balls. They had great tents for the victims. Yeah, imagine having that. We had an experiment in Denmark. Which actually became quite famous because John Lennon came by, and I think he had that weirdo with him, Yoko Ono. And it was called Tylejren, and that was supposed to be the first non-monetary society in Denmark where everyone was equal and everyone was sharing and everything would be great. That was highly influenced by the commies. And for a socialist country, if you can get it even more socialized, yeah, good luck. And that ended up in a lot of crime because they didn't have anything. So they stole a whole lot of things around on the farms, even though there was a lot of farmers trying to help them and support them. And a massive amount of them became intravenous drug abusers. Everyone always thought the hippie movement was just about weed. So many people got on the hard stuff as well. And we never really talk about it because we glorify that summer of love in '69. But it was a lot of bad elements to it. But we don't talk about that because that'll ruin our beautiful history.
Our beautiful history. Sea turtle soup? Come on.
Get a 404
so weird.
when logging in where?
To the StreamYard link.
The StreamYard thing. I oh, that should be fine.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, rose-tinted glass history. And remember, it's always the ones who survived it who's going to tell how great it was. How dare you? Sea turtles are an international treasure. They are. That's why we protect them. Back in the day, they were an international food source.
Yeah. Fed just put some cans of turtle soup.
Well, it's the same with the horses we talked about the other day. Someone, that was a big dog, who said, well, we don't eat dogs and horses no more. Well, it's just because we decided they're pets now. Back in the day, we would have eaten them fine. You don't really consider how or what your food sort is if you're hungry. You'll eat anything. Just ask Fedorowski, because we might not, when we were the benevolent overlords of Norway, might not always have sent them the best food. So we kind of treated them like you did the Indians. Helen, get to bed. I'm not sure I'm going to see you tomorrow if this goes on much longer.
If I was just thrown into the wilderness and I had to fend for myself, I'd starve to death.
Yeah. My coon pigs was dropped off in New Zealand to eat by sailors when they came back. Yeah, that was actually a thing back in the day, because they had living animals and they would then chuck them at islands so they could just populate them, and then whenever they came back around, they could go and harvest some food there. Whole heck of a mess to the local ecosystem, but don't care about that because they had food the next time they sailed past.
My goon pigs.
Never understood all of the kids of all ages running around at Woodstock. What the hell? Well, it
Was
was.
there? I mean, I don't know a lot about that stuff, but was there actually kids there too?
There was everyone. You had the old people who wanted to hang out with the young people because, oh man, we really like. There was a lot of tension going on in the world at the time. You just gotten out of Korea. The generation around 1950 in America was the first teenage generation. Before that, there hadn't been any teenagers because you were born. When you reached around 5 years old, you started helping on the farm. And then when you were 16, 18 years old, you would get married and move on. There was no teenagers. But in the 50s, that's when teenagers started to have their own money and you started to market specific products to the teenagers. And then you had that entire generation that had, oh, we want bigger, better, brighter things, cars, radios, whatever. And there, the follow-up, that's where the hippie movement came out of, because it was kind of a, hey, we want to go back and not be as consumer rich as our parents. And there was a lot of people who saw, well, there's a lot of good in that movement. And as you can see, it's a cycle, because that's the cycle you had with Greta Thunberg as well. These kids who said, oh, we are going to protect the environment while we're texting from our iPhones made by kids in China. And now people are getting a little more, hey, I really like a BMW. So that's what all these people at Woodstock was kind of that counterculture to the teenagers in the 50s, because they wanted to do something else than this materialism, consumerism, where you just want more and bigger and better. So another little history fact for you, Jamie. Thank you, Jen Delica, for 10. We are now up to 40 new members today, Jamie. 40.
I know, it's crazy. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Did you hear Jemima and Marissa promised me yesterday they will get me to 20,000 subscribers before my channel's birthday?
How did they promise that?
They put it in writing. I showed it yesterday that if they don't, they will never yell at me again.
Oh, I don't.
Hey,
I don't feel
if
like that's a
I had it
binding
in writing.
contract. No.
Yes, I did. I showed it yesterday, Jamie. You should watch the show sometimes. It's good.
I feel like it needs to be notarized or something.
Oh, it was notarized.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Twubble received a membership. Chris Powden received a membership. Lady Star membership. Mama Ames. Frankie 1474. Chelsea White. Christy Dawn. Kathy Trout. What the? Iku or Liku. Amber Pereira. All were gifted wonderful memberships by wonderful Jen. Thank you so much, Jen.
You are the sweetest, Jen.
For any on Discord, I posted my view from my living room window in the general chat. Well, we can bring it up. We have nothing else going on. No one wanted to come on and tell Jamie about how it is to have a different accent.
Karen was trying.
Well, isn't there? Yeah, there's a link up there.
Yeah, there's a link at the top. Click it, guys. Come on.
Yeah, if you want to come on and talk to me about being stupid. What am I trying to do? I'm getting tired. Well, we've only been streaming for 10 hours. Yeah, I know. But, turtle soup. Double concentrat.
Look at that. Isn't that weird?
No, it's just weird because
How
we don't do it.
No, how do you make turtle soup?
Do you
Is there
see-
like pieces of turtle in there?
Yeah, of course. You take all the soft parts of it, and then you'll take them out and you'll boil it in. We have fake turtle soup in Denmark, and you would take that out and you'll boil it with. I haven't had it since my grandma died. But then they would add a little brandy on top of it. It tasted great. That's amazing food. And then some boiled eggs. Really, really good. Tasty, tasty stuff. So, yeah, you can get mock turtle soup. That's what we have. Well, we call it fake turtle, but mock turtle soup.
What does
Yeah.
turtle taste like?
This is what we had as a kid. You have like some ground up beef and some other stuff, and then you would put fish balls in it to give it a little texture.
Ugh.
Look
Fish
at this
balls.
view. Yeah,
Like, what's a fish ball?
it's just like you have a meatball made from a fish instead of a meat.
Oh.
Look at
Oh,
this view.
fish. That is pretty.
Yeah, I'm just glad I don't have to cut that grass.
You really don't like a big yard, do you?
No, I don't like yard work. I've never found it interesting.
I'm not a fan either.
No.
But
I have to sit here and entertain people for 10 hours at the day. Do you think I have time to go outside?
yeah, mowing the lawn is a pain in the booty.
Is Danish a hard language to learn? The library here offers a few different learning platforms, and Danish is one of them. One of the languages offered on all of them. Most languages are only 1 or 2 platforms. Well, it depends. If you have an ear for it, a lot of words you can kind of figure out. It's not as easy as probably Dutch would be, but Danish isn't that hard. But we have a tendency to mumble a lot when we speak, and that makes it hard to distinguish what are the letters in the word. And we have a way where we will most D's you use will be silent. On my island, they will almost always be silent. If it's not the first letter in a word, we'll try not to say it. Oh, look, Jamie.
What?
Hey, Karen. Jamie, now you can hear accents.
Karen?
Hey. Oh my God, it took forever to figure this out.
Aw. Glad you made it.
Oh, she has a hard time hearing us, I think.
Can you hear us?
So I was trying to get on the phone one, and I thought, well, the phone one is so insecure. Hello, everyone. I got my pajamas on, so I had to run and get a shirt.
Yeah, well, it's after dark, so
I can hear you.
You can hear us. Well, it's
I think
I don't
she
know
might-
if you hear us through the stream or you hear through the computer because you are a little delayed.
I can hear you.
Yeah, she's a little delayed.
Hey, it happens.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like we have a little bit of a delay, so I'll
Delay.
keep. Yeah. That's okay.
It's through the computer. What can I do?
Well, it's just if you're watching the stream, there's a 10-second delay to it. If you're just
Okay,
in the
I
stream,
shut it off. I shut off the one I was watching.
yeah. If you listen through the StreamYard, you'll hear us one-on-one. If you listen through the computer, there's 10 seconds delay on it.
Okay, so is that better now?
Yeah,
Oh,
now
yeah.
we're talking one-on-one.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Excellent. So, hello, Jay.
Hey.
Hello, Broken Bakers. The first time I've said hello in real life.
Hello. And well, now you have to do the accents. Jamie wants accents.
Accents.
Where are you located at?
Well, I'm in England, and but I'm Canadian. So even no matter what, where I go, they always say, "Oh, you don't sound like you're British." So I'm not.
I can hear it, but like that's what I was thinking. I was like, are you from somewhere else?
From
Because
Canada.
you don't have like the heavy British accent. But yeah, I can hear the Canadian.
Yeah, but we went to Florida a lot, like snowbirds. So yeah,
Oh yeah.
I can catch a Florida accent. Now, where's the chat? I can't see the chat comments. Oh, there you see it now.
On the right. Yeah.
That's not an English accent. No, Sue, it's not. It's Canadian. Even when I was at court today, they said, God, it's hard to believe I've been here 28 years and I still sound Canadian.
You have one of those movie accents that can be anywhere on kind of the East Coast.
Yeah.
One of those generic, I'm going to do an East Coast accent that's not New York or Boston.
Okay.
That's
Well, when I went to California for the first time, and I thought, wow, everybody sounds like me.
Oh.
Because I say like a lot. And there's another Canadian, Jen. Hi, Jen.
Oh. Then I don't have to make fun of the Canadian accents today.
No,
So,
don't.
Hey, Nick Raiders. Welcome. We are on Verdict Watch and trying to fill our time. We only been streaming for 10 hours, so
10 hours?
Energy is a little low.
Uh-oh. Coffee time.
Yeah, I just had a cup of hot chocolate. That wasn't the best idea I've had today because
So are you and Karen on the same time right now then?
What?
I said, are you and Karen on the same time right now then?
Jamie, I've told you so many times.
I don't understand
I think
anything.
Europe is an hour behind us, right? Or it's 1:45 here.
It's 1:45 here.
Yeah. So you're an hour ahead of us.
Jeez, oh Pete, you guys. You're making me sleepy. And it's only 7:45.
Say something positive about Sweden. That should fill up an hour. Yeah, me retching to think about positive things about Sweden. Well, the good thing about Sweden, they have the best view because the entire East Coast can see Denmark.
Oh. Okay. I've never been to Denmark.
Well, you should come. It's not Sweden. That's kind of what we put in our advertisement.
It's not
Denmark, not Sweden.
It was interesting.
You've
Yeah,
been
I
here,
asked you
Jamie.
the other day how far it was, and you said it was about 8 hours
From
England.
Jamie. Yeah. Well, I need a pee break again. Sorry. Jamie, entertain our guests.
Okay, fine.
Us girls will talk.
Yeah, I flew there and I think it was like a little over 8 hours, which I thought it was going to be a lot longer to get there, but it wasn't too bad.
So what have you guys been watching this trial? Is it gone to the jury, you said?
Yeah, it's on jury watch right now. It was only 2 days.
Okay.
And so we're just waiting. Florida usually goes late, which is kind of annoying. But
oh, okay.
I guess
Yeah.
Sometimes we complain that they should go late, and then I hate it when they do sometimes.
Have you ever watched Florida PI or Florida Sam PI?
Mm-mm.
Yeah,
What is that?
A YouTuber in Florida.
What does she do?
She's a what do you call a PI? I just want to make sure I get her name right. Florida PI Sam. Florida. Yeah, Florida PI Sam. So she's a lawyer and like she's an attorney and she's a private investigator for cases in Florida.
Oh.
What part of Canada? Holly, I am from Ontario. So right across from Michigan, from the state. So technically, Detroit was closer to me than like London, Ontario.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There we go. That's kind of.
And where are you, Jay?
What was that?
Where are you? You're in Florida?
I'm in Michigan, and I'm
what part?
Yeah, I'm like in the between Flint and Lansing area. It's like mid Michigan.
Okay, so you're not that far from Detroit then, if you're near Flint.
No, probably like a little over an hour, maybe.
Yeah, so that's the same with us in where I'm from in Sarnia, Ontario. It's about an hour to Detroit.
Yeah.
I'm from London. I'm from London, Ontario. Jen. It's like, yeah. So my parents, they go to Detroit a lot. Like they go to America a lot to like get their gas and everything because it's so much cheaper.
Really?
Yeah.
I always hear a lot of people from Canada will come down here and get certain things. Because I follow a lot of beauty influencers from TikTok. And of course, there's a girl that she lives in Canada and she comes down here because they don't have a lot of the stuff they can't get up there, which is crazy. And it's more expensive. And I'm like, that's interesting. I don't know why.
Yeah, well, when I first came to England, so when I was living in Canada, we couldn't get Aussie shampoo. And so I would have to go over to the States. Yeah, it was such a drag. I'd have to go over to the States all the time and get it from there. And then I moved to England, they have it here. So, but and I think Canada has it now, right? It was just back in the day. What part of England am I in? I just did a video on my channel on my city that I've worked in because I'm now retired. So I worked in the courts and I now help litigants in person, right? So I just did a video on my channel and it says, come with me. And I talk about the legal history of Gloucester City, which is quite interesting because I didn't know half of the stuff that... So I just took the camera. I was waiting for my MOT. So in England, do you have to get that, Broken Baker? An MOT?
Yeah, we have to do it every 2 years, and now the EU is going to change it, so we have to do it if your car is more than 5 years old every year.
Yeah, we have to do it if your car is over 3 years old. We have to do it every year. So I have an old Jaguar, probably should be.
An old
yes,
Jaguar. That's cool.
And so you have to get it done every year. So I was waiting for the MOT. So I thought I'll just walk around and film parts of Gloucester. And then I started looking up the history and I was like, oh my God, I didn't even know all this. It was really fascinating. So yeah, you can see where I live. That's where I've been living and working.
Maybe a mod can share a link to her channel. Jamie, you and Valhalla has that one English, you just pronounce the letters. How do you spell Gloucester?
Gloucester. Yeah, somebody just in the chat.
Don't help her.
Like Glost. 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 Jeez, oh, Pete. Gloster? IER? That kind of sounds funny. No, that's like Glossier.
My channel is just legal-minded friends.
Well, Jamie, one thing you will learn if you look at a map of Britain is they are even worse than Americans when they name things because they just say, no, we're going to call it Leicester and spell it Leicester. We're going to call it Gloucester and call it Gloucester.
Gloucester.
It's
but you can actually play, Broken Baker, you can actually play my video because there's no music in it and there's nothing that would get you a strike. So you can play like part of it. And then if people want to watch the rest, they can go and watch the rest.
That's called a teaser. That's a smart grifter. That's better than I do.
Look at that. You do like a 5-second teaser and make people want more.
So, and it's good for a teaser because it's like a vertical. So if you want to watch it on your phone, it's better. But I couldn't get all the buildings in if I did it the other way. Like I tried to do it. Yeah. So that's just like walking in from the car park, that picture there. And that's when I got
Aztec wall.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. You can listen. I forget everything.
Well, it looks Aztec with the headgear, but it could also be Roman.
Roman.
Gloucester is one of the cities founded by the Romans, right?
Yeah, yeah. So if you play it, it'll just give you a teaser,
Hello,
and then
everyone. I just got back from Gloucester City, and it It's just started to pour. I got some nice videos for you of the city to show you. So to tell you a little bit about the history and so many things that I hadn't even seen before. So yeah, let's get started. In my 28 years working here in England, I would say 80% has been litigating in the Gloucestershire courts. And I never had time to notice its incredible legal history, the beginnings of Gloucester. It received colonia status, which is the highest legal status or rank of a Roman city. The Roman name for Gloucester was Glevum. The best translation is the bright city. We'll start our journey by walking into Gloucester City. And beneath our feet as we walk, there are all these tiled mosaics. This one is the dyer who used to use the river water to dye clothes. This is looking back the other way, and I notice what looks to be a brass replica of the 4 steeples of Gloucester Cathedral, which we will see and discuss in just a bit. Yeah.
Was that the cathedral that those Russian spies claimed that they were coming to England to see?
Yeah, so I go on, and you can keep watching it. It doesn't matter if anybody watches it separately.
No. I was just, did I? Well,
Yeah, I tell you, go on. I tell you so let's continue our walk into the city center. My MOT was being done. We haven't even walked a full city block, and we come across this fascinating bronze sculpture named the Spirit of Aviation that celebrates the work achievements of the Gloucester Aircraft Company. Founded in 1917, it produced over 12,000 aircraft, comprising of 48 different types, including Britain's and Allies' first jet aircraft. It closed 48 years later and employed over 2,000 people. And to this very day, Gloucester is still proud to be contributing to aviation, as a number of aviation companies are in Gloucester and Cheltenham, which is a town very close, next town over. And I used to work there as well. So they produce airplane parts. You may have heard of a recent lawsuit claiming AOG Technics for falsifying documents on engine parts. The court ruled that they need to release documents of authenticity regarding the parts from 2019 to 2023, and it gets even worse.
Never listen to your own videos.
No,
You will always find fault.
I hate it. In May of this year, 2025.
That's why Jamie never listens to my videos, because she's like, oh, I have to listen to that idiot. Yeah, I'm just going to mute it.
I can't
The
listen to
company
him.
director was charged with serious fraudulent trading. So that outcome will be really interesting. Now we're only walking a few yards up from the sculpture we just saw, and we come across the New Inn Hotel. It is a historic medieval courtyard inn, originally built as a lodging place for visitors of the Benedictine monks in the Abbey of St. Peter. It was built in the 15th century between 1430 and 1450. The Benedictine monks were originally located in what's now known as the Gloucester Cathedral. Before I tell you a story of me being at the New Inn and what I was getting up to and with who, well, let me tell you, the monks moved to Printage Abbey, and I take you there in this video that you can see on the screen when I was celebrating hitting 1,000 subscribers milestone on YouTube with some very special friends, so check that out. You will find the monks have a very special mission in life regarding justice, so I wonder what they think of the New Inn at night in the courtyard or the bar, entertaining live music. And oh, look, there's me rocking away, listening to my former colleague, Keith Thompson. We worked together when I was an information officer with the Gloucestershire Youth Offending Service. Youth offending crime is a concern worldwide, and my work as part of Inside Justice was to increase confidence in the justice system. With the dedicated frontline workers on our team implementing mandates the Department of Justice would require from us. And we captured vital statistics to inform our overall aim, which was to reduce recidivism, ensuring young offenders receive the help they need. You know, it works the same way as adults. Punishment is to try to deter offending behavior. Keith Thompson was not only a technical genius for our staff at Youth Offending, he is a rock star, and he and his band travel the world playing blues rock. So check out his own music, sings, creates awesome videos.
It looks like Bill Bailey in this
Yeah.
picture.
When he goes to Europe, they have signs up above for him and everything when he gets off the plane. It's quite cool.
Cool.
And he will mesmerize you with his incredible guitar skills. I would appreciate if you gave his channel a subscribe and tell him the Canadian Mountie sent you. That was his nickname for me, and you'll have to ask him why he said that. Now we are walking straight up to what is referred to as the cross, and we hear church bells in the background.
Yeah, they were really loud, so I had to kind of stop talking.
Now, I found this part really interesting, so I'm going to just scan the camera around the cross.
So you see right there,
And,
right?
see-
That's where, if that street that we were just looking down, we'll look down it again in a minute. But that's where the court that I was this afternoon.
Oh,
So,
interesting.
yeah. But yeah, so it's really nice when you go into town.
And I just think that it can't be right. They just got a dinner in court. No, it must be 7 o'clock.
You can see the beautiful buildings and whatnot. But the cross was formerly known as the High Cross. At this intersection is where the 4 gate streets meet, hence why the streets' names are Eastgate, Westgate, Southgate, and Northgate. It was a significant landmark and a public place with legal historical importance, as it served as a public gathering place where legal proceedings would occur. Those who were guilty and didn't want to pledge their allegiance to the realm, the crown, would swear to leave the country and never return without royal permission. So those admitting guilt would surrender their possessions and property to the crown before being exiled from.
Not my stall, but they stole my name.
I know. I was thinking about you then. I said, "There's Broken Baker."
Oh, it's a watchmaker.
The watchmaker, yeah.
I love these old, quaint stores. I live in quite an
Yeah.
old town as well.
Yeah.
So we have that. Oh, and we have another guest. Hey, Jen.
Hello.
Hi, guys.
Can you
Hello.
bring more accent so Jamie can be happy?
Oh, mine's like true Canadian.
Ah,
like
Canadian for sure.
Born and raised. Yep.
Yeah.
We're adorable.
Every third word will be sorry.
Thanks. Pardon?
No, every third word is a.
And
or
sorry.
the yeah no. I've really been getting slayed for the yeah no.
I
You
haven't
know when
heard
you
that.
say yeah
Oh, I didn't-
no.
Oh, okay.
That's kind of like Vicky Pollard. Yes, but no, but yeah, but no, but yeah. That's a British.
It's a British comedy show.
Yeah, I can't even remember who's the one who.
That's Little Britain, I think.
Yeah, Little Britain. Yeah, she's
Yeah.
the one whenever she's questioned about something, it's yeah, but
Yeah,
no,
but-
but yeah, but no.
Yeah, that is funny.
like a
Yeah, that
whole-
is- the only
Yeah,
gay in
there's
the village. The only gay in the village.
Yeah,
He plays all these different characters in the show. It's hilarious.
I think it's one of those shows that couldn't work in America
Right. Yeah.
because it's
a very
very.
English.
Yeah, it's
Wow.
very. I think North European. We kind of have the same kind of humor.
Yeah.
That little. It
Dry
needs to be
humor.
sarcastic.
Yeah. It's like definitely dry. So what part of Canada are you in?
I'm in London. So I
London,
actually
Ontario.
yeah, I lived in Sarnia. Actually, I sang at the opening of the Blue Water Bridge.
No way. So do you
In
know my house?
public school choir.
You might know my house in Canada because we donated it to the St. Joseph's Hospital. So it's a home for hospice now, and
Aw.
yeah, so our house was donated. Baker can look it up. It's It's a really nice house and big old couple of hundred. I don't know if it's 100 years. It must be 100 and some odd years. And yeah, so we donated it to the hospital so people could have a place. Yeah. So yeah, in Sarnia, my uncle was the mayor.
Wow.
So do you know? Have you heard of Kilgore? And
No, I was young when we lived there. I've been in, yeah, we lived in all the little small towns around there, Godrich, Ben Miller. We kind of jumped around, yeah.
I went to university in London. So
It's definitely a university town.
UWO there. So I did another video on that, but it's a private one. And I talk about that. Yeah.
London is a university town for sure.
Yeah.
Lots of partying.
Beautiful school.
Oh.
It's like the university, the old buildings. It's just, yeah. I wish when you don't think of how beautiful things are when you're there. I mean, this is like the video I just did of Gloucester, right? I never noticed how beautiful the buildings are. And the University of Western Ontario is the exact same thing. You know, it's beautiful buildings.
Yeah, it's fun to just drive through there.
Do you have the same thing in Britain? I know it's not a thing in America because they haven't had a house that's older than me. But
whatever.
In my town, when we go into the town square, you never look up because you just walk across the town square. And then sometimes someone was standing and taking photographs. And I'm like, what a weirdo. And he was actually taking, because we have a lot of paintings, with a lot of colorful paintings from, I live in a merchant seaport city. So around the square where all we had our Ladies' Church is the main church in our city. And then around it was all the merchants' villas and storehouses, and if you had money, you would put either some stone frisks on it, or someone is walking through court with food, or they will paint something on it. And most of it would be something related to the sea, and it's just you never look up there and do that.
You know that walk I did at the beginning.
Thank you, Alyssa, for the 3 corner kisses on Buy Me a Coffee. Thank you so much.
That walk I did at the beginning of the Gloucester City, I have never noticed that, and I have parked there several times.
Yeah,
it's bizarre. When I had time to just look at stuff, I was shocked, and so yeah, I'll have to take photos when I go back to Canada of the university because. Yeah, I was there.
I'm happy to take photos. I can
Oh,
go.
are you?
I'm
Excellent.
by
Because
there all the time.
I used to work there as well. I worked for the Dean of Kinesiology, and then I was I did the contracts for all the athletic coaches and stuff. So yeah, so unbelievable to work there. You go swimming at lunchtime, and you know,
lots of perks for sure. How long has it been since you've been back?
Well, I just had to renew my passport because it's every 10 years. So it was in 2015.
But
so I said to my mom, to London and Sarnia. So I said to my mom, I don't think I'm going to make it back because I didn't realize my passport has to be renewed like within 30 days. It's like,
Yeah, it's grown. They've done so much construction. They've redone a lot of the buildings.
And that's where you have to renew your, yeah, I have lots of friends there still, but that's where you have to renew your passport is in London. I said I have my pajamas on, so be careful here. I don't want to.
Well,
sorry.
You could be like that court, that Emmy yesterday. She looked like she was about to slip a nip, and that's well, I'm not saying. Yeah, she had a weird. What do you call them, Jamie? I need.
Oh, like a shoulder
blouse.
No, well, yeah, but a asymmetrical one.
Oh, yeah.
And it was
dangerously
very
close to the areola.
There was you could see a part of the bra, so I thought,
uh-oh.
You never know. That could be the pancake. Just sneaking out for a little peek-see.
I don't know if she was that type of lady who would go to court. She was a medical examiner, so.
You literally never know.
No, it's always kind of like the one
Yes,
from the
that
Karen
is
Reed case with
fine.
all the tattoos up and down her arms.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, I got a little angry.
Wow.
I apologize way too much because I'm Canadian.
You're Canadian.
That's what my daughter says sorry all the time because she was 10 when we moved over here. And she's like 40 now.
She was already inundated with the Canadian sorries. I'm sorry for her.
Yeah.
It's a curse.
That's so amazing that you live in London. Because I lived there for probably 10 years.
Yeah,
we moved 9 months.
I went to high school here and then college and then met my now husband, and he had a job offer in the GTA, so Toronto, Ontario area. So we moved there for a bit, and we're not city people, so we moved back. You're like, this smaller town vibe is for us, not mini New York.
London is perfect for that. And London kind of mirrors England in a way because you've got the River Thames and you've got like lots of things that are the same name as stuff in England. So
It's
I
so
thought
confusing.
Cool. I never thought I'd ever live in England, ever. I applied here years ago to go to architectural drafting school.
Oh, wow.
And then my grandfather died, so I thought I better stay at home. And that's when I started working for a law firm, and then it just kind of went from there. And so I could have had a total different trajectory in life, you know?
Which law firm did you work for?
Do you know Siskin, Crowley, Ivy, and Dowler?
Yeah, heard of them.
Yeah.
Have you heard of Learners?
Learners, yeah. And
I worked there for a little bit.
With Siskin and Cromley, Ivy, and Dowler, what I did was when they were merging the two law firms, and I was at university because I worked for Corrections Canada in London for 4 years. So during that time, I would take jobs and like contract jobs. So for them, I merged their filing system together with the new system. So over 1 million something people. So that was a really interesting contract that I did for them. So lots of history with London, like different things, you know, you'd be amazed.
Jamie is letting
it's funny
the
how
dog
small
out.
the world is.
It is.
Back. Jamie, how dare you?
I actually went. I took some evening classes at not evening class, but I went. I did some school because I'm on early retirement because of my back. So I went back to school and just took some classes, whatever I wanted, and I started doing French again.
Wow!
And I went with a lady from Quebec.
Oh,
I don't know what they're speaking, but it's
brave
not
of
French.
you.
Well.
It is different. It's different sounds. Like for head, it's la tête in Canadian, and it's la tête in French. Like France.
There's a lot of
honestly, it just about blew my mind when I saw Happy Gilmore 2, and my only option for like any sort of subtitle was French Canadian.
Wow. French Canadian. That's odd.
No.
Yeah, that's
nope. Sorry, Quebec, but you can just have your own Netflix if you want. You don't even want to be a part of this country. Sorry for anyone from Quebec.
Well, they
Do
don't
you
understand.
speak other languages? I call you Broken Baker. I don't know your name.
Well, just call me Baker.
Baker.
Yeah.
Do you speak other languages?
Ich spreche ein bisschen Deutsch. Ich spreche es nicht wie als gut, als ich einmal gemacht habe. Ich probiere wieder Deutsch sprechen zu lernen. Je parle pas un peu français, un peu. And then what else can I can swear in Eastern European. So
okay. I just know how to say I love you in a few languages, and that's all I thought I would learn.
Ich liebe dich.
Ich liebe dich.
I think is it a slingerit a Slava kid? I think that's maybe close to Greenlandic. Oh, thank you, Mo and Shizzy for the raid. A slingerit a Slava kid is very bad Greenlandic for "I love you. Do you want to sleep with me?"
Yeah,
Baker, she's gonna be so mad. Shizzy's
now
asked me to go on
nowadays,
his live for so many different times, and I never have. Hi, Shizzy. Sorry.
Well, I didn't ask you. You.
Because it's Canadian.
You just have to play hard to get to know. I'm not going to invite
I
her on.
encouraged you. Now, so you're in trouble. So, with all these different languages nowadays, it's more like instead of like, can we order a beer? It's more like ordering coffee, right? So I got to know how to order coffee in whatever country I'm going to.
Yeah, but that's you always deux bières, merci, dos cervezas, por favor, zwei Bier, 2 beers. You know how to order around for yourself.
Yeah.
And
there's
or you
the
could just,
why doesn't he come on? Why isn't he on? Because I've watched his channel.
Because Jamie he has a restraining order, so Jamie will have to leave if he comes on.
Oh.
Jamie,
no, I want him to come on so we can argue.
Jamie, I don't want to go
argue
to
to
court
Baker.
again. Jamie, I don't want to go to court again and argue why we had a judge order that it was okay doing the care and read, but only if you were 2 squares apart all the time. So I don't want to do it again, Jamie.
Listen,
Jamie, you're too frisky.
No.
Jinx,
too
what
much
are you
to
doing
handle.
up? It's 2:15 in the morning. Get to bed.
Jinx.
Oh my God, it's 8:15 here.
Yeah, I gotta
Okay.
call my mom, but if it's 8:30, it's too late. It's like- So where's Valhalla? Where is he?
He's in Tennessee.
But is he the one that has the artwork at the back of his?
He's the guy who builds Legos, run around with goats, and paint.
Yes, and he has paintings in the background. Yeah.
Yeah, he has a couple and an aquarium.
Right.
Hello. He has
There
goats.
it is.
y'all?
Oh.
Hi, Valhalla.
Hey, Jamie.
Oh,
How's
my
everybody
God.
doing?
Hello.
Well, I'm struggling. I'm on 10.5 hours, so
Yeah. Good time.
Oh,
thank you for
wow.
stopping by.
They are gorgeous.
Thanks.
I love animals.
Do they
I
stand
like
on
them
your
more than
back?
people. No, they're huge. Look at this guy. This is my buck. His name is Jasper. He weighs probably 250 pounds or so.
Wow. Yeah. I
I
like
mean,
his colorings.
I think you could take him. He could stand on
Oh,
your
I
back.
have. I've definitely taken him. Like I've had to wrestle this goat, I think 3 or 4 times. I'm 0-3 or
He's a
0-4.
frisky one like Jamie.
Just every now and then he needs a little reminder.
Yeah.
Fair.
When you climb up some of the mountains here in England or big hills, they have goat trails. So it's like the goats walk them so many times that you can walk. And I thought that was interesting.
I've got goat trails all over my property.
Yeah. What a beautiful property.
Oh, thank you.
It really is. Look at them like wagging their tails. I love it.
Happy little goat.
You will have to call
They're
first
just so
before you go
happy.
visit him.
They are.
He doesn't
Yeah.
take. I don't know. The court reporter in the weird dress is back, and now the prosecutor is back in the courtroom. I don't know if anything is brewing. Maybe she's sending him home. Oh, me and Bad Dog had a baby. Valhalla, I've taken him phrasing, buddy.
Okay, there's so many things from today that we have to clip because I was erupting in cackling laughter.
Oh, one of those days.
Well, that's because she's an idiot, was like the highlight, Jamie.
Yeah.
So what do you think of Canada allowing pot to be sold? Because my friends are telling me there's like a weed being sold every store, every quarter store.
I grow my own, so I don't.
I grow.
Yeah, I'm good.
It's still illegal. It's still illegal and criminal in the UK. It's unbelievable.
We're actually
plan.
maybe looking at some kind of maybe potential legalization, because Germany have had a law where you can kind of grow it in co-ops, but only for your own use. So
yeah, we get up to 4 plants a household.
Yeah,
We can grow on our own. And I swear to God, I grew 4. They were 8 feet tall. I have more pot than I know what to do with. I give it away off the street to people. Here, take it. It's gonna go bad.
Is that Jay?
Oh,
that's
crap.
Jamie laughing.
Okay.
That's
Start a
just
B&B.
That's
Sounds
just such
like
a random thing to say. How do you feel about? Well, I grow more than I can freaking get rid of.
My daughter gave me a whole great big bag of cucumbers because they're growing like bad weeds. And
see, that's a normal daughter. I'm not really the normal daughter. I'm like, hey, to my father-in-law, hey, since we have kids, can you grow these weed plants in your backyard and just like fertilize them for me? And he was
Apparently,
like, fuck
we have
yeah.
a verdict.
And he did.
Apparently,
verdict?
we have a verdict.
Really?
Oh shit!
Wow.
Go back to the corner, everyone.
I said 8 to 10 hours on the
Well, let's end the poll and see, because I forgot I had a poll again.
Yeah, I said 8
It's not
to
like
10.
Valhalla when he's on his job. He knows how to use that poll. What? How long for the verdict? 2 to 6 hours, 31%.
He's so salty, y'all.
He is.
So chat was right. 2 to 6 hours, and only 23% said Jamie and Val sitting in a tree. KISIS.
So mad.
He's so
He's
salty.
so mad. Because
Baker,
me and
it's
Val
okay,
disagree
buddy.
with him.
Hades.
Baker, it's
by the
okay.
way-
You can be wrong sometimes. It's okay.
Oh,
It's okay.
Fedorovsky, I was joking. I don't sell it on the street or just hand it out. It goes.
You should.
I mean, to my friends, I'm like, when they come over for like a barbecue, I'm like, if you don't take a bag of weed, I'm gonna fucking snap. And then they
Do you make
have to.
brownies? Do you make brownies?
Yeah, I'm like, here, take it. I have too much. But yeah, you can walk into any dispensary. They're open like 9 to 11 p.m. I think.
Yeah, I don't agree with the laws here. I don't think it's a gateway drug at all, and I don't think it should be criminalized. So
I mean, if it has
think it's
any
worth
synthetic
considering.
ingredients at all, then it's not
Yeah.
shouldn't be approved. But if
It's
it's like
natural.
naturally grown, and if
Yeah,
I can
we are
grow it in my
allowed-
backyard, I'm allowed to roll it up and smoke it. I'm sorry.
We're allowed
That's-
CBD. So
Okay.
without the C,
Almost
we're allowed
there.
up to 0.001% or gram or something.
We started out
we
with
tried-
just a medical marijuana license.
We tried
Yep.
the CBD with my mom, and because people say, well, it'll help with her lacking appetite with the big C, and didn't help at all. Then we tried the weed drops, even though that was illegal. Yeah, well, statute of limitation. My dad's dead; they can't get him. And didn't help with anything.
It didn't help.
Not
Oh.
at all. She didn't get high from it, and this was real cannabis drops.
Oh,
Didn't
was
get
it?
high, didn't get hungry, didn't do anything. So
Oh, wow.
that was a little. At least I could have taken the top off the pain, hopefully. But nope.
She's like Texas 12, got it right? 2 to 6.
Yeah, 2 to 6. So chat got it right, because it's been almost 3 hours.
Oh, and I said 6 to 10 or something like that, whatever.
Well, we have been
Oh.
streaming for almost 11 hours, so let's just say that's the same.
Yeah.
I don't know. I make stuff up when I'm tired.
You're ready for bed.
Yeah, you must be getting giddy yet after 10 hours of or
Oh,
8 hours streaming.
I'm tired and I just want to sleep. But
Well, he
yeah,
sits on a bar stool as a chair, so no wonder he's dying over there.
Jamie, I jumped on the bar stool half an hour ago, so it's not like I've been. And I bought a new chair. And Jinx, yeah, no more Pusher Street. They closed that one. I haven't been in Pusher Street since my kids were small. I used to be a politician in it's American politics. It would
Bigger,
be-
what the hell haven't you done? Every time I'm on one of your streams, it's a new thing you've done and been.
Felt the warm embrace of a woman.
Oh my God, stop it.
Yeah, we know. You didn't get your... What is it? You didn't get dirty ink on the end of your pencil.
Yeah.
Look, it's dead. Death. I literally almost fell off my chair.
Welcome back, Valhalla.
Yeah, sorry. I'm not sure what happened. I pushed the wrong button.
That made you leave.
That looks like a brand new courtroom.
See, beautiful messy ball. I've tried the edibles. It doesn't work for me.
Uh-oh. What is that? Corn?
I'm like an OG smoker.
I have the screen like really small because if I see myself, I'll get too nervous and then I will start to have the shake.
Oh, what is that?
What?
Is that pot?
Oh my God.
No,
What's
not
what?
pot. It was on small. I thought you had some pot leaves there, but I'm just...
Oh, no. I just set the camera down because I need a beer.
Oh, it's right. It's called weeds.
Weeds.
That's weeds, not weeds.
She was so excited.
Yeah, she was like, "Oh, I'm going to Dollywood next year, and I'm staying at
Oh,
Valhalla."
Jesus. There's a field of them.
Sue, it's summertime. When I was in chat, Sue and I were having lots of chats. Sue loves summertime.
Do you know how angry I get when I can't beat Sue in that goddamn game? I don't even know the name of it, but it makes me so angry.
Oh, Sue cheats in that game.
Is it
Word
Crown?
crack? Sue cheats.
Word crack. Yeah, what the? I swear to God, if one more fucking fake letter comes at me, I'm throwing down. My whole computer's going to go upside down. Can't do it. Sue, how do you get all the big words, Sue?
Cheats.
She cheats.
She cheats.
She Googles them.
Or she listened to Alessi.
She's got a program.
No,
all she
it's
does is
because
type in the
every time
letters.
I
It gives her
start the
every.
Every time I start the program, Sue gets she comes here back where we are now, because then she get a 10-second head start. It's a deal we made. Jamie knows this. We're not allowed to talk about it because Sue doesn't like to be found out that she cheats. But she's actually sitting with a 10-second head start, so she can just Google it.
Danny.
I don't know the word.
Fighting words.
I haven't.
I mean, I used to play this stupid game with my work people, and I used to cheat the crap out of it. I don't care if they know, but there's like an app you can. There's not an app, but like you can just Google the site, and then you go in there and you just put in all the letters, and then it'll give you every option possible.
No, I'm too Canadian for that. I'd be apologizing already. I'm sorry, I'm cheating.
No,
sorry, I'm already using a website.
I hated this stupid game, and I was like, you know what? And they're like, you're so smart. I'm like, yeah, I know, right?
Did you ever play Boggle? Boggle, the one where you put all the letters and you have to shake it up?
Yeah.
I think that's Canadian, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Danny, I would be apologizing if I said that to Sue.
I used to play that Waddle or whatever, that word game as well. I'm dyslexic. It's really hard to play those games when no, the one on the you have an app for it. And I'm just looking at the letters and thinking that doesn't make sense. And then my body would use all the letters to make a word. I'm like, what? It's not fun playing this when you're dyslexic. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but I think I'm I can't even say it. Dyslexic.
There you go.
I'm dexterous. So what?
Because I will read so fast that I'm reading the line below sometimes. And it's like I have to go back and think, well, that doesn't make sense. What did I miss? And so I think that's why my first love was accounting and numbers and drawing and all that kind of stuff, right? But in law, you have to read so much. And I think it was the challenge that I wanted, right? Because didn't you find out that, Breaker, with you have to read so much, it's like a challenge. And so.
Well, I'm a baker. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know anything. I just make up a lot of words and say something that makes me look smart. And I'm really good at storing storing information. But I have
Valhalla,
the
you're
same
not
problem.
muted. Are you okay?
Well, but it's really good because it doesn't look like you're using notes or anything to talk about all these cases. So you have a really good memory.
Oh, I don't. I don't. I retain a lot of stupid information that I don't know why I keep, but I do. That's why I can talk for so many hours without doing anything. It's because I remember stuff. When I read it once, I'll probably be able to pull it. If you talk about it, I'll be, oh yeah, Gloucester, that's a Roman city. I remember that because I read it somewhere.
Right.
And
yeah.
And
I can't remember anything important. I always just remember every single song lyric of any song I've ever heard in my whole life. Just takes up so much space in my brain for no reason. Like, at least I wish I knew about a Roman city. That would be helpful. But
I think
instead,
there's no Roman
I
cities
know
in
Toxic
Canada,
by
so-
Britney Spears off by heart and can do the whole dance. Like, why?
Prove it.
That would require
my brain
many
that
more beers.
we're only using 5% of our brain. So whenever I think, oh, I can't remember this, and I think, why can't you? You have enough space in there. It's just you don't want to. Right?
Well, I have the opposite problem. I can't remember names, faces, phone numbers.
Names, I can't.
My
I'll remember the
ex-wife, she
face.
could remember every
Nothing.
license plate that the family had in her
Wow.
lifetime. And I was like, why do you store that? She says, why do you know when they started using the Panzer IV instead of only the Panzer III? I don't know. Why do you?
You mean the HD, the lead part?
It's just I have weird, but if it has my interest, it's the same with cases. I can sit here and then you can start talking about one of the cases I covered or watched, and I can remember parts of it, so I can pull it out my ass whenever I need it. And sometimes it's really, really nice, and sometimes it's really annoying that you can't remember, because especially when I was in politics, you were talking to all these people who work for the city, and they would come because I was on the subcommittee for schools and kids, and they would come and talk to our meetings, and they would always, oh, hey, how you doing, Baker? And I was like, yeah, so nice to see you again. And I was like, have I seen you before? I don't know. Yeah, but I could remember what we talked about the meeting last year, but I don't know who you are. I think I'm that you can be face blind or something, so I can't remember.
If I write something down, I have more chance of remembering it, right? I have to write. I'm one of those that have to write it down. So
For me, I lose the piece of paper. I write it down. I lose the piece of paper.
I can lose the
Good
paper.
luck.
That's fine. It's just the writing it or typing it or something. I can lose it after that, but then I can go back in a memory. And I do memory word jogs. Like I'll use like George Eliot's old grandfather wrote a pig home yesterday. Remember that? And when you were learning spelling?
Yep.
For geography.
I'm on track again. It's like, whoa.
You'll think your phone just talking to me
up there
because I go
anymore.
off on all this stuff.
It's all the important things, you know. The rest isn't important. That's the thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, why do I know every word for Barbie Girl? Because I'm cool. That's why was I?
He sung the whole. Wait, he sung the whole song to me, and then goes, "That's all I know." That's the whole.
No,
song.
I didn't sing all because I didn't start.
Yeah, you pretty much did.
Because the beginning is, hey Barbie, hey Ken, want to go for a ride? Sure thing, Ken. I'm a Barbie girl.
See, but you knew it.
Life in plastic. Well, yesterday I was singing boom, 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 boom. I want you in my room to spend the night together forever and boom, boom, boom,
The
boom.
songs get in your head. But the difference when you're in court and you're giving evidence or you're asking questions, you're trying to see where people have said something different. So that memory is really good, Baker. That makes you an excellent lawyer from that point of view, right? Because you can pick out, wait a minute, that's not what was said before, right?
Well, That's actually why when I do my layman duty is because we have in Denmark, you will be called at right now. I have 4 cases that I have to go back and be a juror in, and you're sitting there, and I don't know what the case is, but when I come up there and I'll either see the charts, I'll see my first 5 lines of my notes. Oh yeah, that's the one where the guy
You have
was.
recall. It's a recall memory. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't have an active recall. I'm not saying, okay, I need to go and get that case back. I'll just look at it and say, oh, that's the guy that was accused of tax evasion for 2.3 million, and in the end they went down to 500,000, and then they found out that it probably wasn't him because it was already in bankruptcy, so it was the curator who took care of it. I don't know why that one popped up because I think I have that in November. I need to go back and do that. So, yeah.
Yeah. What I find hard is if I'm in court and if I say, oh, but this isn't what you said on this statement or whatever, we have to have the page number, where it is in the bundle and everything. And so you can't actually say something unless you can back it up with the evidence, right? So
yeah,
that's where you have to be really careful. So if I'm going to ask this question, I have to make sure I can find it because they're going to say, oh, right, did I really? Or they're going to say, like they did in the Karen Reed case, oh, I can't remember. Can you show me?
Yeah, and that's why I think, and that's why there were so many Janetti and Alessi and cool people. It's not that, but I really wanted to hear from Elizabeth Little.
Oh,
because
yeah.
She's the one who did all of that.
She was amazing. She knew that file inside and out,
She was the absolute backbone of that entire team, I think. Anytime any of them boys needed anything, Elizabeth Little was right there.
You could tell she knew right where to get it.
Yep.
Yeah. And that's a skill in itself, isn't it? Because
she was super impressive.
And they have to have 100% confidence that they give her a look and she will give her exactly the piece of paper you need. Oh, you have audio.
She knows exactly where it is. You want me to go so we can go back and I can listen to you?
I'm sticking around for the verdict.
Oh, okay.
You can hang around for the verdict if you want.
Okay.
Oh my God, I'm so nervous.
And Jinx, of course, I know. In the summer night, when the moon shines bright, feeling love forever, and the heat is on, when the daylight's gone, still happy together. There is just one thing I need to add. She's the greatest love I ever had.
We have a verdict. Any reason we cannot take the verdict at this point? State? Defense? Okay. I know we've had a number of individuals in and out of the courtroom throughout the course of the trial. And I'd just like to caution everyone.
Yes.
If you do not believe you do not believe you can control yourself when the verdict is read by the clerk, I'll ask that you step out and just be mindful of the hard work of the jury the last 3 days.
Okay. So can you pause it for a second?
Yes.
And let's just do a refresher. Who's up for what? Because I didn't watch it.
Well, I believe she's guilty. Valhalla believes she is not guilty. Jamie believes she's not guilty. Jen, I don't know where you stand.
Oh, no, I really wanted to see it.
Oh my God. Put me on the spot.
What was she do? What was she accused of?
I say
being
degree.
Being accomplice to a murder in first degree, malicious. By helping her son maliciously murder.
In my opinion, you need to be smart about what your text messages say. I don't care what you were implying. That doesn't hold up. Like with text messages, there is no tone.
Oh my God.
There is no.
Do you know what? Sorry. I just read it. Sheila Agee. In my Donna Adelson trial, or first video I ever did on Donna Adelson, I compare the Sheila Agee case to the Donna Adelson case. Oh my God, I didn't even know it hadn't gone to trial because he pled guilty. He went straight to the police station.
This one has been trial before, but got turned over because apparently they got into a fight in the jury room.
Oh my God. Yeah. So my very first, it's called, what is it called? Something. I don't even remember what I named my video. Yeah. So my very first Donna Adelson, I'm comparing this case.
Let's see what they have to say.
We have the jury in the.
Be seated.
Guys,
State's
fold your
present
hands, be
defendant
quiet.
is
The judge is
present
going to
with
yell at us.
counsel. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict? Okay. And are you the foreperson? Yes. Okay, if you
She's
would
as
hand the
guilty
verdict
as-
form to our court deputy. I'm going to review it, make sure it's been filled out completely.
Can you see? That's where I mentioned that case.
It needs to be
Connecting the dots.
And I'll have Madam Clerk publish the verdict. Ms. Agee, please rise to accept the jury's verdict.
In the Circuit Court for Escambia County, Florida, State of Florida Plaintiff versus Sheila Agee, Defendant, Clerk number 1723 CF 003379B, Division A, verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as to the count charged in the indictment. Count 1, guilty of principal to first-degree murder as charged. So say we all, this 6th day of August, 2025, Juror Carpenter, foreperson.
Would either
text
party like the jury polled?
Yes,
Okay. Madam Clerk's going to poll you. She's going to ask you a question. If you'll just respond to her question.
Juror Carpenter, is this your individual verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
Juror Quadrosi, is this your individual verdict?
Yes.
Juror Edwards, is this your individual verdict?
Yes.
Juror Potter, is this your individual verdict?
Yes.
Juror Ram, is this your individual verdict? Yes. Juror Radat, is this your individual verdict?
Yes.
Juror Progarski, is this your individual verdict?
Yes.
Juror Murray, is this your individual verdict?
Yeah.
Juror Dunlap, is this your individual verdict?
Yes.
Juror Olson, is this your individual verdict?
Yes.
Juror Blake, is this your individual verdict?
Yes.
And Juror Alden Coe, is this your individual verdict?
Thank you. Mr. Ackerman, if you, Ms. Agee, would like to have a seat, I'm going to read the final instruction. This is the last instruction from our Supreme Court before we release you for the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you for your time and consideration of this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, from the attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. I do want to take this opportunity to thank you for your service on Monday, yesterday, and again today. You gave
Hey, Jen.
3 days of your time to help us resolve this case, and we certainly appreciate the time and consideration you've given to this case and your willingness to serve. I am going to reintroduce the attorneys. We have Ms. Bridget Myers-Jensen. She's the Chief Assistant State Attorney here in the First Judicial Circuit, and Mr. Alvin Trey Myers, and he is the Deputy Chief Assistant State Attorney here in the First Judicial Circuit for the state of Florida, and Mr. David Ackerman, who's in private practice here in Pensacola.
And I always like to reintroduce them in case you wish to reach out to them. They won't reach out to you, but if you'd like to, I know when I was trying cases, I did on a few occasions have jurors contact me, and it was helpful to understand, what the discussions were in the jury room. But again, that's up to you. You're not required to do that in any way, and you can find their contact information online. And again, this will count as your jury service for the year. And we again appreciate your hard work and time and consideration this week. So on behalf of myself, the Assistant State Attorney, Defense Attorney, Defendant, we thank you. You are now free to go, and our court deputy will get you checked out. Have a nice rest of your week. Thank you.
Wow. I'll link your videos then to the one, because I only mentioned this case.
Well, it's a very divisive case. I can see that there's a lot of people having both.
Now I wish I would have watched it.
Well, it's a very you can watch it in a day.
Yeah, I can rewatch it.
Yeah.
That's
Really
the problem.
fast.
Real life gets in the way
Your Honor,
sometimes.
Based on the jury's verdict, we should proceed to sentencing today. Ms.
What,
Brooklyn's
today?
mother is here, and she
It's an automatic life in prison.
before the court.
Yeah, I mean,
In
that's
her
what I'm saying.
sentencing. You want to come forward this? Yes, ma'am.
Oh, so we're getting victim impact statements. Oh, that's not what I need at. I don't know what time it is. 2:45 in the morning.
Jesus Christ.
Ma'am, if you'll raise your right hand for me.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, if you'll just state your name for me, ma'am.
Cornelia Sims.
That's the mother of the
I do.
victim.
Webster's dictionary defines a mother as a woman who has given birth to a child, provided an egg for a child, or who has legally adopted a child. My definition of a mother is a selfish, loving human who often sacrifices many of her own wants and needs for those needs of her children. A mother makes sure that her children are equipped with knowledge, skills, and the abilities to make it as a competent human being. It has been 1 year, 11 months, and 25 days since my daughter, Brooklyn Taylor Dior Sims, was tragically taken from me.
Thank you for joining us, Jen.
I miss my daughter. Casey lost her mama. Casey lost her dad. Casey lost her other grandmother. When I say my granddaughter does not understand, and I don't know if she ever will, what happened on August the 11th, 2023. When I say this, I'll never be the same. Try to go on for Casey's sake, but I'll never be the same. I want to thank you, Trey, Ms. Bridget. Thank the jurors. That today, Justin for Brooklyn Taylor Sims has been served.
Can I ask you one more question?
Yes.
How's Casey doing now?
She's thriving. She's getting big. At the time of the incident, Casey was 15 months. October, Casey will turn 4. She's just like Brooklyn. When I say identical, she looks like her from head to toe. She's her mom.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
At least that's good to hear. She is
Your Honor,
Anybody else that wanted to be heard?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
in a good place.
Based on the jury's verdict, though, there's only one lawful sentence, Your Honor, and that's adjudication of guilt, life in state prison without the possibility of parole. I believe the court costs are $518, and that's all the state has, Your Honor.
I believe her credit was 722 days.
Judge, may I applied for
she's going to give a testimony.
Your Honor, I would like to say that Ms. Sims is 100% correct. I failed as a mother. I failed as a friend. And I failed as a grandmother. And it was something Brooklyn didn't deserve. There's no way I can express my sorrow to you. And I'm sorry, I don't ask for forgiveness. I don't ask for forgiveness. And I don't ask for forgiveness when you need to forgive. But I want to let you know you are a great mother. You are a great mother. You are a great grandmother. And you were a great friend. And I let you down. And I apologize from the bottom of my heart for letting you down. And I hope you strive. And I hope Casey strives. And TT, I hope you and Ada strive. And I'm sorry from the bottom of my heart. And thank you, Ms. Shipp, and thank you, Mr. Trump. And thank you, Mr. David. And I am so sorry to my family. I love y'all. In Your Honor, I apologize to you as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Agee. Mr. Ackerman, anything else from you, sir?
I'm sorry.
I said, was there anything else from you?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Based on the jury's verdict finding you guilty as charged of principal to first degree murder, I will adjudicate you guilty of that charge, sentence you to life in the Florida Department of Corrections without the possibility of parole. I believe she has credit for 722 days. Any objection to that amount of credit? And she'll be given that credit. I'll impose $518 in court costs. Madam Clerk, there's no other required costs, correct? All right, and this is the judgment and sentence of the court. You have 30 days to appeal. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you. And all financial obligations will be reduced to judgment lien.
The verdict is no surprise. There is only one verdict you can give in these types of cases. So when the jury found her guilty in first degree aggravated, not aggravated, but malicious, it is automatic life without parole. That's the rule in Florida. So,
That sucks.
well, that's the rules. And
I just don't like that automatic thing.
no, I have a hard time with that. But again, we live in a different.
I wonder why they offer her a deal.
I haven't heard anything about a deal.
Yeah.
So, but I don't think either they got it or they did. I think this is one of those cases where either you get it or you don't get it. And if you get it, yeah, it's fine. If you don't get it, well, you probably won't do a retrial on it. They did a retrial because the jury got into a fight in the jury room in the first trial over crossword puzzles, is what they claim. But apparently there was also some racial things that might have been. They claim it was an old lady doing crossword puzzles, and that's why they couldn't agree. And they wanted an alternate in, and allegedly there was also some racial things going on. So that's not that great.
Wait, we have to stop Jen from saying sorry. She's still saying sorry. Jen, you were hilarious. You were so much fun.
But the only problem is YouTube really don't like the cussing. But we are 11 hours into this stream. Normally you say after 2 hours you can say all the nice words. So but I know that if I'm ever having Jen on again, it's after 2 hours because sorry and
After dark, Jen.
apparently her two most used words. But it was nice to meet another friendly face from the chat.
Yeah. I should go so that I can watch the rest of you and get ready for bed.
Just
So
the red one with the arrow in the bottom if you are on the computer.
the red one with the
Bye.
Down
Good to see you.
in the lower.
Oh, okay. I see it. Yeah.
Thank you
Yeah.
so much for joining us. And
Screen there
everyone, Jemima, can you share her link again so people can go and learn more about the wonderful city of what, Jamie?
Gloucester.
Gloucester. Dr. Foster went to Gloucester.
Jamie will do British geography and place names on a budget tomorrow because I'm going to take a day off. You're going to learn about Worcestershire, Gloucestershire, Leicestershire.
Worcestershire sauce. I do like
Worcestershire sauce.
Wash
Just
your
do like the
sister
Brits call
sauce.
it brown sauce.
Okay. Good night. It was nice
Bye.
chatting. Okay, bye.
Ciao.
Bye.
Please go
Well,
check.
well.
I'm not one for gloating.
Listen, you're not always right, but
I am always right. Sometimes the jury
they
is
agreed
wrong.
with you. That's fine. I still don't agree, but that's fine.
No, there's no right, there's no wrong. We have our opinions. We'll discuss our opinions. And sometimes mom and dad will get a little heated, and mommy's new boyfriend will come in and say, "Oh, I agree with her. I'm going to send the goats after you."
Whatever.
I think this is my longest stream ever. I think the longest I've done before is 10 hours because I get really loopy around 9 hours. But I'm glad I didn't go to bed because right now it's 2:53 in the morning, and Jamie couldn't have gotten me out of bed if I had fallen asleep. I hope those of you who came in a little bit late that you will go sign up to the Discord or the Twitch Twat and put on your notifications because then you would have been notified that we had a verdict. YouTube, I can't do it when we are live, but it's been a fast case. It's been, I think, an interesting case because how do you carry over the burden to someone else who didn't pull the, but can still be guilty of the crime? And that's one of those dilemmas that you'll have to, morally, you'll have to say, well, do I believe that that is the thing? Jamie doesn't. I think, well, in this case, yes. And that's one of the fun things about covering trials as well, is sometimes you'll have moral dilemmas where you think, this is too far for me, this is okay with me. And that's a part of the human experience, that you will come across certain cases where you just think, no, I don't think you should do that. I don't think you should do this. And that's why we cover cases, because you want to see all of the weirdness that goes on. You want to be a part of it, but you want to learn from all of this, because we live protected lives. Jamie has 2 felonies, but still, at least one of them, I don't think the evidence hold up. And I told the prison snitch that I don't know if you know the rules about snitches, but so Jamie has a little more hands-on experience. She says Leavenworth wasn't fun, but other than that, luckily we don't get in touch with the law much, and that's why it's both entertaining but it's also educational to watch trials, I think.
Yeah. No, over the years I've learned, like, this is why I'm a lot harder on the state, is because I really, like, I feel like.
And you say goodnight to
going-
Anna because she stayed up with us till almost 3 in the morning.
Who?
Say gute Nacht.
Oh, I was looking at the wrong side.
Say gute Nacht.
Gute Nacht. Gute
Gute
Nacht.
Nacht.
Gute Nacht.
Gute Nacht.
Gute
Yeah.
Nacht, Anna.
And thank you for staying up all night. Did she break your heart, Baker? Who?
Who?
Who broke my heart? Yeah, I laughed a lot about
Everybody?
this trial because it's just so. First of all, it's so amazingly stupid that you, well, and tragic that you unalive someone because you got dirty ink on your pencil, and she wasn't the one who did it. And then you go tell your mama. One thing I would never ever, if I ever, well, I can't do it now because my mom is dead. If I ever have the opportunity to try Smex and lose my V card, I would never go home and tell my mom. It's kind of like I would never ever tell my kids that, hey, you know what? Dad did a dum dum. I met this girl. She's fresh out of prison, but you know, they are a little bit easier. And we had a fun night. I have 4 slashed tires and I pee glass. I wouldn't tell my kids that. I would just say, well, I am having some extra vitamins.
Yeah. It's
Oh,
weird.
Visus, she says, you lovely people. Good night. Good night, lovely people.
Aw. Well, when I saw this guy on trial, on his own trial, I was bummed that they only were showing like snips of it from the like court TV, channel or whatever. And I remember thinking, you unalived somebody because you thought they gave you an STD? Are we serious right now?
Yeah. Sadly, people will do it for less than that, and that's the horrible thing. And that's also one of those things I would never understand. You would never understand. None of you
No.
will ever understand it because we don't live that life. There will be absolutely no ban stream tonight because that will be in 2 hours, and I could probably stay awake, but right now I feel like I'm standing on a boat, and that's not a nice feeling when you're standing still. Yeah, go watch the trial. It's actually quite good. You should try and watch this program sometimes. Maybe you and Jamie can do a rewatch of it.
Karen's
Fun.
just like me. She doesn't watch the show.
Yeah, she's
She
just
just
like,
shows up.
yeah. I saw there was a link. I'm gonna go in there and show them Gloucester.
Yeah.
Gloucester is the city. Gloucestershire is the county. Jamie.
Gloucester.
No, it's not Gloucester. It's spelled Gloucester, but it's Gloucester.
These silent letters kill me with you guys.
Well, that's the thing you have to learn. Britons don't do like Yanks, and Yanks don't do what Valhalla says, but he's a farmer. Oh, for fuck's sake. I have to be out before 12-hour marker. YouTube won't allow the replay. I'm pretty sure no one is going to rewatch 12 hours of us chitty chatty. But I need to get to bed because did we get past? Yes, we got to 3 in the morning.
All right. Yeah.
Jamie,
bedtime for me.
I've done my duty today.
Okay. Me too.
So thank you for keeping me company. They have Gloucester in Massachusetts as well. Yeah, Gloucestershire is the county, and Gloucester is the city, I think. I was about to say something because I'm tired now. I forgot what I was about to say. Something about probably maybe nothing tomorrow. I don't know. Daddy needs some sleep, yo. Because apparently I get grumpy when I'm not sleeping. But
Yes.
who needs sleep when you have nice friends? Oh, yes, I know what I want to say. Thank you, Valhalla, for jumping on, showing off your kids. Thank you, Karen Cole, for coming on, talking about Britain. And thank you, Jen Deva, for coming on and talking in a way that Sue can understand. Because Sue, even though she's good at word puzzles, only knows 4 words when she speaks: weed, FU, and the C word. So thank you, Deb, for joining us. And yeah, I'm done.
Yeah.
Hope you're done
Night,
too.
everybody.
Please
Good
go
night.
join the Discord and the Twit Sweat. We are running hard to get to 20,000 subscribers. So please, if you know someone who likes stupid takes and sometimes a little bit of fun, tell them about the channel. And if not, go out, make 2 friends and make them join the channel. Jamie, that's your job tomorrow. Go outside of your house, yell at that neighbor who always looks at you and say, go join the channel.
No. I don't speak to any of them.
What exhibit are you referring to? I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor. All right. 100.
100.
Because it is 100%
100%.
correct.
Objection, Your Honor. So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
All right, I'm in love.
Go back. Please do that again. Oh, that was the cutest thing I've ever seen.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't have cared.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.
So